But no matter what he said, she still wouldn't stop. Her tears even grew louder. Jin Hyun could only helplessly let her cry and express her feelings. No, I'm just so happy. I'm the happiest mother in the world. As for Jin Hyun's father, he immediately went to find his drinking buddies. Welcome back to the story review section. Today, AD will bring you another super product. To briefly say, the story that admin will post today is about a poor old doctor. He also found out he had cancer. Then while his life was at a standstill, he was in debt and didn't know where to go. At that moment, a fairy appeared, helped the doctor brother go back to his teens to start his life over again. Let's see if he can do anything. The story begins with the thoughts of a young man. He has a strange dream before the midterm exam. It is a dream about a man whose life is very tragic. His greatest achievement in 4 years was being admitted to a local medical college during his school days. But then only failure fell on his head. He was often the prey of school bullies when he was in school. Once he got into university with some reluctance, he started studying to become a surgeon while everyone else was avoiding it. He started trying his best to focus on his major and become a surgeon later on, because he realized that ignorance and carelessness would kill his patient in a blink of an eye. Thanks to his efforts, he was accepted to work in a government hospital with full facilities d'Il Hospital. But the effort was not enough, so he was pushed out of the competition of doctors in the same specialty as him. So he decided to set up a private hospital by borrowing money. But then he went bankrupt. After catching his wife cheating on him, they divorced. He now just wants to give all his love to his lonely old mother. But he is on the brink of homelessness. And he was diagnosed with terminal cancer. Everything in life was against him now. Inside the dark and gloomy office, most everything there appeared to have been sealed with debt labels. Below is a wedding photo of the couple, the bride and groom, smiling very happily. But now it has been intentionally smashed by someone. The sad man sat on the chair contemplating his unhappy life when he suddenly heard someone calling him, "Hey doctor, why are you so sad?" "Dr. Kim, when will you pay us back?" Mr. Kim turned his head and saw a man wearing sunglasses looking at him, accompanied by 2 fierce gangster bodyguards. The creditor continued to say, "You must have forgotten, right? What did you do with the money I gave you?" Mr. Kim stood up with a sad face and said, "Please calm down, I will pay you back in a few days." The creditor sneered, "Pay, you're still talking big, I heard you're about to die." Mr. Kim was shocked when he heard that. He seemed very surprised that someone had told him about his cancer. Seeing his terrified expression, the creditor continued to approach and pat his shoulder, mocking him. "It's fun to die, but do you know that when you die, your mother will have to pay back all 200 million won of yours?" Hearing people mention his mother, Mr. Kim desperately knelt down on the ground and begged the creditor, "Please, sir, please don't do anything to my mother, please, I beg you, please." Mr. Kim trembled and begged. His hands also clenched tightly when he thought of his poor old mother at home. "My father died when I was still in school, and my mother was able to live until this moment because of me." At this time, the creditor also sat down, looking thoughtful, raised his chin, and said to Mr. Kim, That's fine, there's still one way." Mr. Kim heard that there was a way, and happily asked again, "Yes, sir, what is it?" The creditor smiled evilly and pointed at Mr. Kim's stomach. "Perhaps a doctor like you would know, right? What's inside your body?" Mr. Kim answered honestly, "It's the liver." The creditor continued to point to several other places. Mr. Kim relied on his medical knowledge to answer, "It's the heart and kidneys." Speaking of this, he realized something was not quite right, and immediately opened his eyes and asked the creditor, "What do you mean? Don't tell me." The creditor sneered, Yes, I like that expression of yours. Calculate the price. Liver is 40 million won per kidney, heart is 40 million won, and your eye is 30 million won." Hearing such honest assessments, Mr. Kim could not help but shiver. Sweat also broke out. Seeing the fearful expression of the creditor, he continued to add salt and pepper. "Well, if you die, it's over. If you die and don't owe any money, then you'll be awesome. Think it through and then come to my place. But rest quickly, because when the cancer spreads, everything will be ruined." With that, the creditor leisurely left, giving Mr. Kim time to think. Mr. Kim had collapsed at this moment, even tears began to fall. It was not that he was not afraid that his heart, liver, lungs, and intestines would be sold. What made him uncomfortable was when he heard what the creditor said. He found it very reasonable and wanted to really die so as not to make his old mother suffer. But thinking about his body being exposed, he was still very scared. The conflict began to fight endlessly in his head. He desperately cursed, "Fuck, it's not over yet." The next day, the landlady came to knock on the door with an annoyed look on her face and said to him, "Dr. Kim, I think your apartment is out of date." Mr. Kim heard that and was immediately shocked and asked again, "Excuse me, what did you say, right now?" The landlady growled, "That's right now. You haven't paid your rent for a month or two, and I've left you here. But with all these gangsters coming and going in my place, how can I run a business? I have a new tenant, so get out now," the landlady shouted and chased Mr. Kim out of the building. Just like that, Mr. Kim only had time to grab his coat and was kicked out of the house. Only then could he put it on and stand on a crowded street. He was in a terrible mood. He reached into his pocket and took out his phone. It was his mother calling. Mr. Kim suddenly picked up the phone. Her voice was still filled with love, like always. "Hello, Jin Hyun, is this you? Mom called to ask if your life is okay. The weather is also cold. You should wear a jacket when you go out." Afraid that Mom would worry, Mr. Kim pretended to be calm and said, "Mom, don't worry about me. The hospital is very warm, Mom." After saying that, he covered his face and tried to hold back his tears. He was so upset that he didn't know who to tell except his mother, who loved him the most, but he couldn't share it with her. The mother believed what her son said. She warmly advised, "Okay, working is good, but don't stay up too late and take care of your health, son." Mr. Kim tried to hold back the tears in his eyes and forced a smile to reassure her. "Yes, you should also keep yourself warm, Mom. There is a patient now. I think I should hang up now, bye, Mom." The mother, not knowing that he had been kicked out, nodded and said, "I'm sorry for calling you while you were working. I'll call you back later." Mr. Kim quickly hung up the phone and couldn't stand it anymore. He stood in the middle of the busy traffic and burst into tears. "Mom!" Mr. Kim had just finished his phone call with his mother and cried loudly. Then he stopped by a nearby store and bought 2 bottles of wine with all the little money left in his pocket. He sadly carried 2 bottles to a deserted park and sat on a cold wooden bench. The temperature at this time was unknown if it was below 0 or not. He tilted his head back and drank the whole bottle of wine. "Damn it," Mr. Kim cursed, cursing at the unfairness of life. After all, he tried so hard, this is exactly what he got. Mr. Kim smiled in despair, thinking, "My life is probably over here. Well, I'll just do as the creditor says." And then, while he was drinking the last bottle of wine, someone recognized him and came up to him and asked, "Excuse me, are you Dr. Kim?" The woman under the nightlight was extremely young and beautiful. She just walked closer to Mr. Kim. She smiled and greeted, "It's been a while. I wonder if you still remember me. This girl is too bright." But at this moment, Mr. Kim is no longer too concerned about life and does not want to cause trouble, so he immediately leans to avoid her. "Sorry, but you're on the wrong side." The woman heard that. She did not give up, but smiled and continued, "No way, you saved my life and my boyfriend's life a few years ago." Seeing Mr. Kim silently avoiding her, the girl gave him a reminder. "2 years ago at the hospital, don't you really remember?" Mr. Kim seemed to remember something and turned around to look at the girl carefully again. 2 years ago, there was an incident where a couple was stabbed by a knife. Especially the girl had a deep wound and needed someone with enough expertise to operate on it. Her organs fell out during the surgery, but she barely screamed. The operation would have been difficult if she had screamed, but fortunately, that didn't happen with her calmness. Mr. Kim silently recalled that incident. The girl continued to ask, "You seem to be very busy, right?" Hearing that, Mr. Kim couldn't help but laugh at himself. "Busy? Don't you know that a loser like me can't do anything?" Hearing his discouraging words, the girl said, "You gave us a new life, and that proves that you are a good doctor." Mr. Kim heard those words of encouragement and smiled, then sighed. He raised his hand and said, "I always failed. When I was young, my grades were always average and I was bullied a lot. I was even bullied when my father died of cancer in the hospital." Finally, there was someone for Mr. Kim to confide his hidden feelings and face those pains. He couldn't help but shed tears. But he quickly realized that he shouldn't complain and cry to strangers like that. He was embarrassed and raised his hand to wipe away the tears on his eyes. He cursed, "Fuck it." The girl sitting next to him didn't know how to comfort him. After a few seconds, she decided to put her hand on his shoulder and whispered, "Don't feel awkward anymore. You just didn't have the luck that matched your efforts. When you were resurrected with your efforts, we've been watching you from afar for a long time. We, the lost ones from heaven, assure you that you will not die. We will repay you for saving us." Mr. Kim buried his face in his hands, listening to those strange words, and thought to himself, "Watching me, heaven, what is she saying? Am I drunk?" But the girl continued to say, "I am a servant in heaven. I will pay you back the debt from 2 years ago." Under Mr. Kim's suspicious gaze, the girl turned her head and reached into her bag searching for something. She quickly took out a bottle of beautifully colored wine and poured it into a glass, then handed it to Mr. Kim and said, "Doctor, I will help you pour wine into this glass." Mr. Kim suspiciously took the glass of wine and asked the girl, "What is this?" The girl smiled and said to him, "This is wine from the world tree blessed by heaven." Mr. Kim was half sober and half drunk at this time, so he didn't pay much attention to what the girl said. Also, because he had a lot of alcohol in his system, he couldn't refuse that glass of wine. He quickly tilted his head back and drank it all. The wine was so strong that it gave him a slight headache, but the girl next to him continued to ask, "Dr. Kim, if you could live your life over again, how would you live it?" Mr. Kim's eyes gradually closed dreamily, saying the thing he regretted most in this life. "If I could, I would live a successful life as a man, become a proud son of your parents. That's the life I've always wanted." Just like that, Mr. Kim suddenly disappeared from that cold bench. The girl next to him, now dressed as a fairy, sincerely said, "I wish you to achieve your wish, Kim Yeon-jun, the best wishes I have for you." The young man sat up, awakening from his dream. It was a strange dream, but it was so real. And what was even more strange was that the man was me, Kim Jin-hyun. At this moment, Mr. Kim's face was already covered in tears. Mr. Kim looked at his trembling hands and thought to himself, the moment I realized the man in my dream was me, I was still normal, but I quickly realized something different from before. If one day I become a man like him. To be exact, the me of 30 years later has returned to the past when I was in high school. It really happened. Kim Jin-hyun wiped his tears away. The feeling of just going through a failed life was still fresh in his mind. After a while of sitting on the ground in a daze, Jin-hyun was in the mood to look at the scenery in his room again. He was extremely nostalgic about the old furniture and this small room too. This is really the room I lived in when I was young. I really went back in time. This is crazy. How could this happen? While he was lost in thought, a familiar voice suddenly interrupted him. Kim Jin-hyun. Son, how long are you going to sleep in? Immediately after hearing that voice, Jin-hyun immediately stood up and walked out the door. That voice. Sure enough, as soon as he left the room, he saw a woman busily cooking in the kitchen and a man seriously reading the newspaper. Seeing her son just standing there looking, the mother quickly urged him, quickly sit at the table. If you do that, you'll be late for studying. How could Jin-hyun keep calm? The woman in front of him was his mother, but she was 30 years younger. And the man is your father who died a long time ago when you were in your third year of school. Kim Jin-hyun held back his tears. He decided to call out loudly, Dad, Mom. The couple heard that and raised their heads in doubt. What? Jin-hyun blushed and said loudly with all his might, I love you too. The couple was surprised to hear their son suddenly say that. What's wrong? The father asked suspiciously, Does your son have a fever? The atmosphere became extremely awkward. Jin-hyun quickly sat down at the breakfast table and then quickly ran away. I'm going to school. He followed his few memories and finally went to school. He looked down at the shirt he was wearing. This is Jisan High School's uniform. He unconsciously tightened the strap of his bag. Looking at the old school in front of him, he felt excited to be able to go to school again. Jin-hyun swears to himself. From now on, I decided to live a new life. I will not waste this opportunity. Thinking of this, his face showed excitement. Okay, let's go to class. But his face quickly fell in despair when he heard the teacher's voice on the podium. Have you finished studying? Quickly put all your notebooks and documents in your bag. Jin-hyun was still stunned. What is this scene? The friend next to him leaned over and asked, Jin-hyun, have you finished studying yet? Jin-hyun was stunned and just stared blankly at his friend and asked, Study what? So his friend quickly told Jin-hyun some shocking information. Today is the midterm exam. As soon as he heard that shocking news, Kim Jin-hyun's entire world seemed to freeze for a few seconds. How could he have expected that after reliving the past for just one day, it would be the day of the midterm exam? Then, while Jin-hyun still hadn't had time to react, the strict teacher from the lecture hall fiercely warned the whole class, You guys know what will happen if you fail, so do your best, okay? Especially you, Kim Jin-hyun. Kim Jin-hyun was called by the teacher while he was in a daze and couldn't react in time. He could only stare blankly and say, yes, in surprise. Then, when the teacher continued to warn him that, if you fall, you'll know what I'll do to you, Kim Jin-hyun finally knew what humiliation meant. But in the end, Kim Jin-hyun could only lower his head and try to reduce his sense of existence to the lowest level. And luckily, the teacher didn't mean to tease Kim Jin-hyun too much. After feeling that he had taught enough, he quickly handed out the test papers and urged the students, okay, pass the papers down. Kim Jin-hyun thought that all his bad luck had ended there when he saw that the teacher had stopped mentioning him. But not until he held the test paper in his hand. His mind was shocked again. Jin-hyun could do nothing but silently scream, Wait. What? Jin-hyun looked at the page full of unfamiliar names and wondered even more frustratedly, Destino's system report. Who were they? Tai-ho or Tai-jong were all unfamiliar names to Yeon-jun. With these simple high school entrance exam questions, Jin-hyun became more and more confused the more he read. He remembered with some pain, I used to study for the university entrance exam. But I haven't studied in 20 years, Jin-hyun sadly exclaimed to himself. Time just passed by. Jin-hyun helplessly looked at the test on the table. The rustling sound of paper and pen in the exam room made him even more frustrated and blamed himself. How can I remember all this? When I just got back, you gave me the test. This is really crazy. No matter how angry and helpless Jin-hyun was at this moment, he still tried his best to squeeze out words. Even though he didn't know if he did it right or wrong, at least he fought against time to complete his exam. Until the bell rang, the old teacher relaxed his facial muscles and started signaling his students to hand in their papers. Jin-hyun finished handing in all his papers and then fell into a feeling of helplessness. He was so embarrassed and blamed himself that he could only lower his head and bury himself in his backpack, thinking to himself, this feels like the anatomy test from before. Then right at that moment, the friend at the table below, who seemed very close, suddenly excitedly shouted and asked, Jin-hyun, are you doing well? At this time, Jin Hyun, who was lying down on the table as soon as he heard his friend calling him, it was as if he had been injected with a stimulant. He quickly jumped up immediately with the thought, I can't hang out with him at the game shop. So thinking Jin Hyun didn't hesitate anymore, quickly grabbed his backpack and stood up. He hurriedly ran to the door and waved to the other friend with an apologetic look. Sorry, I have some things to do, bye. Then Jin Hyun ran away like the wind, leaving the other friend bewildered, only able to look into the air and say, but I didn't say anything. Jin Hyun, on the other hand, ran home in just a few short minutes. He quickly threw the backpack on the table and seriously ordered himself, okay, let's think. Then he closed his eyes so that his whole body could be completely focused. At this moment, the only thing he wanted to do was to think about all his troubles. The first is the difficult question, how should I live from now on? Jin Hyun thinks, if I study a lot, I can make money. But even though he knew that he was still wondering how he should start everything, because more than anyone else, Jin Hyun is the one who understands that all of his knowledge is leaning towards the medical field. So when he thinks about this, Jin Hyun suddenly finally has a flash of hope. That's right. If that's the case, then I will be more successful in this field. Jin Hyun also made up his mind. Maybe I should aim for the most prestigious and quality medical school. Jin Hyun. This time he made up his mind to himself that, instead of becoming a boring surgeon again, I could be a dermatologist with a high income and a bucket of money. The more Jin Hyun thought about it, the happier he became with his unrealistic hopes that, I will buy a luxury apartment with a view of the Han River, a fancy car, and build several buildings in Gangnam. I will have it all. As a doctor, I will have a beautiful clinic named after me. So with all the beautiful visions of the future just drawn in his mind, Jin Hyun was naturally full of enthusiasm. Picking up the book, he excitedly encouraged himself, do your best, Kim Jin Hyun. But the illusion of joy didn't last long. Jin Hyun suddenly realized painfully, wait, if that's the case then, it will take you not only 4 years to prepare for the university entrance exam, 10 years of studying biology as well as working as an intern and internal medicine doctor. And in the end, he had to enlist again. Jin Hyun looked at the reality before his eyes with great pain, but the only thing he could do right now was to bang the table violently and groan in frustration. Oh my God, this is so bad! How can I endure those days? So the thoughts about that cruel reality successfully aroused Jin Hyun's burning fighting spirit. He gritted his teeth and made a determination. Damn it, I will succeed to be worthy of that suffering. And will drive the cool car home to show off to the whole neighborhood. Jin Hyun rushed to his desk with great enthusiasm for the future. And because of that immense enthusiasm, it became a huge source of motivation for Jin Hyun to persevere day after day. Even Jin Hyun's mother couldn't believe her eyes when she saw her son studying hard for days in a row. From the night she saw Jin Hyun studying diligently until now, although she didn't say it out loud, she couldn't help but be shocked. She thought to herself, I thought he would only study for a few hours, but he studied for a whole week. The more she thought about it, the more worried she became. She couldn't help but call out, Jin Hyun, it's already night, why aren't you sleeping yet? Then she herself did not expect that her son, who had been lazy to study for so long, would calmly reply, I'm fine, Mom. I just haven't finished the test set for today. I'll finish this soon and go to bed right away. Jin Hyun, on the other hand, reassured his mother. Hearing her son's strange tone and appearance, Jin Hyun's mother was extremely shocked. She almost touched Jin Hyun to see if he had a fever and was short-circuiting. Then, she could only show a shy expression and ask her son, Are you okay? It's not even the exam yet. Hearing this question from Jin Hyun's mother, although he didn't understand why her mother overreacted like that, he still very politely replied, No, I just want to study hard to take care of my parents in the future. And I will help you clean up everything at the restaurant, he calmly told his mother, and quickly changed clothes to go to his parents' restaurant. At this time, the restaurant was closing time. Jin Hyun's father had just taken out a mop to clean the restaurant. When Jin Hyun suddenly pushed the door open and called out loudly, Dad, you're here! His father was very surprised, so his tone was a bit cold as he asked Jin Hyun, Why are you here? Then, as if feeling that his question was too redundant, Jin Hyun's father immediately added, Jin Hyun, your father believes that a student's job is to focus on studying, not worrying about this. Hearing that, Jin Hyun hurriedly told his father, I'll be fine. It's not that tiring to have to study. He even excitedly asked his father, Didn't you say you needed someone to help? From now on, I'll come help you every day. But Jin Hyun's father just refused. I've already talked to Mom about this, and I don't need your help. So go home. He was very cold to Jin Hyun. He didn't even look him in the face to talk to him. It wasn't until Jin Hyun stubbornly refused but still begged his father, Dad, I just want to, that his father suddenly turned around and interrupted him with an extremely warm tone. He gently told him, Thank you, son. Then he gently reached out and patted Jin Hyun's head like a child, and gently reassured him, but don't try too hard. At that moment, Jin Hyun's tears were about to fall. He didn't stubbornly advise his father anymore. He just bowed his head and replied, Yes, okay, then fell silent. Jin Hyun was afraid that if he said another word, his tears would fall. So in that moment, he just stood still and silently felt the pat on his head. In Jin Hyun's mind at that moment, there was only one thought. For the first time in that small moment, he felt his father's hand was strange, but extremely warm. At this time, the scene changes to a few days later in a noisy classroom at Jisun High School. A student just entered the classroom door with a panicked face and shouted loudly, "Everyone, I have some news! Kim Jin Hyun, who was at the bottom of the class, is now third in the whole grade in the final exam." This news woke up the people who were sleeping in the classroom. The students looked at each other in amazement. How could this happen, that guy who is always at the bottom of the list? On this side, the owner of the rumor was sweating profusely. He quickly covered his face with a book, despite the terrified calls of his friend beside him, Kim Jin Hyun. "Jin Hyun, what's going on?" His question made Jin Hyun extremely embarrassed, not knowing what excuse to use to explain. But he quickly brushed it aside and sincerely advised his friend, "Mojin, you should start studying too. You can do it like me." Mojin couldn't believe his ears. "You bastard, are you Kim Jin Hyun?" Jin Hyun smiled. He couldn't say he came here, but he was 45 years old. While he was thinking that, he noticed someone walking towards him. A nerdy-looking student stood in front of Yeonjun and asked, "Are you number 14 Kim Jin Hyun?" Jin Hyun asked back doubtfully, "Class president." The boy in front of him didn't answer, but instead put a hand in front of him, making Jin Hyun extremely surprised. "A handshake from the class president?" The class president smiled and said, "I came to congratulate you on getting the top spot in the class." Jin Hyun was stunned. Such a person was congratulating him. The two hands quickly crossed. The captain smiled faintly and continued, "You seem to like playing hide-and-seek. You can fool everyone this time, but don't even think about fooling them next time. I will be number 1 next time." Jin Hyun heard those words and didn't understand anything like us. He smiled awkwardly in response and thought to himself, "Class president, I think you read too much manga." Even at home, Jin Hyun never thought something like this would happen to him. After bringing the test results to show his mother suddenly burst into tears, making Jin Hyun scared. "Mom, why are you crying, Mom?" The mother was so moved that she covered her mouth and said, "This is amazing. Am I dreaming, Jin Hyun? My son is number 1, she said, and then she couldn't help but rush to hug her only son with a very proud expression. Jin Hyun was hugged until he couldn't breathe. He was so confused that he didn't know his mother was this happy. She had been struggling with everything in the house for a long time. Even Dad was so happy after hearing the news that he got drunk. Looking at his drunken father staggering back, Jin Hyun was a little worried. "Wait, Dad, why did you drink so much?" Dad couldn't stand still and jumped at him, whispering, "Jin Hyun, Dad drank with Coach Kim, and why not on this happy day?" "Happy day?" Jin Hyun blushed in embarrassment. "I don't know how I let them down in my past life, but this makes them so happy. But I don't remember Dad drinking that much." After taking his father back to the room, Jin Hyun was afraid he would catch a cold, so he thoughtfully covered him with a blanket. Once finished, he happily walked out of the room, not forgetting to say, "Good night, Dad." As Jin Hyun was about to leave, he heard his father calling Jin Hyun. "I love you so much." The father turned his face inward and said. He seemed very shy too. Jin Hyun stood frozen in front of the door. He didn't think his father would express his feelings to him like that. But he quickly regained his composure and smiled from the bottom of his heart, saying, "Thank you, Dad. Just sleep well from now on." After returning to his room, Jin Hyun silently leaned against the wall, contemplating the past few days. This is not like the previous life anymore. Everything is changing from now on. Time passed quietly, and summer finally came. Inside the family restaurant, the mother went to call Jin Hyun, who was cleaning. Jin Hyun, go home early and rest a bit. Jin Hyun shook his head and replied, "Yes, I have rested enough. Now it's summer and I'm less busy with school." The father stood proudly to the side, arms crossed, looking at his diligent son. "He's really my son." The mother heard this and argued back, "Wait, would I take care of Jin Hyun more than you do?" Jin Hyun could only smile at the conversation between his parents, but he quickly remembered that he had something to say to his father. "But Dad, I have something to ask you." The father nodded. "If that's what you want, I'll listen." Jin Hyun seriously stated his request. "I want to go to Coach Kim's gym. Do you agree?" Hearing that, the father asked suspiciously, "Coach Kim teaches kickboxing. Why do you want to practice it?" Jin Hyun immediately replied, "I think I need more physical strength in high school, so I decided to go to the gym." The mother was a little worried when she heard this sudden decision. However, the father sighed and said to her, "Just follow his wishes. This child has already started down his own path." So proud. Dad will talk to Coach Kim tonight. And so, with the consent of his parents. Coach Kim was now standing in front of him, smiling and saying, "It's been a long time, Kim Jin Hyun. Your father is very happy with your score now. My son also needs to study. Are you going to tutor him?" he said, while continuously patting Jin Hyun's back. After a while, the coach finally got to the main topic. "Do you want to learn boxing now?" Jin Hyun nodded. "Yes, I want to improve my physical strength." "But for real fighting, I want to learn to fight in real life. That's your goal. Hearing his straightforward words, the coach frowned in surprise. What are you talking about? Do you want to beat up someone more? Jin Hyun said with a serious face. There is one person I never want to lose to. In his eyes there was a very determined fire. The coach could see it at first sight. So he nodded and said to him, Okay, I understand. You want to learn boxing to fight, not for the sport. Okay, I will teach as you request. But I will not go easy on you even though you are my friend's son, so get ready. Just like that, Jin Hyun stood on the boxing floor and started practicing under the coach's constant shouts. Last 10 seconds, punch hard. Just a little carelessness and a powerful fist punched him in the face. Just looking at it hurt. Following that punch was a series of kicks. Jin Hyun raised both arms in front of his chest to block the blows but couldn't block much. After being beaten until he looked like a pig, the coach spoke to him. If you think too far, you'll be beaten to death. Jin Hyun said, trembling, I'm fine. I want to do it again. The coach firmly refused. No, too much will destroy your body. You should distinguish fighting from sports. You can't let fun go by yourself. I don't know who you are going to challenge, but I believe you will lose to your own impatience first. Jin Hyun was still very determined and said, Don't worry, I can continue. The coach firmly hit him on the head. No way, if I hit you again, your dad will kill me. Do some basic exercises to improve your physical strength and practice some strokes to improve your confidence. He said, and then walked aside to let Jin Hyun practice. But he wasn't stubborn anymore. Okay, I understand. Time just kept passing by. It was now 5 minutes to 10. Jin Hyun is still practicing non-stop on the field, not wanting to waste a single second. Every fist he swung showed his desire to become strong. Sweat was pouring down his body, but Jin Hyun had no intention of stopping training. From punching to kicking every second and every minute, he must become stronger. No matter how tired he was, just stopping was like admitting defeat. But the motivation that made Jin Hyun so determined was imagining the feeling of punching that bully hard in the face. He thought to himself, that bastard, I'll see him next year. Until then, I need to improve my strength. I will never lose to that guy again. So, ever since Jin Hyun started to change, the only person who was angry with his score was the four-eyed class president. He always looked at Jin Hyun warily and silently complained, I can't believe that the guy who was always at the bottom of the class was at the top of the class. After that, the class president, who had always ranked first in the past, could only grit his teeth every day and look at the rankings, then get so frustrated that his face turned red and complained, now he continues to rank first, as if nothing happened. Every day when he had to witness the scene where the teacher who used to love him now has turned to love him every day, calls Jin Hyun, here's your score, Jin Hyun, you're number one again. Jin Hyun put on a docile expression and replied, thank you very much, teacher. The class president was so angry that he could only endure it and scold Jin Hyun behind his back. If you're number one like that, what can I do? And then along with the jealousy of the four-eyed class president, time flew by and Jin Hyun graduated from high school with extremely high scores. And then he became a high school student. And Jin Hyun also passed the entrance exam to Woo Yin School again, like his previous life. There was something a little unexpected. On the first day of high school, Jin Hyun unexpectedly met Hwang Mojin. That friend, as soon as he saw Jin Hyun, was very excited and immediately acted friendly and invited him. Hello, we're in the same class again. Do you want to play a game later? Hearing that, Jin Hyun could only helplessly sigh. How did I end up in the same class as him again? Is it fate or something? And Jin Hyun's class was also very noisy at that time. Besides him and Hwang Mojin, it seemed like many other friends knew each other. The whole class was divided into many small groups. Each group had their own topic to talk about, so the classroom scene at that time was extremely chaotic, no different from a miniature market. Until the classroom door was suddenly pushed open by someone forcefully. The sound of the door being pushed open was extremely exaggerated, and even the sound of the door opening carried a hint of frustration. So when they heard this sound, the students stopped talking for a few seconds. Everyone turned their eyes towards the door to gossip. Then, right after that, an old teacher who looked very strict walked in from the very first sentence. He looked very serious and powerful. Order, I need your attention right now. It's nice to meet you. I'm your homeroom teacher from now on. My name is Lee Moon-ho. After introducing himself, the teacher still didn't get to the main point. He started bragging to the students below. First of all, I would like to congratulate you on getting into Woo Yin School. Our school has a long history and tradition. Hearing these words in Mr. Lee Moon-ho's lullaby-like voice, Jin Hyun couldn't help but think to himself, he's still the same as before. I feel sleepy already. Then, while Mr. Lee Moon-ho was still blabbering to his students with words like, if you don't catch up with your studies in high school, it will be very difficult to start over, so listen to your teachers carefully. When I was young, he had just said this when the classroom door was pushed open for the second time, completely different from the sound of the door being pushed open just now. This second sound of the door being pushed open made Jin Hyun extremely nervous. He seemed to have guessed who was coming, so his whole body became tense and his eyes also suddenly became full of vigilance as he looked towards it. As expected, as Jin Hyun thought the person who just walked in was the person he hated the most in his previous life. That handsome guy walked into class late but didn't show any fear. On the contrary, he calmly told the homeroom teacher, "I'm late because I got stuck in traffic." "Do you have any empty seats?" The boy asked the teacher with a smile as if it was natural for him to be late, and it seemed like he wasn't afraid of being punished. What was even more exaggerated was that even though he was a high school student, he had piercings all over his ears, eyebrows, and bleached hair. He looked very cool, so as soon as he saw his outfit, he successfully angered the homeroom teacher, Lee Moon-ho. All the blood rushed to his head, his whole face turned red with anger. He shouted in front of the whole class at the other boy, "This brat! Do you know what time it is? What's with that hair? Are you drunk? What's your name?" "Teacher Lee Moon!" Ho angrily shouted at him. But the other friend still calmly smiled. It was only when he asked his name that the other friend calmly replied, "Lee San-min, teacher." At first, when he heard this name, teacher Lee Moon-ho still boldly pointed and scolded, "Lee San-min, right, okay, I will remember that name. If there is still a person like you here, the others will be like you." But he had only said 2 more sentences when his reason told him that something was wrong. He seemed to freeze for a few seconds before he asked Lee Moon-ho in surprise, "Wait, Lee San-min, you graduated from Kumin High School. You know me?" Lee San-min calmly asked Lee Moon-ho, as if he had guessed that the teacher would react like this sooner or later. So the homeroom teacher, Lee Moon-ho, who was still scolding fiercely a second ago, immediately turned around and flattered his student Lee San-min. "Why didn't you tell me earlier? The traffic must have been terrible. You must be tired too. Sit in the empty seat." Then he asked Lee San-min very enthusiastically, "Is there a place you want to sit?" Seeing that the other friend had not yet had time to leave, he hurriedly found a nice seat, then pointed to the friend, "That place looks bright, so it's good. Can you sit there?" Being treated with such respect by the teacher, Lee San-min from beginning to end only smiled and replied with 2 words, "I'm fine." Then, without any hesitation, he looked towards the place the teacher had just pointed out to him and said very satisfiedly, "I will sit there." After Mr. Lee Moon-ho turned his face like a pancake in front of a student, his classmates could somewhat guess that he was a famous person. Everyone was whispering to their friends, "Is that guy Lee San-min from Kumin High School? His father is a bit of a big shot. He's handsome too. He also dyed his hair. He's also a good student. He also won a prize in the national exam." In the midst of all this whispering from his friends, Jin Hyun was the only one in the class who remained silent. From the moment Lee San-min entered the classroom until now, Jin Hyun had never let down his guard for even a second. He had always been watching Lee San-min's every move. As he watched his friend walk back to his seat, Jin Hyun lamented to himself, "Just as I thought, we're in the same class and in the same seat. I will never forget his name." Jin Hyun seemed to be extremely speechless as he thought about it. Then he forgot that he was staring at the person. So Jin Hyun just stared at Lee San-min as he entered the seat behind him. But it seemed like that Lee San-min didn't find it strange at all. On the contrary, he naturally smiled brightly and introduced himself to Jin Hyun first. "Hello, I'm Lee San-min. Nice to meet you." Lee San-min's call made Jin Hyun, who was absent-minded, immediately return to reality. He quickly pretended to smile naturally and replied, "Oh, nice to meet you, I'm Kim Jin Hyun." Even though he was smiling fakely on the outside, every cell in Jin Hyun's body was screaming, "Why am I living a hellish life because of this dog?" Even though it was in the past, I can't forget it, Jin Hyun thought, while trying to maintain a standard smile on his lips. After a few seconds of casual greetings, Jin Hyun and Lee San-min immediately began their high school life. Even though they sat very close to each other, they didn't interact much. Because Jin Hyun, with his experience from his previous life, was always wary of Lee San-min. He was always prepared to be bullied. But strangely, nothing happened a few days later. Because according to what Jin Hyun could never forget in his previous life, Lee San-min would pick a fight with Jin Hyun after only 2 days of school, because there was no reason other than because he liked it. And then the kids in the class gradually distanced themselves from Jin Hyun. But in this life, I don't know if it's because Jin Hyun is more handsome or better at studying, but every day there are people competing to get to know him. Everyone is very enthusiastic. "Hello, I'm Kim Chi-woo. Do you want to play soccer during lunch break?" There are even girls who don't hesitate to directly ask Jin Hyun, "I heard you're very good at studying, right? How did you get such high scores?" Then when he saw the 2 friends arguing just to fight over him during lunch break, Jin Hyun, although he didn't agree with anyone, was still confused and wondered, "Why are they so friendly? I think it's hard to be popular." Only Hwang Mo-jin came to find him every day with a friendly expression. "Jin Hyun is very famous now. Do you want to go play a game?" making it impossible for Jin Hyun to refuse. Every time this friend came to find Jin Hyun, he was helpless, but could only reply, "Okay?" What had to happen, happened. That afternoon when Jin Hyun was getting ready to leave school, Lee Sang-min came up behind him, patted his shoulder and asked him in a strange tone, "You're Kim Jin Hyun, right? Are you free tonight?" Lee Sang-min asked, while smiling and looking at Jin Hyun expectantly. It was unclear whether he had good intentions of getting to know Jin Hyun or wanted to ask him out to cause trouble. But because Jin Hyun in this life was already physically and mentally prepared, even though Lee Sang-min patted his shoulder, he wasn't afraid, and just coldly asked, "What's the matter?" "It's nothing, I just want to have a little fun," Lee Sang-min replied very naturally, still with that handsome, arrogant look on his face. Jin Hyun, after hearing this answer, was neither salty nor bland, just casually asked to relieve stress. Then, without waiting for Lee Sang-min to answer, Jin Hyun continued blandly, "I don't know what you're planning to do, but I refuse." Hearing that, Lee Sang-min quickly asked curiously, "Why?" So Jin Hyun didn't show any respect. He carried his backpack, stood up, walked straight to the door, and coldly said to Lee Sang-min, "I just have a few things to do. I have to do my work first, so you go out and play." As soon as Jin Hyun left, a close friend of Lee Sang-min also arrived. He put his arm around his shoulder and asked intimately, "Sang-min, what are you doing?" Sang-min didn't answer at this time, but instead kept his eyes on the door and asked his friend, "Chung-wook, do you know that guy?" Chung-wook followed Lee Sang-min's gaze and saw Jin Hyun coldly leaving. So Chung-wook didn't have any expression, just coldly looked at Jin Hyun, who was walking further and further away, and replied, "That dog Kim Jin Hyun from Jisun School, right?" Hearing this, Lee Sang-min also laughed. He seemed very comfortable and said to Jung-woo, "I just don't like him very much." Just hearing that Lee Sang-min doesn't like Jin Hyun, Chung-wook curiously asked, "Why? Because he won first place in the entrance exam like you?" "I'm not sure, but I hate him." Lee Sang-min gave a completely unreasonable reason. It's like a bully looking at someone makes him feel annoyed without any reason. But that close friend Chung-wook also joined in. I don't know if he wanted to flatter Lee Sang-min or not, but he suddenly asked Lee Sang-min, "Should I beat him up?" implying that he wanted him to help Lee Sang-min beat Jin Hyun up. But as soon as Lee Sang-min heard this question, he immediately smiled and understood the meaning. It's true that the wind of the same level meets the clouds of the same level. Then, after a few seconds of thinking, Lee Sang-min reminded Chung-wook, "No, he's number 1 in school, so it'll be quite troublesome if we touch him. Wouldn't it be better to quietly follow his people?" He quietly set up a scene for Chung-wook to take action. But that Chung-wook guy still smiled happily and said, "Finally something fun to do." Then both of them looked at Hwang Join in unison and heard Lee Sang-min absent-mindedly remind Chung-wook, "His best friend is in my class." As soon as he heard this reminder, Chung-wook sinisterly smiled and said, "I know his name is Mojin, right?" Hearing Chung-wook say this, Lee Sang-min didn't hesitate any longer, directly pushed his friend away, and casually said, "Okay, I don't know much about him, so I'll leave it to you," meaning he wanted Chung-wook to help him bully Hwang Mojin. Chung-wook at this moment was no different from a lackey. As soon as he heard Lee Sang-min say that, he quickly walked towards Hwang Mojin. Even though he was a gangster, he still pretended to be kind and thought to himself, "That idiot is really pitiful. Sang-min targeted his friend." As for Hwang Mojin at this time, he was a gentle guy who didn't bother anyone. So when he saw that gangster smiling sinisterly and walking towards him, he somehow realized that something was wrong. However, he still tried to swallow his fear and tremblingly asked Chung-wook, "What's wrong?" As for Jin Hyun at this time, he still didn't know that his friend was being targeted by that bully. So at this time, he was still sitting leisurely, diligently marking his books. This is the place to remember. While reviewing his lessons, Jin Hyun told himself, "Time will pass and I will encounter obstacles. I need to study a lot before that happens. Once these high school subjects are over, it will be very difficult for me to keep my rank in the future." Jin Hyun was so worried that he accidentally put the pencil in his mouth, intending to bite it. Until his mother suddenly entered the room. Her voice sounded very worried and said, "Jin Hyun, it's late. Why haven't you gone to bed yet?" Every day when Jin Hyun heard this, he always smiled and reassured his mother, "Don't worry about me, go to bed first." If he could, he would really want to tell his mother what he was thinking right now. "Mom, it's because I need to get into the National Medical School. To get there I need to study a lot with all my might, and then I can relax a little," Jin Hyun thought, as he smiled with satisfaction. It seemed like he could vaguely see a bright future ahead. The next day early in the morning, the classroom was as noisy as usual. Jin Hyun arrived at class. When everyone was close enough, the bell to enter the classroom quickly rang. As soon as he sat down, Jin Hyun noticed that the other seat was still empty and wondered, "Mojin hasn't arrived yet. What's the matter? Even though he's not good at studying, he's never late for school." Seeing the teacher lecturing on the podium, Jin Hyun could only put this matter aside for now. "I'm still living in an era where phones aren't very popular, so I'll just wait for him." However, the waiting time just passed. The teacher standing above the lecture had also changed to someone else. After class, Jin Hyun couldn't wait any longer and decided to go see how Mojin was doing. Just as he stepped out of his seat, he coincidentally saw Mojin finally carrying his bag to class. Jin Hyun happily raised his hand to greet him. "Hey Mojin, where are you? I've been waiting for you to get a fever." Surprisingly, Mojin ignored him and walked straight ahead. Jin Hyun also discovered something strange about his face. He worriedly walked over and patted his shoulder and asked, "Mojin, are you fighting? Or who hit you?" Sure enough, as soon as Mojin turned around, Jin Hyun saw Mojin's angry face. Mojin hesitantly opened his bruised mouth, whispering, "Jin Hyun, I'm sorry," Mojin said while bluntly pushing Jin Hyun's hand that was on his back away. "Please don't talk to me anymore, okay? I'm so sorry, but please don't be mad at me." Jin Hyun looked blankly at his friend's sad gait, but he quickly realized something. He immediately became angry and turned around. His aura also surprised Mojin. He had never seen him so angry before. Jin Hyun walked straight past him and headed towards the classroom door. He quickly went in front of Lee San-min, who was leisurely putting his feet up on the table, and asked coldly, "Is that you?" Lee San-min pretended to be stupid and asked back, "What?" Jin Hyun didn't want to waste time with him, so he asked directly, "Mojin, did you hit him?" Lee San-min smiled faintly. It seemed like he found this very funny. He quickly stood up, turned to face Jin Hyun, and spoke. "If it were me, what would you do?" He put his hands in his pockets and looked at Jin Hyun with a provocative expression. His words made Jin Hyun so angry that he growled and scolded. "These bastards, what am I going to do?" Before Lee San-min could regain his composure, Jin Hyun gave him a punch in the face. Lee San-min was handsome just a second ago, but the next second he was knocked to the ground. He looked at the blood continuously flowing down his face with an expression of disbelief. This... Jin Hyun still had no intention of letting him go that easily. He immediately grabbed Lee San-min's collar from the ground. "These bastards, a punch from heaven once again punched him in the face." Jin Hyun asked angrily, "Why do you bully those weaker than you?" Actually, Jin Hyun also knows, "I'm so angry because I still remember that hellish past. It was really painful. I've thought about committing suicide many times. A group of people beat and trampled on me every day. I also desperately begged for it to stop. What did I do to you guys? I just want to know why." Lee San-min, standing behind, gave a cold smile when he heard the question. "It was just fun." Jin Hyun still clearly remembered his hateful face at that time. How surprised Jin Hyun was when he heard that answer. Was that all the reason for the torment he had to endure every day? He said it was just fun. Even let a person live like that. Returning to reality, Jin Hyun raised his voice and told him, "Don't pretend to be hurt, follow me out." At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out from behind Jin Hyun. "Where is this son of a bitch going?" "Fuck you!" A strong fist hit Jin Hyun's face. Jin Hyun was knocked to the ground and quickly saw the face of the fat guy in front of him, Kim Chung-wook. Fatty Kim Jang-gu responded with countless kicks. "Fuck you, nerd. If you're a nerd, you should live like one. Who do you think you are? I'll show you today." The students around saw Jin Hyun being beaten so fiercely and worriedly, whispered to each other, "He might be hurt. Should we stop it? This is horrible." Kim Chung-wook asked Jin Hyun in a loud voice, "How long do you think you can hold out?" Jin Hyun relied on what he learned from Coach Kim. He was covering his head with his hands, trying to minimize any damage as much as possible. Kim Chung-wook didn't know that behind the arm covering his face, Jin Hyun was activating the rage effect. A sudden punch hit Kim Chung-wook's face. Jin Hyun successfully used his hook punch skill. Fat guy Kim Chung-wook was surprised. "Did I just get beaten?" Before he could regain his composure, Jin Hyun quickly kicked him again. "It's not over yet." Kim Chung-wook was beaten so much for the first time. He angrily shouted, "Wait, this nerd thinks he can do something. I will kill you." He immediately raised his fist towards Jin Hyun. Unfortunately, he was no longer as weak as he was in his previous life. Just when he thought he was going to punch Jin Hyun in the face, he gently leaned to the side to avoid it, causing Kim Chung-wook to lean forward instead of jumping forward. This skill was quickly combined with the filling skill. Kim Chung-wook's face became even more swollen. But Jin Hyun shows no signs of stopping. A second slap quickly landed on Kim Chung-wook's face. Being beaten like that continuously, Kim Chung-wook finally fell to the ground dumbfounded. The students who had been watching were very surprised when they saw this. They whispered to each other, "Look, Kim Jin Hyun really defeated Kim Chung-wook, the strongest kid in the class." After dealing with his junior, Jin Hyun turned back to Lee San-min, who was sitting on the ground. "What are you planning to do, you dog? All of this happened because of you. Are you just going to sit there?" Jin Hyun quickly went to grab his shirt and called out in a harsh voice. Lee San-min quickly apologized to Hwang Mojin. Their faces were close together. Both of their eyes were extremely stubborn. Lee San-min's bullying has become a habit. Not realizing what he did wrong, he raised his voice and asked, "Sorry for what?" Still the same indifferent look. Jin Hyun was about to raise his fist to let him know what he was apologizing for. Suddenly, to everyone's surprise, Lee San-min finally opened his mouth and called out, "Hwang Mojin." "I won't do it again, I'm sorry," he said unwillingly, but he was afraid of Jin Hyun's fist, so he stopped. After receiving Lee San-min's not-so-sincere apology, Jin Hyun didn't want to make a big deal out of it. He just coldly warned him, "Next time it won't just be that, remember that." After that, Jin Hyun also stopped hitting. Lee San-min, who was sitting on the ground, also started to stand up. Although he was in a lot of pain, he didn't want everyone to see his humiliating appearance any longer. So he had no choice but to accept defeat to Jin-hyun this time, and then tried to put his arm around Kim Chung-wook's shoulder and leave the class. He still didn't forget to say to Jin-hyun, "Okay, it was our fault, so I'll be careful next time, okay?" Then Jin-hyun didn't reply anymore. He only waited until those two bastards left. Only then did he let out a tired sigh of relief. It was then that he suddenly realized, I won. I defeated those two bastards. That also showed him that he was no longer the same again. Everything has changed now. Jin-hyun unconsciously looked at his hands. Who would have thought that while he was thinking, his classmates suddenly rushed over and surrounded him, cheering non-stop, "Jin-hyun, you're amazing. We felt extremely satisfied when you beat those two guys. Lee San-min was a thorn in everyone's side when we were in high school, but thanks to you, we feel better now." Mojin's best friend also shyly spoke in a low voice. "Thank you, Jin-hyun. I'm very sorry about what I said earlier." Jin-hyun smiled happily and said, "It's okay. I see you're injured. Why don't you take care of them? Why are you worried about me?" Mojin asked tearfully. "Jin-hyun, are we still friends?" Jin-hyun sighed and replied, "Of course. Since when did that become a no?" He didn't expect Mojin to take things so seriously. Mojin was deeply moved. He immediately went forward and hugged Jin-hyun, crying, "Thank you for being a friend to someone like me. I won't let you down again." Jin-hyun leaned over to avoid the tears and snot that were sticking to his chest. "I understand. So can you let me go?" But it wasn't over yet. The next day, the homeroom teacher called him, "Kim Jin-hyun, follow me quickly." Jin-hyun quickly followed him. Seeing that angry face, he thought to himself, seeing that must be San-min's case. Then the students quickly went out to listen to the story. Everyone had somewhat guessed the reason. Mojin also felt very guilty. "It's my fault." On this side, Jin-hyun followed the other teacher to the teacher's room. The teacher sat down on the chair and asked Jin-hyun, "What did you do? I'm easy on you because you're a good student. But why did you cause such a big problem?" Jin-hyun calmly replied, "I don't understand what you mean, teacher." Looking at the teacher's face, he thought to himself, "I don't want to see this face." Hearing the teacher's answer, he angrily raised his voice, "You beat a student who is clearly an innocent person. Are you one of those street thugs?" Jin-hyun frowned. He thought that the Parents' Association and teachers must have heard about this, so Jin-hyun replied with a stern face, "Mojin is the victim of this. He was beaten by Kim Chung-wook and Lee San-min. Why are you denying the truth?" The teacher still looked annoyed. "What, those two are just boys?" Jin-hyun heard those unintentional words and immediately turned cold. They said they were beating Mojin for fun. The more he cried and begged, the more excited they became and beat him harder. "Why didn't you mention this? I just wanted to stop them as a friend, because otherwise Mojin would be bullied by them even more." The teacher was angry and said in a low voice, "You just need to kneel down and beg. It's just that." Then he realized that those words weren't quite right, so he calmed down and sat down on the chair. He held his head helplessly and said to Jin-hyun, "Boy, you don't know what Lee San-min and his family can do." Jin-hyun wondered and asked, "So what did they do to make you behave like that?" The teacher frowned and said awkwardly, "Shut up. I can't tell you. The Parents' Association and teachers are extremely panicked. They want you to be severely punished. After a meeting between the principal and the vice principal, they decided to expel you from school." Jin-hyun was very surprised when he heard that I was expelled. He immediately wanted to argue, "Expelling me through a fight is unreasonable. So what punishment did Lee San-min receive?" The teacher replied sternly, "No punishment at all." Jin-hyun clenched his fists in anger. Why did this happen? He caused trouble everywhere. And yet he didn't even receive any punishment. But I got expelled. He immediately argued loudly with the homeroom teacher, "I don't accept such a decision. If you want to expel me, you have to expel Lee San-min too." The teacher had no way to respond. "That will never be done, and the decision has already been made." Jin-hyun firmly replied, "Teacher, what is the rule regarding expulsion from Wooyin School? Any group that violates or fights will be forced to do cleaning work. Only if a student intentionally causes injury or bullies another student will they be expelled. So the one who should be expelled is Lee San-min, not me. This punishment is so unreasonable." The teacher was very angry when Jin-hyun raised his voice and pointed at his face and asked, "You dare to act like you're talking to me? How dare you talk to me with that attitude? No matter what you do, expulsion is expulsion." Just as Jin-hyun was about to reply, a voice suddenly interrupted the argument between the teacher and student. "Please stop." "We should stop here, sir." The two turned their heads to look at the door. Surprisingly, the person who said that was Lee San-min. Jin-hyun looked at him suspiciously. "Lee San-min." Even the teacher was surprised and asked, "Wait, San-min, what are you talking about?" Lee San-min walked in with a calm expression and said, "Because I'm the one who made the mistake. Please let this go." The teacher stood up in disbelief and continued asking, "But is that really fine?" Lee San-min said with a regretful face, "Please don't worry, teacher. It was my mistake, so I deserve to be expelled." The teacher immediately comforted him. What are you talking about? It's normal for friends to fight. Jin Hyun stood to the side, extremely suspicious that he came here for no reason. What is he thinking about? Lee San-min said to the homeroom teacher. Like I said, it's just a normal fight, so don't worry too much about it. The teacher replied with a kind expression. I understand. You can go back to class now. Just like that, Jin Hyun and Lee San-min returned to class to the curiosity of all their classmates. Jin Hyun didn't take his eyes off him. When they reached the classroom door, he finally couldn't help but reach out and pat his shoulder. Jin Hyun asked with a serious face, Be honest, what are you thinking? San-min pretended not to understand and asked again about what. Jin Hyun didn't want to beat around the bush, so he asked straight away, Why are you helping me? Lee San-min smiled faintly and said in a low voice, I think at least I don't feel guilty towards you, but I don't know. Then he turned around and left, surprising Jin Hyun and everyone else. If she hadn't known him before, Jin Hyun would have naturally found this guy cute. Unfortunately, he knew his true nature too well. He and his classmates silently looked at his figure and thought to themselves, What the hell is he thinking, that bastard? And so the uncomfortable but peaceful days passed, and the first midterm finally arrived. After Mojin finished, he tiredly leaned back in his chair and said, I did it all randomly. I think it would be easy if I did it randomly because I didn't know where to start. Jin Hyun, who was sitting next to him, immediately chimed in, Yes, it's hard for me too. Mojin heard that and immediately retorted, You're lying, right? I'm sure you'll be number one again. Jin Hyun didn't reply but thought to himself, Everyone has become very different since high school. Things haven't been easy even though I've lived a new life. In a short time, the scores were announced. The teacher posted the scorecard on the board and loudly announced, Check your scores. Anyone below average will have a hard time getting back up. Jin Hyun and his classmates quickly went to the board to see their scores. Ranking Kim Jin Hyun score 97.5 ranked first. Lee San-min score 96.8 ranked second and continued to be other excellent students. Mojin went to pull Jin Hyun's cheeks. See, you're number one again. I'll buy you spicy rice cakes and another game to celebrate. Lee San-min was also standing on the other side, silently looking at the scoreboard posted there. Then he walked past Jin Hyun with a mournful expression. Jin Hyun suspiciously called out in a low voice, Lee San-min. But he saw his hand reaching out. He actually walked past Jin Hyun, patted him on the shoulder and said, Congratulations. Jin Hyun looked at his departing back with a questioning expression. He said congratulations, but why does it feel so uncomfortable? He really is a strange guy. Mojin on this side still didn't know about that and was happy about his 39th place. On this side, Lee San-min went to a hidden corner and silently called out, Kim Jin Hyun. How dare you humiliate me like that? Lee San-min angrily clenched his fists. He revealed a sinister look on his face and said to himself, I will never forget this humiliation for the rest of my life. Let's put this story aside for now. Jin Hyun returns home. Because I was first in school too. His mother held the report card and kept praising, My son is as smart as I was when I was young. My mother is very happy with that. And my dad goes drinking whenever I come first. Looking at him staggering drunk back, the boy worriedly advised, Dad, you should drink less. The dad happily replied, Yes. Jin Hyun, do you know? Jin Hyun took his dad back to the room, covered him with a blanket and asked, Know what, Dad? The father hesitantly said, Your mother and I only have you. Jin Hyun sighed and smiled. Same as you. So, Dad, please drink less. Remembering the past in the previous life. Unfortunately, 2 years later, Dad had to leave the world because of the terrible cancer. If he continues to drink beer like this, it will promote the metastasis of cancerous tissue. Jin Hyun held out his fingers and started counting. I believe it's time. If I don't do it now, it might be too late later. Looking at his father, who was in a good mood, Jin Hyun took the opportunity to say, Dad, can I have a condition? The father nodded. My son. My lovely son. Of course. Seeing that he didn't seem sober enough to talk, Jin Hyun had to put the matter aside and said, Let's wait until tomorrow and talk about it. The next day at the dinner table, the mother worriedly asked her husband, Is your stomach okay? Why are you eating so much? The father was now holding his stomach and looking at the food table because he felt uncomfortable in his stomach. But he quickly remembered and asked, But Jin Hyun, did you want to ask me something yesterday? Jin Hyun chewed his rice and replied, I'll tell you after I finish eating. Hearing that the father was a bit puzzled, Really, you make me feel embarrassed. Mealtime passed quickly. At this moment, Jin Hyun handed an envelope to his father. Dad, take this. The father immediately opened it to see if there was money inside and was startled. Is this money? There's a lot of it. Jin Hyun, where did you get all that money from? Jin Hyun said with a serious face. Don't worry, Dad. I've been saving for a while. Before high school, I saved by doing jobs like delivering mail and some other things. The father shook his head. But what about this money? Your pocket money isn't that good either. You should keep it. Jin Hyun saw that and immediately raised his voice to remind, Dad promised to do something for you, right? With this money, I ask you to have a health check at the hospital. That's all, Dad. The father was stunned and asked him, Why did you check so suddenly? Did something happen? Jin Hyun didn't know what to say, he could only make excuses. Nothing special. It's just that everyone has a health check every day now. Also, I want to check if you're really well, so take this money, Dad. He thought to himself that wasn't a completely valid reason. 2 years later, my father passed away from stomach cancer. At this point, cancer cells may be growing all over his stomach. If we can find the tumor early, we can save my dad's life. Hopefully, the endoscopy can help my dad live. The mother saw her son being so thoughtful and happily praised him. Honey, our son is so sweet. But what about you, Mom? Jin Hyun smiled awkwardly and replied, I will save more for you, Mom. Dad will do a health check, right? The father pondered for a moment, then handed the stack of money to Jin Hyun and said, It's fine. Dad has no reason to go for a checkup. Hearing that, Jin Hyun panicked and argued with his father, but why? The father said in a low voice, Son, that's inevitable. Your dad is still young. He doesn't have any unusual symptoms, so I don't think he should do that. Besides, I don't want to use the money you saved. Jin Hyun couldn't calm down anymore and exclaimed, What if Dad gets sick? It might be too late to cure it. The father firmly replied, Jin Hyun, I'm very happy that you're still worried about my health, but really there's no reason to do this. In the future, if our family's restaurant doesn't get better, then let's think about it. And you should focus on your studies and let me do the work of making money. Jin Hyun was extremely panicked. What should I do? He never changes his mind once he has decided on something. But he couldn't pretend he didn't know. Jin Hyun gritted his teeth and made a decision. He raised his voice and asked his father, Did you say a man never breaks his promises? The father hesitated. Yes. Jin Hyun continued. But Dad promised me, so please go get a health check. That is my only wish. His eyes flashed with determination. The father was surprised to see his son like that look, and so even though it took a bit of time and money, he just sighed and agreed, Okay, I don't think I can refuse you anymore. I'll do as you say. Jin Hyun was extremely happy when he heard that. He quickly turned around and wanted to make a phone call. Then I will make an appointment at the hospital right away. The father nodded and handed the money back to him. But I will pay. I don't think I should use the money you've been saving every day. Jin Hyun didn't force him, but reached out to take it. Okay, if that's what you want. With his father's consent, Jin Hyun quickly turned around to make an appointment. Looking at her son's back, the mother said to her husband, You should be happy. You have a good son husband. Hearing those words, the father felt a bit embarrassed. Stupid son. I told him there's no need. Jin Hyun quickly called the hospital. Is this the O hospital? Yes, endoscopy. 2:00 p.m. How long does it take to get the results? Yes, I understand. Hanging up the phone, Jin Hyun silently thought to himself. Okay, everything is ready. But he was still very scared and started to struggle internally. What if it's really too late? No, he won't be fine by now. But he's been drinking a lot these past few days, so the tumor might have grown. Jin Hyun then returned to his room and sat thinking for so long that his mother had to step in and remind him. Jin Hyun, it's late. Are you going to study? Just like that, the day of the endoscopy came. Seeing his father leave neatly, Jin Hyun waved and said to him, I hope you're okay. His father acted as if nothing had happened and said to him, Don't worry too much. On the way to school, Jin Hyun was still in a state of anxiety. I want to go to the hospital with Dad, but I can't skip school. It has to be the first stage. The first stage. He kept repeating that sentence in his head. At lunch, he was also absent-minded, chewing and thinking. Mojin took the opportunity to pass his chopsticks over. Jin Hyun, give me this piece of meat. Sitting in class, Jin Hyun still can't concentrate. In the early stages, it can be cured by abdominal surgery and removing the tumor. Very quickly, the bell rang to end class. The teacher finally stopped the lecture. It was time. As soon as he finished speaking, Jin Hyun immediately carried his backpack and ran towards the classroom door. Sorry, teacher. I have something urgent to do, so I'll go home first. The teacher angrily shouted, What, you should stay until the end of class? But he couldn't stop his student. Jin Hyun ran like the wind, wanting to return home as quickly as possible. He was breathing heavily and opened the door, shouting, Dad, what's wrong? His mother heard the noise and jumped. Oh my God, you startled me. Jin Hyun lightly sweated as he walked to his mother and asked, What about the results? The mother hesitated. Oh, that looks like everything is fine. Jin Hyun couldn't believe his hands. What? At this moment, the father walked out of the room. Seeing his son's worried expression, he said, Okay, Jin Hyun, I'm fine. They said it was gastritis, but it was nothing serious, so we wasted money on nothing. Hearing that Jin Hyun was still very surprised and didn't understand, Why is that? Seeing his pale face, the father worriedly asked, You don't look well. Is something wrong with you? Jin Hyun bowed his head and softly replied, Dad, it's nothing. Thank God you went for a checkup. I'll go home first. Just like that, he turned and left to the surprise and doubt of his parents. Just walked out of the shop. Jin Hyun was still standing there deep in thought. He gritted his teeth in doubt. Is everything okay? As far as I remember, he will die of terminal cancer in 2 years. So there are two possible scenarios. Either my dad's stomach is really fine or my dad's gastroscopist made some mistake. Jin Hyun frowned and made up his mind. I need to find out the real cause of this problem. Don't know how much time has passed at this time at the hospital where the father went for a checkup. Jin Hyun was at the hospital. He slowly walked towards the nurse's reception area. The nurse smiled and asked him, "What's the matter? If you want to get a checkup, take a number at the front desk." Jin Hyun replied sternly, "Hello, I'm not here to get a checkup, but I need to verify the results of patient Kim Sang-min's endoscopy as his guardian." The nurse asked curiously, "Patient Kim Sang-min?" Jin Hyun nodded and gave her more information. "Yes, he came here for an endoscopy yesterday around 2:00 p.m. The nurse smiled and patted his head. "But you're the guardian. Don't worry. The doctor already told your father about the endoscopy results." Jin Hyun was embarrassed when someone touched his head and treated him like a child, thinking to himself, "This is because I'm too young. If I were a little older, then—" He tried to look serious and continued, "About the endoscopy results. There are a few things I want to talk to the doctor about, so I'm really looking forward to meeting him." The nurse frowned and replied, "He's probably busy right now. I'll ask him right away, but please wait a moment." After saying that, she turned around and dialed the number to connect with the endoscopist. "Yes, doctor. The guardian of patient Kim Sang-min, who had an endoscopy yesterday, wants to talk to you." The doctor was afraid of trouble, so he refused immediately without thinking, "But I'm busy right now, so I'll tell that person something and tell him to go." The nurse nodded. "Yes, doctor. I understand." He didn't think that Jin Hyun, who was standing nearby, had heard all of the doctor's words. According to the nurse, Jin Hyun turned around and refused. "No, that doctor is busy now. Besides, the endoscopy results yesterday were correct, so don't worry. Next time, if you can come here with your parents, we will explain the details to you." Jin Hyun thought that since he had come all the way here, he wouldn't just do it carelessly, so he continued to speak in a serious voice. "I understand that he is very busy, but there are some reasons why I need to talk to him right now. Although I am still young as the patient's guardian, the person who received the diagnosis has the right to request to meet that doctor, so please tell the doctor again." Seeing his determination, the nurse couldn't refuse and awkwardly continued to call, "Okay." She connected to the doctor again. "Doctor, the guardian I mentioned earlier, said he won't leave until he speaks to you." The doctor could only sigh in agreement. "What a bother. Bring him here now." Just like that, Jin Hyun was successfully taken by the nurse to the other doctor's private room. The nurse took him to sit on a chair outside and told him, "Wait here, he will call you when it's your turn." After waiting for dozens of minutes, Jin Hyun finally heard a voice calling, "Patient Kim Sang-min's guardian." Jin Hyun woke up and turned to go see the doctor. The doctor turned around when he saw him and was surprised. "A student? Why did you say you were the guardian?" Jin Hyun calmly replied, "I'm the son of patient Kim Sang-min." The doctor felt very annoyed, so he coldly said, "According to your father's results, there's nothing to worry about. There's some inflammation. I've explained everything to him in detail." Jin Hyun immediately asked, "Exactly what kind of inflammation is it?" The doctor replied, "It's chronic gastritis. I've already mentioned this to your father." Jin Hyun continued to ask him, "So is it corrosive or mutated? Is there any possibility of it leading to cancer?" The doctor was surprised to see him asking so many technical questions. "What?" But he quickly thought to himself, he must have done some research before coming here. Anyone can do that nowadays. So he replied, "It's a typical erosive gastritis caused by high blood pressure." Jin Hyun asked again, "What about the stomach wall?" The doctor hesitated. "That's—" he now vaguely remembered. "Wait, I wonder if I've checked that place thoroughly." Jin Hyun took the opportunity to ask, "Is there any typical case of spontaneous bleeding in the stomach wall?" The doctor relied on his hazy memory and gritted his teeth to reply, "No." Jin Hyun couldn't feel at ease and immediately made a request. "I'm sorry, but can I look at the pictures of the endoscopy myself?" The doctor heard that and got angry. "What you said is not true. If you only care about that problem, then leave here because there are many other patients waiting." Jin Hyun loudly begged, "Please, I'm really worried about my dad. I need to look at those pictures." The doctor felt very annoyed, so he loudly called the nurse outside. "Nurse, please call the next patient." The embarrassed nurse walked away and said to Jin Hyun, "The doctor has to see the next patient, so—" Who would have thought Jin Hyun would suddenly blurt out, "medical punishment." According to Article 21 of the Medical Code, a physician who performs a medical examination on a patient must ensure that the patient's medical records are kept and that any legal blood relatives of the patient are notified. If you avoid my request or question, you are in violation of the medical code. The doctor didn't expect him to know so much. He wanted to find a reason to reply, "This is because—" But after thinking about it again, he quickly compromised. "Okay." The doctor started to open the computer screen and said annoyedly, "Just look at the pictures you want." The stomach pictures were quickly shown and the doctor said to Jin Hyun, "Come and take a look. This red area is also inflamed. It is nothing more than inflammation." Jin Hyun looked at his finger and thought to himself, "There's no cancer above middle below." But he suddenly saw something and panicked patted the doctor's shoulder. Wait, show that picture again. Let me see the 18th picture again. The doctor was a bit startled. The 18th picture. He quickly flashed it and it said, "Here, look. Okay, if you're done, then get out of here." Seeing this photo clearly, Jin Hyun's expression became serious. He coldly pointed at the screen and asked the doctor, "Here, right here. What is this in this 18 photo?" The doctor was annoyed. "What are you talking about?" Jin Hyun pointed at the photo with his trembling hands. "Here. Isn't that a tumor? There's definitely something up there." The doctor was now surprised. His whole body was covered in sweat. He silently denied, "What, impossible?" He tried to justify his negligence in the examination. "That's inflammation." "No, it's just inflammation," Jin Hyun replied coldly. "At this point, you still deny it. This is a gastric fold near the weak stomach wall. Although it is difficult to see, there is still a small amount of blood from there. And this is gastric cancer, but you say this is inflammation." The doctor turned pale and thought about the reason and said to him, "That's because this matter." He quickly changed the subject. "But wait, how do you know all this?" Jin Hyun coldly replied, "That doesn't matter. I'm just a student." The doctor looked panicked. "This is a very small tumor. It's only in the early stages and it's in a difficult-to-see location, so only skilled doctors can do it. Not only that, you can also confirm that this is a cancerous tumor right away." Jin Hyun didn't know what to say. He just sighed and didn't answer. He wanted to focus on the main thing, which was his father's condition right now. He asked the doctor, "Give me copies of the test results. I'll go to another hospital to handle it." The doctor quickly photocopied it. "I understand." He wrapped it up carefully and gave it to Jin Hyun, saying, "Here." Nothing more to say, Jin Hyun took the stack of documents and turned to leave. Unexpectedly, when he walked out the door, he heard the doctor calling, "Hey you." "I missed it. I'm sorry," the doctor said miserably. As a longtime doctor, Jin Hyun also sympathized with his mistake. "I understand that anyone can make mistakes. However, you need to learn more about medical knowledge for the benefit of your patients as well as yourself." The doctor heard that and was so embarrassed that he was speechless and didn't know what to say. He clenched his fists. It was unclear whether he was angry at Jin Hyun's words or his own weakness. Damn it. One fine day. Jin Hyun on the bus turned to call his mother, "Mom, we're here." The mother was startled and opened her eyes. "I fell asleep." Jin Hyun smiled and asked, "Mom slept quite late yesterday. You must be tired, right?" The mother replied, "No, Dad looks even more tired. My son looks so handsome today." Jin Hyun smiled and turned to look at the building behind him. "This place is Korea University Hospital, the reason why my family is here today. My dad couldn't believe that cancer cells were growing in his stomach. However, I do not have enough courage to tell him that the sadness and despair will be caused by him and our family in the next 2 years. Anyway, he wouldn't believe a word from a high school student like me. So I made an appointment with the director of cancer treatment at Korea University Hospital, Professor Choi Dae-won." The appointment day came very quickly. Today my family rushed to prepare to go to the hospital. After getting off the bus, the family of 3 quickly walked into the hospital. Different from the happy look just now, Jin Hyun discovered that his mother's face had turned pale and her hands were shaking non-stop. He immediately went to pat her shoulder to reassure her, "Don't worry too much, Mom." The mother sighed and smiled faintly. "Yes, it's all thanks to you. We found the cancer in your father's stomach quite early." Seeing that she had calmed down a bit, Jin Hyun now had time to look around. At this moment, he suddenly discovered a very prominent red car on the other side. Jin Hyun recognized it as a sports car from the Bentley brand. It was Lee San-min's car. He drove it everywhere when he was in high school. Jin Hyun suddenly felt very tense. He reassured himself, "It's probably just a similar car. There's no reason for that bastard to be here." The whole family continued to go to the service counter. Jin Hyun went up and said to the nurse, "We have an appointment with Kim Sang-min." The nurse looked at the screen for a bit and nodded. "Yes, Mr. Kim Sang-min, we have your appointment here." The 3 were quickly guided to a row of chairs to wait. The mother sitting in the middle looked around and started to get a little worried. There are a lot of patients. The man looked very sick with a white bandage wrapped around his head. On the other side, other doctors are also very busy helping patients with difficulty breathing. The mother panicked again and turned to her son. "Jin Hyun, will he be okay? Your father has cancer." The father sitting next to her frowned and replied, "Do you believe that quack? It hasn't been confirmed yet. Don't imagine too much." The mother argued back, "Put yourself in my shoes and you'll understand how I feel." At this moment, the nurse inside came out and called out, "Mr. Sang-min, please come to the doctor's office." Jin Hyun's father, on the other hand, was in a very relaxed mood, stood up and said, "Come here right away." The whole family walked together toward the main door into the doctor's office. The father calmly went up to open the door. He seemed in disbelief that he was sick. As soon as the door opened, a very pleasant voice greeted, "Hello, Mr. Sang-min. He is here because of the cancerous tumor seen in his gastroscopy. The man who just spoke is the famous gastric cancer specialist, Professor Choi Dae-won." Seeing Mr. Jin Hyun suddenly got a little excited and secretly called out, "Professor Choi." In my previous life, I was taught a lot by Professor Choi in Dai Il Hospital. In my previous memory, he was quite scary, but now he looks very young and gentle. It feels so strange. Even though Jin Hyun thought so, he put that feeling aside and handed the professor a stack of documents and said, "These are his gastroscopy photos and medical history." Choi Daewon reached out to take it. Then he asked, "Is this student your son?" Jin Hyun immediately replied, "Yes, I am the guardian." The professor was surprised when he heard that, the guardian. He quickly opened the image file to look at it carefully. He said in a low voice, "This is—" The father interrupted a little impatiently. "What does it look like, doctor?" The professor said in a low voice, "I have carefully examined these photos. It's really stomach cancer, there's no way it's wrong." These words were like a thunderbolt to the couple. The mother became very worried and asked, "What should we do, doctor? Is he going to die?" The professor smiled calmly and reassured them, "There's nothing to worry about, it can be cured." The mother was agitated. Really? Only then could Jin Hyun let go of the heavy stone in his heart and let out a sigh. The professor continued to explain to them, "Stomach cancer has early and late stages. The late stage will end in death, but early stage cancer can be cured. Your husband's cancer is only in the early stages. According to analysis, it can be cured about 90%. The whole family was very happy to hear that. It was considered lucky. At this time, the professor raised his voice and asked again, "But the tumor looked so small that there were no symptoms. How could you know he had stomach cancer to do a gastroscopy?" At this moment, when Jin Hyun's mother received the professor's sudden question, she was a bit surprised at first. However, she immediately put on a very proud expression, clapped Jin Hyun's hand, who was standing next to her, and bragged to the professor, "Our son was very worried and forced his father to get an endoscopy. If it were my husband, he would never go for an examination." Hearing Jin Hyun's mother say this, even the professor had to nod and tell his father that his son saved his life. However, Jin Hyun's father looked at the professor's relieved expression and became even more afraid. He couldn't help but quickly ask again, "What do you mean, professor?" So the professor also answered very seriously that we can treat it completely because we have found it. At this point, the professor paused a bit as if thinking, then he slowly continued, "If you don't have an endoscopy, in 1 or 2 years the tumor will grow and metastasize to other internal organs." Hearing this, Jin Hyun's father seemed to be trying very hard to resist the trembling of his whole body. He tried to keep himself from collapsing and silently continued to listen to the professor warn that his son's concern for his health saved his father. And this type of stomach cancer can be easily removed and treated. I believe the doctor who performed this gastroscopy is quite experienced. The professor was very pleased and praised the doctor who performed the endoscopy on Jin Hyun's father. But Jin Hyun's father immediately affirmed that it was not done by a doctor, but was found by my son. After hearing this, the professor was a bit surprised. He rubbed his chin in disbelief and asked Jin Hyun's father in doubt, "Your son?" So without waiting for Jin Hyun's father to speak again, Jin Hyun's mother hurriedly boasted to the professor that, at the hospital the doctor just said it was simply gastritis, but my son went back to the hospital and reviewed the endoscopy photo and discovered it was cancer. Hearing Jin Hyun's mother say these words, the professor was naturally a little incredulous, wondering, how could he do what a doctor should do? However, even though he didn't believe it in his heart, he still responded to Jin Hyun's parents with a gentle, "I understand." Then he told himself, she must have just been bragging about him. The professor then stopped talking about who found the tumor. He started fiddling with some data files on the screen and continued, "Anyway, we still need to do the treatment, that's the hard part." Jin Hyun's entire family was almost shocked to the point of being speechless when they heard the professor calmly say, "The treatment is possible, but the location of the tumor is quite difficult. I'm afraid we need to remove part of his stomach." So, in the confusion and anxiety, Jin Hyun's father hurriedly wanted to ask the professor again, "While the tumor is very small, do we have to remove part of the stomach?" Hearing that the professor did not hide anything and immediately replied, "Yes, based on your stomach endoscopy image, I think we need to remove part of the stomach because the tumor is located in a very special place." Hearing this, Jin Hyun's father seemed to know that he couldn't do anything else, so he started asking the professor, "What about complications, doctor?" The professor was still very calm and straightforward. "Of course there are." Following that statement, the doctor seemed to be a bit concerned as he pondered while looking at the image of Jin Hyun's father's stomach on the screen, and said, "It's best to cut as little as possible, but it's in such a difficult position." The professor had no idea that Jin Hyun had been paying close attention to every single one of his expressions and actions. So when he saw his expression, he became worried about the after effects of the surgery. Jin Hyun finally couldn't keep quiet anymore. He politely called out to the person opposite, "Professor, what's the matter, student?" The professor also very gently asked what Jin Hyun wanted to say to him. Jin Hyun, at this time, after countless hours of worrying and pondering, finally he was not afraid of revealing his identity as a time traveler anymore. Just because he was too worried about his father, he directly asked the professor, "Is it possible if we do a surgery using an endoscope to remove the tumor?" Jin Hyun said all these words from beginning to end in a calm and cautious tone, just like when he was a doctor in his previous life. So when he heard them in the doctor's ears, it completely shocked him. So after Jin Hyun said his opinion, he kept waiting, but the professor didn't reply. So Jin Hyun didn't dare say anything more, he just stood there with expectant eyes looking at the professor. But the professor kept silent. I don't know if it was because he doubted Jin Hyun's ability, or if he was carefully considering the question to answer him. But because he was too worried, even at his teenage years, Jin Hyun knew that what he said was not trustworthy at all. So he could only find an excuse to add, according to what I've researched. By using endoscopy techniques for treatment, we can cure the disease without having to remove the stomach and can minimize the side effects. I believe it will be better than removing most of the stomach. Listening to Jin Hyun, the professor finally spoke up and replied, that's right. However, the endoscope cannot work when the tumor is located too deep in the stomach. In your father's case, the tumor has spread to the stomach folds. This means that the cancer cells may have penetrated deeper into the stomach lining. After finishing his long speech, the professor suddenly felt a bit smug. He didn't even bother to look at Jin Hyun, but just rested his chin on his hand and closed his eyes, thinking to himself, he doesn't understand what I'm saying. But perhaps he himself didn't expect that in the next second he would be so shocked that he would open his eyes wide to see clearly. When Jin Hyun not only understood everything he said, but also replied very clearly and knowledgeably that the stomach wrinkles are not very deep. The tumor is still very small, so I believe that the tumor has no chance to penetrate the stomach lining. We can check how deep it is with endoscopic ultrasound and try to treat it. If it has penetrated too deeply, we can try to remove it completely. Jin Hyun calmly said, to the astonishment of both his parents and the professor in front of him. The professor had an expression as if he was seeing a ghost. He directly ignored Jin Hyun's father's illness and asked him, wait, how does a student like you know this kind of knowledge? So Jin Hyun pretended to be ignorant. He quickly scratched his head looking worried, then answered, I studied by myself before coming to the hospital. I'm sorry if there's anything wrong. Listening to Jin Hyun saying this, the professor still couldn't believe it. He used his doubtful eyes and probing eyes to try to question Jin Hyun once more. Did you learn it yourself? While he asked Jin Hyun this question, he couldn't suppress his doubts. He's lying, those things can't possibly be in the book, this is unbelievable, the professor thought very carefully. On Jin Hyun's parents' side, his mother was so happy that she forgot that her husband had cancer. For the first time all day long, she smiled proudly. She patted her son's head and proudly said to the professor, my son is very good. After he focused on studying, he always ranked first. Hearing Jin Hyun's mother say that Jin Hyun's father, although still worried about the terrible cancer, did not forget to jump in and say, like father, like son. Just this one sentence successfully made Jin Hyun's mother go crazy, to the point that Jin Hyun had to stand up and advise the two of them, come on parents. While the whole family was arguing, the professor on this side was still bewildered by Jin Hyun's talent. He tried to calm himself down by telling himself, it's impossible. No matter how smart you are, how can that be possible? Thinking about it, the professor finally returned to the main topic. He pretended to be unnatural and coughed a few times, then slowly told Jin Hyun's family, your idea is very good. I agree with you. After saying that, he turned to Jin Hyun's father and instructed, you should stay in the hospital. Yes, professor. Jin Hyun's father also responded very cooperatively. After that day, everything went pretty smoothly. After that, Jin Hyun's father had to go through many tests. Fortunately, the tumor had not penetrated deep into his stomach, so he was accepted for treatment instead of having most of his stomach removed. On the day Jin Hyun's father was pushed into operating room number 2, Jin Hyun's mother and son were always on duty outside. Both mother and son were extremely worried, not wanting to say anything to each other. Jin Hyun was always silent, as if he had something on his mind. His mother just sat to the side, constantly praying for Jin Hyun's father to survive. No matter how worried or insecure she was as a mother, she never forgot to reassure Jin Hyun. Your father is fine. Jin Hyun, although he wasn't much better off than his mother, tried his best to smile to ease her tension. Don't worry too much, Mom, he said gently. And then just like that, silence enveloped the mother and son, sitting in the quiet hallway of the hospital, until 2 hours had passed on the wall clock that Jin Hyun seemed to have looked at countless times throughout the morning today. While Jin Hyun was still worriedly bowing his head and thinking to himself, the chance of success is 80%, but I'm still worried, the professor slowly walked out of the operating room door. As soon as he lifted his feet out of there, not knowing if he had time to breathe, Jin Hyun's mother rushed over and asked urgently, Professor, is everything okay? When she finished asking this question, the doctor still didn't say anything. He just slowly took off his mask and smiled gently at the mother and daughter. This smile was also the answer to Jin Hyun's mother's question. Then the professor did not forget to reassure both mother and child in a very sincere voice, the surgery was successful, don't worry mother and child. As soon as he heard what he said, both Jin Hyun's mother and he were overjoyed. They didn't know what else to do, but immediately bow their heads and say to the professor, "Thank you very much." Seeing this, the professor rubbed his hands together, in embarrassment, expressing that, "There's no need to do that." Then he turned his attention back to Jin Hyun. It seemed like he was a bit uncomfortable, so it took him a while to call out to him, and then stopped for a moment. But then Jin Hyun kept waiting, but he didn't hear him say anything. He called him, and then sighed as if he had something difficult to say, and then calmly said, "Forget it." Then he just gently patted Jin Hyun's shoulder a few times, and that was it. After that important surgery, Jin Hyun's father was also pushed to a regular ward a few days later. A good sign was that his father seemed to recover very quickly after the surgery. Today, as usual, Jin Hyun also visited his father. Every day he asked his father if he was okay. "If there's anything that's uncomfortable, just tell me." Jin Hyun's father is almost completely recovered today. He heard Jin Hyun's voice, so he immediately sat up and scolded, "You shouldn't have come here to visit me. I'm about to be discharged from the hospital." Jin Hyun knew that his father was worried about his studies, so he immediately reassured him, "Although it's better than having my stomach removed, you need to rest well and take care of your body until you're completely recovered. I can study here. Dad, don't worry." Jin Hyun smiled and showed his father the book. Seeing that his father could only helplessly sigh, "What a stubborn child." Then he let Jin Hyun decide for himself. Just then the professor came to visit the patient as usual. The professor and Jin Hyun's father seemed to have become much closer. The professor didn't even bother to use honorifics with Jin Hyun's father and asked him directly as soon as he entered, "Do you still have a stomachache?" "Oh, professor, I'm fine," Jin Hyun's father replied confidently. Hearing that, the professor nodded slightly and then said, "The results of this last endoscopic ultrasound are quite good. You will be allowed to leave the hospital within the next few weeks or until your body has fully recovered." Then the professor suddenly paused a bit at this point. He once again looked at Jin Hyun meaningfully. Then he doubtfully asked him again, "Are your opinions really written in the book?" "Yes, of course." Jin Hyun was very nervous when asked, but still tried to maintain his politeness and answered. At this point, the professor had no way to doubt Jin Hyun anymore. He looked at him and couldn't help but secretly think, a genius beyond his years. That's the most reasonable answer I could think of right now. Thinking about it, he immediately acted friendly, leaned closer and asked Jin Hyun, "Are you still going to school? I heard you're at the top of your class. Which university are you aiming for?" Jin Hyun was suddenly asked a lot of questions by his grandfather. At first he was a bit confused, then he slowly scratched his head and shyly replied, "I think it's Korean University." As soon as he heard these two medical words come out of Jin Hyun's mouth, the professor was so moved that he exclaimed, "Really?" As soon as he heard these two medical words come out of Jin Hyun's mouth, the professor was so moved that he exclaimed, "Really?" He immediately patted Jin Hyun's shoulder hard and said, "If possible, you must go to Korea University Medical School and become my student," the professor said very calmly. Jin Hyun was shocked. His eyes widened as if he couldn't believe what he had just heard. Seeing Jin Hyun's exaggerated expression, the professor immediately pressured him and asked, "Don't you agree?" So Jin Hyun immediately shook his head and replied, "No, it's not like that. It's just that this is too sudden." Hearing that, the professor gently said to Jin Hyun, "I believe you will become a famous doctor and save thousands of lives." Then, before leaving the hospital room, the professor did not forget to tell Jin Hyun, "When you get into Korean University of Medicine, come find me." After hearing these words from the professor, Jin Hyun was also a bit surprised and wondered, "Does he want me to become his student?" Then, as soon as this thought flashed, Jin Hyun quickly reminded himself that Professor Choi Daewon student relationship is not simply a teacher-student relationship. Then, while Jin Hyun was still pondering, "I'm not really interested in being a gastroenterologist," his father beside him worriedly asked him, "Professor Choi is so great, but you don't seem to like him. I think you should choose a career as a doctor, a noble job like Professor Choi." Speaking up to this point, it seemed that he was afraid of putting pressure on Jin Hyun, so his father didn't forget to add a sentence, "It depends on your decision." Jin Hyun heard that and was in the middle of thinking, so he blurted out, "It's very good, but I already have my choice, Dad." "So, what is it?" His father was very curious and asked right away, but Jin Hyun still didn't answer his father right away, because at this moment he was still remembering the image of himself in his previous life. Remembering the days when someone could always run in and say, "Doctor, we have a problem with a critically ill patient." At times like that, Jin Hyun in his previous life always ignored everything, and every time he answered, "I'll be there right away," and ran off to save the person. Jin Hyun himself knows that saving patients is his responsibility. A doctor who lives for others is the path he chose in the past. But because of that life, Jin Hyun's previous life was full of tragedy. So right now he made up his mind that before he became that bad again, he would live a new life. Thinking of this, Jin Hyun couldn't help but smile smugly. Then he said to his father without any shame, "I want to enter the industry." "Dermatology," Jin Hyun confidently declared. Then, not knowing what he was thinking, he suddenly put on a very sinister expression and laughed alone, leaving his father sitting on the side, not understanding why his son wanted to choose dermatology. Putting that aside, Jin Hyun was now tiredly walking out of the room, constantly stretching and relaxing. He secretly complained, "Sitting in the wrong position while studying makes my back hurt so much," so he moved his arms back and forth to do a few sit-ups. At this moment, he suddenly heard the sound of a loud bang not far from him. Jin Hyun curiously stood against the wall, wanting to see who was fighting in the hallway. He jumped when he realized that a figure he was very familiar with was standing next to him. "Damn Lee San-min, why is he here? This is too much of a coincidence." Looking at Lee San-min's face right now, it doesn't look like the arrogant look he usually shows at school. Jin Hyun was very curious. Who is he talking to? He looks serious. The conversation was not only serious, but also very tense. It seemed that no one had any intention of giving in to the other. Looking at the other man, Jin Hyun silently speculated, "An acquaintance or brother? I didn't hear anything from them, but they seemed very upset. Why would we talk about something else in this place?" Jin Hyun was very curious, but because he was far away, he didn't know what the other two were talking about. But suddenly, he saw some shocking scene. The arrogant Lee San-min was slapped in the face by the man without any mercy. Lee San-min was knocked back. His face still had that determined look. He did not give up but angrily glanced at the other man. And so the two of them continued to argue, despite the fact that it was a quiet hospital hallway. A few minutes later, the two people could not reach a common voice and angrily turned away. Jin Hyun immediately leaned over to avoid the man from seeing him. He still didn't understand the current situation. "Did you two fight? What's going on?" "Come on, Jin Hyun, don't poke your nose into other people's business." Even though I told myself so, I always wondered why I couldn't concentrate on studying. Not long after my father was discharged from the hospital without any problems. Professor Daewon finally announced that, through many tests, it was found that there was no problem with his stomach anymore. The father breathed a sigh of relief and turned to his son gratefully. "Son, you helped me." Jin Hyun smiled happily. "No, it's not just because you tried to recover." The mother immediately interjected. "What about Mom? Do you think Mom is sick?" Jin Hyun smiled and promised her, "Yes, when I go to college, I'll definitely get you checked out after I get a part-time job." The mother happily patted his shoulder. "Okay, Mom can't use Jin Hyun's money, right, Mom? Just kidding." Jin Hyun also laughed. "Okay." He thought to himself, maybe Mom won't need to check. He finally completely let go of the burden that he had feared for so long and breathed a sigh of relief. Jin Hyun looked back at himself with his previous appearance. He knew that everything had really changed. The world I used to live in will no longer exist. I will live a real life with parents and simple, happy questions like now. What's for dinner? A happy life with my family. Jin Hyun feels his future is more worth looking forward to. After many tests and many exams, the first semester exam finally ended. Mojin yawned and complained as usual after the exam. "My head hurts so much." He turned to ask, "Hey, Jin Hyun, did you do well on the test?" But he quickly pouted and asked himself, "But anyway, you definitely got first place. You did the test without breaking a sweat." Jin Hyun smiled and let out a breath, saying, "It was so hard that even I couldn't handle it." Mojin stood up, grabbed his neck, poked his finger into Jin Hyun's face and scolded. "You liar!" He leaned into Jin Hyun's ear and asked softly, "Do you plan to win first place forever?" Jin Hyun also did not deny and smiled, saying, "We will know after the results come out. Can you do the test well?" Mojin replied with a cheerful expression, "I don't know either." Jin Hyun looked at that expression and whispered, "Look at his confident face." A few days after the summer vacation was about to begin, the teacher stood on the podium and announced to the students, "You did very well. Keep studying. Even though you have summer vacation, you still have to study. I have your final results in my hand. Look at them and see if you should study hard for the next semester." The whole class immediately looked bored and tired. The teacher angrily shouted, "Be quiet. I will post the rankings on the board. Go up there and look at them yourself. Take your report card home and give it to your parents to sign." The students still had to go to the board to see the results, but they continued to complain, "It's the end of the year, teacher. I failed. My mom will kill me. Damn, I failed. I got this even though I played randomly. I hope I'm not at the bottom." Mojin also jostled behind the crowd trying to find his name on the results board. The result that hit him was still Kim Jin Hyun in first place. Mojin happily put his arm around Jin Hyun's shoulder. "See, you're in first place again." Jin Hyun replied, "Really? What about you?" Mojin happily boasted, "Don't be surprised, I'm 23rd. Jin Hyun was surprised when he heard that. "Really, you jumped 2 or 3 places in one semester?" Mojin said very proudly, "Just a little bit more to catch up with you." Jin Hyun was moved to tears. Jin Hyun was very happy. Mojin was a little shy. "Are you my mother?" After joking around, Jin Hyun looked at his score on the board and thought to himself, "I got first place, but my average score only increased by 0.6 points. I'm still quite far behind Lee San-min. He must be very angry I took his position." At this moment, Lee San-min walked towards Jin Hyun with a mocking expression. "Hey, Jin Hyun, congratulations." Hearing this, he knew it was nothing good. Jin Hyun wasn't interested in beating around the bush with him, so he immediately asked, with a dark face, "What does this bastard want?" Mojin saw the tense situation and immediately reminded his friend, "Calm down, buddy." Lee Sanmin shrugged his shoulders and said with an attitude, "I can't believe you're that good." Jin Hyun coldly said, "There's not much difference between us." Lee Sanmin laughed, "You're too modest. You can't imagine the difference between first and second place. It's like day and night." He emphasized the last 4 words on purpose. His face also turned cold. "You study all day and night without entertainment or games. I don't think I can do like you, bookworm. This is summer vacation. What about going to the internet? You probably don't know what a computer is. You only know how to study. You definitely don't know anything. Sit and study, study, study." Mojin hid behind Jin Hyun and angrily replied, "Jin Hyun won't do childish things like you." The fat guy and his friend stepped forward and chimed in, "Sanmin, if we go with someone who doesn't know what fun is, it'll be boring. Let's just go with the 2 of us. A first-class gentleman who only knows how to study." "Oh no, we have angered Mr. First Class." "Oh, just study until the end of the summer, you nerds." Hearing those constant taunts, even Moin got angry. "You." They thought Jin Hyun would keep quiet like that, but before the other 2 were about to leave, he suddenly raised his voice and said, "I'm going to that damn internet cafe." Lee Sanmin looked disdainful. "Are you serious? Have you ever touched the keyboard?" Jin Hyun coldly asked, "Solo or team, I can handle all the matches. I will crush you like shit under my hands." Just like that, before Jin Hyun's bold declaration, the few of them went together to the nearby game shop. Jin Hyun sat there feeling a bit nostalgic. "Why do I miss this cigarette smell so much? How long has it been? If I could smoke once, I would wish time would pass faster." At this time, the fat guy Kim Chung-wook looked at him with disdain and said, "Don't ask me everything in the game because I don't have time for it." Jin Hyun frowned and replied, "Shut up and get ready." Chung-wook stared at Jin Hyun angrily. Looking at his keyboard movements, he was a bit suspicious and thought to himself, "Why does this guy look like a professional?" But he quickly reassured himself, "But he's definitely just acting. I will torture you without mercy, you fool." Thinking so, Kim Chung-wook excitedly made a suggestion. "It's no fun playing normally. How about a bet the loser has to follow the winner's words? If you're scared, you can just not participate, don't worry." Jin Hyun agreed without thinking. "Let's bet, but don't go home when the time comes." Kim Chung-wook was extremely pleased and thought to himself, "What an idiot. Do you think games are as easy as studying?" Mojin sat next to him and cried, worried for his friend. "Jin Hyun, you can't think it's easy because it's just a game." He turned to Jin Hyun and suggested, "Jin Hyun, I think Bodos will be more suitable for beginners like you. It's easier to control. Besides, just create some basic soldiers, and I'll fight them." Jin Hyun calmly replied, "It's fine, I think I'll choose random." Mojin cried and shook him, asking, "Why, if so, we'll definitely lose." Lee Sanmin sat on this side, boredly resting his chin on his hand and thinking to himself, "We'll definitely win. It makes me feel so bored." Kim Chung-wook sat on this side and asked with a faint smile, "Should we kill Mojin first?" Lee Sanmin confidently laughed, "This battle won't end in just 10 seconds, right?" On this side, Mojin was shocked when he realized they started attacking. How can I handle both of them? Done this, Jin Hyun only knows how to study. The world of gamers is very difficult to understand. Unexpectedly at this moment he heard angry shouts from the 2 guys on the other side. Mojin looked at the screen in surprise and was amazed to find out, "Why are we winning?" Lee Sanmin and Kim Chung-wook looked surprised. "Why are we losing like this?" While in a daze, Mojin heard Jin Hyun calling out, 3 o'clock Lee Sanmin's castle. Mojin was stunned. "What can you do? I understand." Just like that, except for Jin Hyun's calm expression. The remaining 3 people were all surprised, tense and surprised. The match finally ended with Mojin's scream, "We win." He was so excited that he slid down the road like he was celebrating a soccer goal. Kim Chung-wook gritted his teeth in anger, unable to believe he had lost. "What the hell?" he shouted angrily. "This is just the warm-up. Let's have another game." Jin Hyun smiled faintly. "If you like it, it's fine, as many matches as you like," Mojin asked with a trembling voice. "Jin Hyun, when did you learn to play these things?" Jin Hyun smiled. "I played a little bit before." Mojin asked in surprise, "What, just a little?" "This isn't the skill of someone who's only played a little." Jin Hyun smiled, thinking to himself, "I did play a little before. A little more than 10 years, right? In the past, failing the university entrance exam 4 times, made me addicted to this game. My skills don't seem to fade after all these years. If I remember correctly, my record is 3,500 wins and 700 losses. On this side, the fat guy Chung-wook was shaking with anger. "This is not right at all." "We lost again." Jin Hyun smiled and reminded them, "Don't forget the bet." Lee Sanmin stood up from his chair and walked towards Jin Hyun, calling him, "Kim Jin Hyun, let's have another round." It seems that this Lee Sanmin still hasn't recovered after being defeated for several more rounds like that. Jin Hyun wondered, why are they trying so hard to win? But he still readily agreed, "Okay." Jin Hyun looked at the screen and wondered, what's the situation at Chade Beach? It seems like they really don't want to lose. Jin Hyun sighed and smiled faintly, then focused on typing again. He thought to himself, but maybe today isn't your day anymore. Very quickly after that, the angry voices of the other two rang out again. What, we lost again? He gritted his teeth and looked at Jin Hyun, cursing silently. This bastard, doesn't he just know how to study all day? He can fight. He can play games. How can he do that? Kim Chung-wook suddenly got smart and had the thought, is this guy from the future or not? At this moment, Jin Hyun smiled and looked at the angry fat guy. If you bet, don't turn your back. Kim Chung-wook gritted his teeth and asked, so what do you want? Jin Hyun immediately raised his voice to make his request. Don't take money from other kids, at least in our class. Kim Chung-wook was a bit surprised at first, but he quickly stood up with a cold face and threatened Jin Hyun. Who do you think you are to dare to poke your nose into our business? Everything has its limits. Do you understand? A hand was placed on Kim Chung-wook's shoulder. Lee San-min appeared behind him and stopped him, saying, okay, we can do it. Chung-wook, we can do it, right? Kim Chung-wook asked his comrades in dissatisfaction, what, why? Lee San-min closed his eyes and calmly said, a bet is a bet, and it's not good for us to keep bullying our friends like this. Kim Chung-wook was still very unconvinced and wanted to continue arguing, but San-min. Lee San-min glanced at him coldly. Chung-wook, listen to me. Understand. Seeing that cold gaze, Chung-wook flinched. He finally shut up. Jin Hyun crossed his arms and said, I hope it's not an empty statement, Lee San-min replied with a dignified expression. Okay, trust me. Jin Hyun heard that and pouted, looking at him with a face of disbelief. Lee San-min immediately asked, What's with that face of yours? I don't remember doing anything bad before. Jin Hyun thought to himself, yeah, he's right. At this point, Lee San-min continued to suggest, why don't we play some more realistic games instead of these? Jin Hyun crossed his arms. He knew it wasn't anything good, but still asked, what the hell is that, reality? Lee San-min chuckled and replied, well, it might be too much for you. Drinking, you know. Hearing those two words, both Jin Hyun and Mojin were surprised. Mojin asked with a pale face, drinking, we're not even allowed yet. Lee San-min immediately provoked them. It's a bit too much for you, isn't it? Jin Hyun was silent. He knew this guy definitely just wanted to win this once, but is he always this competitive? Kim Chung-wook cooperated very well, turned to Lee San-min and said, it's over, San-min. A bookworm like him shouldn't drink. Lee San-min also looked disappointed and sighed. Just one sip and you're already drunk. Look at this scene. Jin Hyun thought there was no need to think too much. He raised his voice and asked the other two. You guys pay for us this time, right? Jin Hyun said with a cheerful face. Anyway, I like soju, the one with the red cap. Lee San-min happily walked over and asked, is that okay? Don't pretend. If you faint in just one game, we'll be in trouble. Mojin, standing behind, also panicked and advised his friend. That's right, Jin Hyun. We're not old enough to drink. We should just sit here and play a few games. Jin Hyun smiled and thought to himself, underage, I'll be fine, right? I'm Kim Jin Hyun, 45 years old. Do you guys know how much I crave alcohol? He asked the two ATMs happily. You guys can buy it, right? Mojin held his head in fear. Oh my god, he won't listen to me at all. And after that drunken night, Jin Hyun honestly couldn't remember anything after that. He only vaguely remembered that they seemed to drink a lot of alcohol at first. That guy and he, it seemed that except for Lee San-min, everyone was drunk and passed out. I remember a little. I also threw up a lot at that time. Lee San-min was still very sober, standing there looking at my drunken, pathetic appearance lying on the ground. I don't remember his expression at that time, but I can only lie on the ground unwillingly. That bastard won this time. Lee San-min's smug smile was the last thing left in Jin Hyun's mind. I'm completely defeated. At this moment, after that terrible drunken battle, Jin Hyun finally woke up. He still had that absent-minded expression, but he still noticed the strange scene around him and looked around suspiciously. Where is this? While Jin Hyun was still confused and was about to get out of bed to study this place at this moment, to his surprise, Lee San-min suddenly walked in from somewhere. He was holding a glass of water in his hand, looking very familiar with this place. Then, in contrast to Jin Hyun's panicked expression, Lee San-min seemed to calmly ask, You're awake? Do you still have a headache? Jin Hyun immediately blurted out, Where am I? Why are you here? Lee San-min remained calm. He handed the glass of water he had just brought in to Jin Hyun and replied, Because I live here. Have some honey. At this moment, Jin Hyun also had no way to refuse. He reached out to receive the glass of honey water, but still couldn't help but wonder, what the hell is going on? Hearing Jin Hyun's slightly indignant tone, Lee San-min immediately showed his grievance and asked back, What do you mean? Didn't you faint after drinking too much alcohol? That's why I brought you here. I don't know where your house is, so... Sure enough, Jin Hyun had no idea that things had turned out like that. So after hearing what Lee San-min said, Jin Hyun was so surprised that he drank half of the water and it came back up his throat. Lee San-min seemed to just say that casually, and then startled and said, Wait a minute, I'm making ramen. After saying that, Lee San-min turned around and went back to his kitchen. Things had come to this point. Jin Hyun couldn't just pretend to know nothing and lie on the other person's bed forever. He also followed Lee San-min down from the bed, intending to help him in the kitchen. Because he had just woken up, Jin Hyun still hadn't fully sobered up. He kept walking and muttering, "This bastard's house," as if he didn't believe what Lee Sang-min said at all. Then when Jin Hyun walked out of the bedroom, he had to open his eyes wide and wake up immediately because of surprise. Jin Hyun looked at that luxurious living room and suddenly felt sweaty, thinking to himself, "Is this where he lives, in an apartment? This place is really cool, so he lives in a place like this." Jin Hyun just stood there admiring the beauty of this house. On this side, looking at Jin Hyun's drooling expression, Lee San-min also sarcastically said, "Is this your first time seeing such a beautiful house?" But after sarcastically saying that the other friend was very kind and reminded Jin Hyun, "Eat breakfast." Then when he gave the bowl and chopsticks to Jin Hyun, he acted friendly and comfortable and said, "Eating ramen is great after drinking alcohol." Seeing that Jin Hyun could only shyly reply, "Okay, thank you." The reason why Jin Hyun was so embarrassed was because he and Lee Sang-min had never been close before. He himself never dared to think about it. Who would have thought that he would be so kind? Just when Jin Hyun was still secretly doubting Lee San-min's personality, he seemed to expectantly ask him, "Is it delicious?" So once again, Jin Hyun had to awkwardly reply, "It's okay," even though his heart was screaming, "It's indescribably delicious," after just putting a few noodles in his mouth. Hearing Jin Hyun's superficial answer, Lee San-min just smiled and asked casually, "Is that so?" On this side, Jin Hyun was eating while looking at his gentle smile, making him even more confused and wondering to himself, why is his attitude so different? Thinking about it, Jin Hyun felt a bit curious and asked Lee San-min, "Do you live alone? Are your parents working?" So Lee San-min still just calmly ate and replied, I live alone." Alone. Jin Hyun was so surprised that he blurted out. But from the beginning to the end, Lee San-min was still very calm, eating and answering, "Yes. 5 years ago I lived at my family's house with my mother, but she was hospitalized a few years ago, so it's been a long time since I've lived with someone." My mother is still hospitalized at Korea University Hospital. Hearing Lee San-min say this, Jin Hyun was startled and remembered the scene before. Jin Hyun had seen him at the hospital, so he immediately guessed, was he there because of his mother? Thinking about it, Jin Hyun couldn't hide his sympathy and concern, and asked Lee San-min, "Where is your mother? Has she gotten over the critical stage yet?" Who would have thought that the answer he heard from Lee San-min would be, "She's fine on the outside, but has mental problems." Huh, what does it mean? Jin Hyun exclaimed in surprise after hearing what Lee San-min said. And then it was even more shocking to hear Lee San-min reply, "She has schizophrenia. She doesn't believe she has it. There were many times when she tried to commit suicide even though she was undergoing treatment." Lee San-min spoke in a very calm tone, even though Jin Hyun choked on his food. Not only because of his mother's illness, but also because of his calm attitude that showed no emotion. Jin Hyun had no way to continue eating normally like him. He could only mumble, looking at Lee San-min to see if he was really okay like he said. So Jin Hyun became even more shy. He had to sit for a while to come up with a sentence to talk to Lee San-min. "Isn't it sad to live alone like this?" Jin Hyun asked sympathetically. Then Lee San-min didn't hide anything and answered frankly, "It's a bit lonely. If I move to live in the main house, they won't welcome me either." Don't know if he's really calm or just pretending, but the natural tone when talking about those things makes Jin Hyun not know what to say. I don't know if he's really not sad or is too used to that sadness. Then, through Lee San-min's words, Jin Hyun now had a bit of sympathy and thought to himself, I know why his personality is like that. Thinking about this made Jin Hyun couldn't help but sigh and say to himself, of course that doesn't justify his actions, just because he has a difficult life. Thinking so, he opened his mouth and said a meaningful sentence, "Stop there." Lee San-min was eating and was a bit surprised when he heard him say that. Jin Hyun continued, "I don't know much about you, but that's enough." Lee San-min seemed to understand Jin Hyun's meaning somewhat but remained silent and did not respond. After a while, he finally said, "Thank you anyway." Jin Hyun let out a breath. I guess the guy in front of me isn't that hateful. Then Jin Hyun suddenly changed the subject and asked Lee San-min comfortably, "Are you happy because you won against me?" Of course, very refreshing. Lee San-min also answered frankly. Hearing that Jin Hyun couldn't help but curse back, "Your shit must be really big, that's why you feel so refreshed after pooping." Then, after breakfast that day, time passed as quickly as the flow of water. The vacation ended quickly. Jin Hyun and the students of the same age had to take a lot of tests and start another vacation. It kept repeating like a cycle. During those boring days, Jin Hyun mainly competed with Lee San-min. However, he was always the best in class. Lee San-min always keeps him in check. He will take revenge with some games and a lot of other things. And after many times like that, Jin Hyun also gradually felt that he started to become quite close to them. At this moment, as soon as this thought just flashed in his mind, Jin Hyun hurriedly warned himself, "Wait, when did I become friends with him? It's true that I slept at his house after getting drunk. And the more Jin Hyun thought, the more confused he felt, thinking to himself, this is strange. This is really different from the past. Because there were even a few people who thought that he and Lee San-min were a close couple. For example, Hwang Mojin, who was also feeling hurt, asked, "Are you going to hang out with San-min? What about me?" So Jin Hyun had to quickly lower his voice to reassure his friend. "Don't worry, Mojin. You're my best friend. It's not those bastards." Hearing these words, Mojin was so touched that his eyes blossomed as he affectionately called Jin Hyun's name. Then the friend ran over and hugged Jin Hyun and exclaimed emotionally, "Yes, we're still good friends, right?" "Yes, yes." Jin Hyun comforted and patted his friend's head to comfort him. Then he couldn't help but sigh. It's really tiring to have a sensitive friend like this. But anyway, time passed like that. And the winter of Jin Hyun's third year at school came. At this time, Jin Hyun was quietly walking in the schoolyard. He looked quite stressed. And that's right, because Jin Hyun was thinking a lot right now. For example, it seemed like the SAT exam was coming up, and the exam was so difficult that it gave him a headache. For those of you who don't know, the SAT exam is an entrance exam to assess the ability of students in the US. Anyone who wants to study abroad in the US must take the SAT. And in Korea, the pressure to get into universities is very high, so you guys understand why the male lead has to study half his life to take the exam. Back to Jin Hyun, he is now determined to tell himself 4 years in the past life and 4 years in the present life. This moment has now come. The result of 8 years of preparation for the SAT exam. So he always has to make constant efforts to be able to get the best results in this exam. Then after Jin Hyun had just entered the classroom and had not yet sat down on the chair, he heard Hwang Mojin lazily complaining, "Oh my god, it's so cold." After complaining, he seemed to feel bored, so he looked for Jin Hyun and asked, "How are your studies?" Jin Hyun replied casually, "A little bit." Hearing this answer, Mojin immediately felt annoyed and scolded Jin Hyun. "You're always lying, aren't you? We don't have much time until the exam. Aren't you worried?" "Why not? I'm very worried." Jin Hyun smiled, rubbing his tired neck, and replied. But Mojin seemed to trust him very much. As soon as he heard Jin Hyun's slight worry, his friend comfortably said, "Your test scores are quite high. The Korean university hospital you're aiming for will accept you in no time." Hearing his friends praising him like that, Jin Hyun pretended to flatter Mojin a few times. "Your grades have increased quite a bit. I think you can get into a good school." As expected, after just 2 compliments, Mojin was so happy that his nostrils flared and he said, "Just a little bit." Hearing that Jin Hyun was also a bit helpless, only able to smile and warn his friend, "Don't imitate my tone of voice." Then, after a few small talk, Jin Hyun also started to become a bit quiet. More than anyone else, he was always alert and reminded himself that, "I will never be at ease until I see the results." There are many people who have problems on exam day, even though they did quite well. So, to reduce the possibility of that risk happening, Jin Hyun had to do his best. Thinking about it, he unconsciously picked up his glass of water as a habit. But before he could even drink it, he heard Mojin's voice again, asking, "What are you drinking?" At this time, Jin Hyun still didn't stop moving his hands. While drinking, he replied to Moin, It's the herbal tea that Lee San-min gave me. He said this tea will help us focus better on something." Jin Hyun then generously poured another cup and brought it to Moin, asking, "It's very warm and delicious. Do you want to try some?" Mojin immediately agreed upon hearing this. When he received the cup of tea, he exaggeratedly declared, "It's great. My grades will skyrocket after drinking it." But just a second later, after only trying 1 pot, poor Mojin had to grimace and say, "Oh my god, it's definitely poison, it's terribly bitter." Then he angrily returned the half-finished cup of tea to Jin Hyun, his tone also full of disgust, as he said, "Here it's your tea, drink it yourself." Seeing this scene, Jin Hyun could only smile and comfort his friend. Bitter medicine is always good for your health. A few hours later, Jin Hyun had put on a thick coat. He stood up and walked out of the classroom with a constipated expression, thinking to himself, "I need to go to the bathroom right away." However, before he could take 2 steps, Jin Hyun saw someone coming from the opposite direction. He saw Lee San-min and Chung-wook waving at him comfortably. Chung-wook didn't even hesitate to call him "Hey nerd." Jin Hyun didn't mind at all. He comfortably went up to Chung-wook and bumped fists in a friendly manner. Then he asked, "Hey Chung-wook, long time no see. How have you been?" Chung-wook naturally replied, "It's too late for me to take this exam." Hearing that Jin Hyun didn't ask any more about that sensitive exam issue. However, he suddenly had a new idea and happily asked his 2 friends, "Hey, are you guys gonna smoke? Let me go with you." Hearing that Chung-wook had to quickly speak up to explain, Hey, we're not going to smoke. If others hear it, they'll misunderstand." But even so, the 2 still brought Jin Hyun along. Together they went to the school's vending machine. After buying himself a cup of hot coffee, Lee San-min asked Jin Hyun, "What about you?" "I don't know," Jin Hyun replied frustratedly. Hearing that, Lee San-min just smiled and said, Aren't you aiming for medical school at Korea University? We can be classmates. What do you plan to do after you get there? Jin Hyun didn't expect Lee Sanmin to want to study at the same university as him. However, he wasn't too surprised, because he thought he would definitely get in with such a high score. Thinking then, Jin Hyun slowly answered Lee Sanmin's question, I will work in banking. With that money, I plan to invest all of it in stocks. I'm about to get rich, Jin Hyun said with a devilish smile. He spoke as if he had actually held the money in his hand. So the other two friends could only helplessly shout, okay, to make Jin Hyun stop talking nonsense. Even though they hadn't been close to Jin Hyun for long, everyone noticed that his face always changed whenever he talked about money. So after a few minutes of drinking coffee and chatting, Jin Hyun spoke up and said, I think I have to go home early. The two friends knew that Jin Hyun had to focus on studying, so they didn't make it difficult for him to stay. Before leaving that place, Jin Hyun still very comfortably waved his hand to remind his two friends, be careful not to catch a cold. Then he suddenly remembered something and turned around and exclaimed, Lee Sanmin, the herbal tea you gave me is delicious. It's nothing, see you later, Lee Sanmin also very naturally replied. On this side, Chung-wook just heard the words, thank you, that Jin Hyun said. He immediately felt a bit jealous and asked Lee Sanmin, are you giving him herbal tea? So Lee Sanmin immediately replied casually, I have a lot at home, so it's okay to give him a little. Sure enough, upon hearing that, Chung-wook felt hurt and asked, what about me? Unexpectedly, Lee Sanmin stingily replied, sorry, it's ran out. Then it seemed like Chung-wook didn't believe him. He even tried to repeat again, it's completely out, as if to reassure him. The next day, Jin Hyun sat on the bed holding his painful stomach and thinking to himself, I'm the one who told them yesterday to be careful not to get sick, but I got a cold. It's funny. The mother just walked in and saw his pale face and asked, Jin Hyun, what's wrong with you? Jin Hyun turned pale and replied, I'm fine. Maybe so. He groped to get up. Seeing his weak appearance, his mother worriedly asked, are you okay? Jin Hyun pretended to be fine and stepped forward. The pain from his stomach suddenly came, making him unable to stand. Oh my God. He thought to himself, fuck, this is the flu. Seasonal flu, I think. It's not a bird disease, is it? It will be fine after I rest for a few days. Jin Hyun thought so. Then he still dragged himself to put on his jacket and carry his backpack outside and told his mother, the exam is the day after tomorrow. I just hope I'm okay until the exam day. The mother saw her son looking so exhausted and worried, so she advised him, son, you should take a few days off. Jin Hyun smiled and reassured his mother, it's okay, Mom, I need to go to school. When he got to school, his expression didn't look much better. The pain still showed no signs of stopping. His tired expression was visible to everyone in the class. Moreover, the atmosphere that Jin Hyun gave off also had a very sickly feeling. Mojin saw him lying on the table and worriedly approached him and asked, Jin Hyun, are you okay? What happened? Jin Hyun replied in a small voice, I'm fine. I just feel like my stomach is about to tear and fall out. Mojin panicked. So it's not okay. At this time, the teacher also came to him and suggested, Jin Hyun, don't stay here anymore. Go down to the infirmary and rest. Jin Hyun lazily replied, yes. So Moin followed Jin Hyun, who was unsteady, to the medical room. While walking, he asked, I know you're sick, but can't you walk straight? Poor Jin Hyun. Mojin tried very hard to carry the super crooked Jin Hyun to the end of the hallway. Finally, they crawled to the medical room. The nurse quickly arranged for him to rest on the bed. Then she sighed and said, rest. If it's too serious, you should go to the hospital. Jin Hyun was about to say the familiar words, I'm fine, when suddenly the sharp pain from his stomach came again. He held his stomach and thought to himself, what the hell is this, gastroenteritis? No, I didn't eat anything embroidered. Peritonitis or a stomach ulcer. Jin Hyun lay back down on the bed and reassured himself, just rest, it will be fine when I wake up. A moment later, Jin Hyun returned home as usual. You're home. As soon as he saw his expression, his mother exclaimed, oh my son, you should go to the hospital. Jin Hyun shook his head and returned to his room. There's no need to go to the hospital. I need to sleep. When the mother exclaimed, you look like a soulless body, Jin Hyun did not deny it, but nodded. Indeed, he lay there with his eyes closed, thinking to himself, the medicine at the hospital can only relieve the symptoms of a cold, but it cannot cure it. It will be better tomorrow. The next day after a nap, Jin Hyun's expression didn't look much better. He tried to sit up, but the pain was worse than yesterday. Jin Hyun reached into the cabinet, took out medicine, and prescribed it to himself. A bit of an overdose, but I have to endure it. Jin Hyun tried to swallow all the medicine in his head, still wondering, but why does my stomach hurt so much? Just dragging himself to school, he thought, it's just a cold. I have to get better tomorrow, I'm so tired. Entering the classroom, the teacher looked at him and shook his head. Looking at that pale face, he was a bit worried and advised him, you should stay home. You are the hope of our school. But tomorrow is the exam. Should you go home and rest? Jin Hyun nodded. Yes, I understand. He felt what the teacher said was right. He turned around and walked back home. I never missed any class but today. He returned home. He assumed that his parents were at the restaurant, so no one would be home. Jin Hyun thought as he brushed the blanket. I should at least do some review questions. But his determination was quickly seduced by the blanket. Jin Hyun was tired and lay on the bed. Not wanting to get up anymore, he closed his eyes to rest and said to himself, I think I'll do it later. And tomorrow the exam has come. Jin Hyun is no longer sick and is concentrating on the exam. Seeing a difficult question, he habitually scratched it with his pen, but his hand slipped and it fell down. The pen fell into the small gap between the chair and the table. Because there was only one pen, Jin Hyun bent down to pick it up. Then he quickly realized something was wrong. As he turned his head to look back, he saw a man wearing a doctor's coat. He was staring at him, looking very much like him in his middle age in his previous life. Because Jin Hyun was so panicked, he couldn't think of anything and didn't recognize the man in front of him, with a dark face asking, Who are you? The doctor sneered and asked him again, Who am I? Your future is shit. The man punched Jin Hyun in the stomach painfully. The pain made Jin Hyun sit up and wake up. He held his stomach and realized that it was just a dream. Jin Hyun turned his head and saw that the pillow and mattress were soaked. Wasn't he sweating too much? Jin Hyun decided to put on his coat and go out. As a doctor, he thought, the flu can't be like this, it's not getting any better. I should go to the hospital. And so Jin Hyun went to a clinic near his house to get checked. The doctor looked at the file and asked him again, Stomach ache and sweating a lot, it doesn't seem like a cold. Can you lie down? Jin Hyun nodded, yes. So he obediently lay down on the bed. The doctor came forward and pressed one hand on his stomach. He immediately screamed in pain, wanting to break the examination room. The doctor said with a serious face, It seems like your intestines have a problem. You shouldn't ignore it. Go to a big hospital for diagnosis and treatment. Hearing those words, Jin Hyun's face immediately froze. That was the thing he wanted to avoid the most. He quickly regained his composure and sat up, begging the doctor, Please give me some painkillers and fever medicine. I can't go to the hospital. The doctor waved his hand and refused. You may have a stomach ulcer, peritonitis, cholecystitis. If it's too late, it will be very dangerous. Jin Hyun heard how serious it was and was very scared. He started to struggle in his mind. But I can't stay in hospital and take time off to get treatment. I can't accept it. I can't delay even for a year. So he continued saying, I have an exam soon. If it gets too bad, I will go to the hospital. So give me some medicine. The doctor wanted to advise him again, but Jin Hyun immediately interrupted to persuade him, If anything happens, I will immediately go to the hospital. And if anything happens, I will take responsibility. Seeing that he had said so, the doctor could only agree, okay. So Jin Hyun successfully brought a bag of painkillers back home. He lay down to rest under the care of his parents. Jin Hyun, are you okay? He weakly replied, Yes, I'm okay. Looking at the two people worriedly surrounding him, Jin Hyun silently called out, Mom, Dad! I feel heartbroken when I look at their faces. I am the one who wants my parents to live longer than anyone else. I'll go to the hospital right after the exam. Jin Hyun immediately tightened his blanket and decided. Time ticked by. The clock on the wall read just past 4:00 a.m. Jin Hyun was still tossing and turning in pain. He thought this was really a stomach ulcer. These symptoms matched perfectly with that disease. But why is that? I didn't think I would be this sick. Jin Hyun suddenly remembered, could it be because of that herbal tea? He quickly dismissed the thought, probably not. Just because of a few sips of tea, I must be imagining it. I must be too stressed. But if it really is a stomach ulcer, should I go to the hospital right now? Just as he was about to get up and go to the hospital, Jin Hyun looked at the clock and realized, it's 4:00 in the morning already. He gritted his teeth and held his stomach silently, telling himself, No, I'm fine. I think I'll be able to hold on. Come on, Jin Hyun. I'm still young, I still love life. Even though it's a stomach ulcer or something, I have to endure it. Overdose on painkillers, just bear it until the exam day, just sleep. I can do it. Korea University Hospital, just wait. Jin Hyun made up his mind and gritted his teeth to endure the constant pain. Time passed very quickly. Finally, the important exam day arrived. All the students gathered very early in front of the school gate. Jin Hyun walked into the room with a very ugly face. He thought to himself, it's so cold. Did they turn on the heater? Jin Hyun also knew that his condition was very bad today. Looking over there, the class monitor was still chewing and reading his book. The other girl is also very worried and praying that the exam will go smoothly. Jin Hyun's face turned pale. He secretly judged them. Seems like they are tough opponents. Can't lose. Thinking like that, Jin Hyun immediately took out his medicine and drank it. Some friends passing by also saw Jin Hyun's pale face, so they worriedly asked, Hey, Jin Hyun, are you okay? You look so exhausted. Jin Hyun listlessly replied, I'm fine. He tried to suppress the feeling of discomfort for others and encouraged himself, I can do it, and even if I die, I don't want to be a year late. The supervisor teacher entered on time with a stack of documents. The noisy classroom quickly calmed down. The invigilator, as usual, announced the exam rules to the students. Put all your belongings on your desks immediately. I will unseal your exam papers. Don't open them until the bell rings. You are not allowed to cheat during the exam. She dared to look at the student's movements. Suddenly, seeing Jin Hyun's haggard face, she was startled and asked, "Wait, are you okay?" "You don't look well," Jin Hyun whispered. "I'm fine, please continue." The teacher hesitated a bit and wanted to ask something more, but then she continued to say, "I'm serious. I'll let you know if I have any problems." The teacher pensively observed his expression for a moment, thinking about her next decision. In the last few seconds, she finally decided to let him continue the exam. She turned her head away and instructed, "Tell me whenever you want." Jin Hyun tried to answer, "Yes. The first test has begun, reading and language comprehension." Looking at the test papers in front of him, Jin Hyun's whole body was covered in sweat, and he thought to himself, the language comprehension test and the math test seemed to be harder than usual. There were some pretty difficult questions. I still remember them even though it's been 20 years. If I don't remember, I'll just be wasting my time. As he was turning the page, Jin Hyun's stomach felt an extremely sharp pain. He was in so much pain that he was shaking. Cold sweat broke out all over my body, but I still told myself not to give up right now. Just a little more. I don't want to waste a year. I've studied for more than 8 years just for this, but I have to wait a year. No way. There is no way I can accept this. I can do it. Just a little more. And then the math test. Jin Hyun remembered that he lay on the table during break time. Of course, I can't even touch the box my mom made for me. Seeing his tired state, his classmates were very worried and asked, "Jin Hyun, are you really okay? You should go to the hospital immediately. You look very tired. What if something happens?" Jin Hyun couldn't even look up and lay on the table. "I'm fine. If you're really worried, then stop asking and let me think for a bit." His classmate said in a low voice, "Is that so?" The classmate next to him spoke, "He's sick, just leave him alone." Just like that, Jin Hyun, with a face full of tears, finally passed the third exam, the third foreign language exam. Jin Hyun's stomachache got worse and worse. He cried out in pain while doing the test. She dared to worry and walked over. "What happened? Are you okay?" Jin Hyun tried to bend down to do his homework and said, "I'm okay." His hand holding the pen kept shaking because of the pain. He whispered, "My stomach hurts so much. I don't have sepsis from the pseudo-ulcer, do I? If it spreads throughout my body, I'll die. My blood pressure is dangerously low. Should I go to the hospital? I did pretty well on the test." Jin Hyun started to struggle mentally between going or staying. Just when he thought he should stop going to the hospital, his will won. He clenched his teeth to endure the pain. "No, it's okay. Let's continue. I can remember a few questions from 20 years ago. I remember this feeling after the foreign language test. There was still one more test, and I didn't want to miss it at all." Jin Hyun put his hand on his stomach, secretly taking his pulse. Then back to the wrist. He felt that the breathing was steady and the pulse was steady. About 130 beats per minute. Average is 100 beats per minute. My heart beats faster than normal. Jin Hyun put 2 fingers behind his neck again to check. The carotid artery and femoral artery are fine. The problem here is the arm bone and blanta artery. He started to reach out and check, closing his eyes to feel his body. Jin Hyun realized that it's pumping blood pretty well. It's not too critical yet. There's only one test left. Jin Hyun continued to focus on doing the test, despite the constant pain down below. Jin Hyun kept reminding himself, "Just a little more. You can do it." Finally, the 5-subject exam was over. Some students were crying, some were happy. They started packing up their things and leaving. The female classmate worriedly walked over to Jin Hyun, who was lying on the table, and called, "Jin Hyun. Kim Jin Hyun. Jin Hyun, ah." But he was still lying there silently. When her classmate didn't know if Jin Hyun was still breathing or not, she heard a tiny voice coming from his mouth. The classmate couldn't hear very clearly, so he leaned closer and heard Jin Hyun's broken voice saying, "Ambulance." "Hurry up." Jin Hyun raised his hand to urge his classmate. His classmate understood and shouted, "Okay, wait a minute. Someone call 911. Call the teacher too." Jin Hyun was lying on the table, foaming at the mouth. His whole body had no strength left. Jin Hyun finally breathed a sigh of relief. "It's done, I can rest now." I don't know how long it took. Jin Hyun, lying on the hospital bed, opened his eyes. His face had regained some color. He was a little bewildered by this sudden turn of events. Jin Hyun was about to sit up. The pain from his lower abdomen immediately shot up. He suspiciously opened his shirt to see again and discovered a fried gauze bandage on his stomach. "What is this?" At this moment, the woman suddenly opened the curtain. Her face was filled with horror. Jin Hyun quickly realized it was his mother. When his mother saw him, tears immediately welled up in her eyes. She pursed her lips. She stared at Jin Hyun angrily. After taking a breath, she yelled at him, "Jin Hyun, you are so stupid. How could you do such a stupid thing? I could have done the test next time. Why do you have to let that happen? If something happens to you, how will your mother and father live?" The mother buried her face in the bed and cried. Jin Hyun could only sadly say to her, "I'm so sorry." At this time, the doctor and his father also came at the same time. Looking at the medical record in his hand, the doctor said to him, "Boy, you almost died. You have a terrible stomach ulcer. It was just a little bit more and it would have become irreversible. Then there was death from sepsis. You survived because you were still young." The mother stood up and said loudly, "If you do such foolish things again, I will not forgive you. Remember." The father, who had a gloomy face, also raised his voice and said, "Go home, kneel down, son." Jin Hyun smiled helplessly. "Dad, I'm sorry." The doctor said, "The surgery went very well. You will recover in a few days. Next time, don't be so stupid and go to the hospital right away." Jin Hyun nodded politely and said, "Thank you, doctor." He breathed a sigh of relief. "God, everything is fine. The combined difficulty of the year of exams is nothing compared to my stomach ache." The next day, when Hwang Mojin went to the hospital to visit Jin Hyun, even Jin Hyun was a bit surprised that his friend came here. But before he could ask anything, Mojin quickly spoke up, his tone still smiling as usual, asking Jin Hyun, "Are you still alive? What happened?" Asked. And before Jin Hyun could answer, Mojin himself exclaimed, "Getting sick on the day before the exam? What bad luck." Hearing that Jin Hyun didn't know how to respond, he could only smile and say, After that, Jin Hyun calmly reassured Mojin, "I'm almost completely recovered, you don't need to worry." After saying that, Jin Hyun didn't forget to ask about Mojin's condition. "Did you do well on the test? It was quite difficult." "Yeah, I guess so," Mojin replied with a very serious expression, as if he was trying his best to hide the fact that he did well on the test, even though the test was a bit more difficult than the average person's. Looking at the friend who wanted to say something but didn't dare to, instead he showed this constipated expression. Jin Hyun couldn't help but think to himself, what kind of expression is this? He probably thought I couldn't do the test, so he tried to act like he couldn't do it. Then, under the pressure that Mojin unintentionally brought, Jin Hyun once again seriously reflected on himself. "I tried my best to do the test, but I can't remember what happened on that test. Everything was blurry. Even so, I still remember a few questions and answers because this wasn't my first time taking the SAT." Then, while Jin Hyun was still lost in thought, the door to the hospital room seemed to be pushed open. The sound was so loud that it startled both Jin Hyun and Mojin, forcing them to immediately turn their heads to look at the door. It turned out that Chung-wook and Lee San-min had arrived. Just entering the room and not having time to greet him, Chung-wook rudely asked Jin Hyun, "What's wrong with the bookworm?" Jin Hyun was still shocked and could only call out their names, Lee San-min, Kim Chung-wook. At that moment, Lee San-min asked Jin Hyun again, "Are you okay?" However, Jin Hyun didn't seem to care about that question. He just stared at the gift Lee San-min brought, then slowly exclaimed with a greedy gaze, "High-quality red ginseng, I feel better. Thank you for coming to visit." Hearing that, Lee San-min breathed a sigh of relief. He naturally sat down on the edge of Jin Hyun's bed and said again, "If there's nothing, remember to take care of your health. I was thinking of going out with everyone on a nice day, but..." Hearing Lee San-min's regretful tone, Jin Hyun quickly interrupted, "You guys can go. Just leave me alone." Then, as if remembering something, Jin Hyun curiously asked Lee San-min, "How did your test go?" But Lee San-min seemed to avoid it, only vaguely answering two words, "It's okay." Then turned his face away to avoid Jin Hyun's eyes, making Jin Hyun furious and secretly cursing, "This bastard's expression is exactly like Mojin's." At this moment, Chung-wook suddenly felt a bit sympathetic and suddenly confided, "I'm definitely staying in the same grade. Jin Hyun, if you wait until next year to take the test, let's study together, okay?" His friend made an extremely sincere suggestion. Hearing that, Lee San-min felt a bit awkward and comforted him. "Chung-wook, don't say that. We don't know the score yet." "Yes, we don't have the results yet," Mojin also hurriedly expressed. Both of them didn't want Jin Hyun to be sad after hearing these words because of his bad test results. But Chung-wook still calmly continued to add fuel to the fire and lied, "If I got sick right, then even a genius wouldn't be able to do well on the test." This friend didn't even think twice and said, "Is there a problem with repeating a year? If your grades are low, then repeat the year." Chung-wook spoke so quickly that both Lee San-min and Mojin were stunned. However, they couldn't stop him in time, so the two of them could only look at Jin Hyun with worried eyes, afraid that he would be upset because of hearing that. But Jin Hyun was the opposite of what they worried about. He even smiled calmly, and then comfortably bumped fists with Chung-wook and promised him, "Okay, if my score is low, we will study together." "Okay, remember that." Chung-wook also happily replied, so the visit ended like that. After recovering, Jin Hyun also started going to school again to make up for the few days he had to miss for treatment every day. He regularly went to school to check in and rest for an hour before going home. Jin Hyun's classmates all felt sorry for him. They all thought he had failed the exam. Jin Hyun even once heard two friends talking about him like, "What's the point of getting such high scores? He failed the exam too. He's truly the unluckiest young man of the year." Even the teachers thought so. Some subject teachers even went to Jin Hyun's homeroom teacher to express, "It's a pity for that student." Hearing those words made the homeroom teacher feel a little sad. He could only sigh and reply to his colleague, "Yes, she was once a strong candidate for our Woojin school, but maybe we still have San-min. Hopefully she gets a high score. Jin Hyun will do it next year." The reason these teachers felt so regretful was because in Korea, the national rankings are close to those of any school whose students achieve high results. The school will also receive bonus points. Even though everyone around was feeling sorry for him, Jin Hyun didn't seem to care much. After he recovered, he helped his parents with the family restaurant. After work, it's also a good time to relax a bit. When Jin Hyun can lie down like that, he always wonders, how many years has it been since I last rested? Then today, while Jin Hyun was leisurely enjoying a free day, his father called his name with a bit of seriousness. Jin Hyun. What are you planning to do next year? He asked in a very serious tone, making Jin Hyun a bit confused. He asked his father a question full of doubt. Next year? So immediately, Jin Hyun's father put on an awkward expression. He stammered and repeated to Jin Hyun, your college entrance exam. And just by hearing this, Jin Hyun understood what he wanted to say. He just smiled calmly and said to his father, I haven't thought much about it yet, Dad. Hearing Jin Hyun's calm words, his father couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. He emotionally confided, I don't want you to go to some university just because of our family's financial situation. I know you've worked hard. I wanted my son to get into the school you should have gone to. Dad can spend money or something to help you. If not in one way, then another. Jin Hyun's father said sympathetically. The reason he said that was because he didn't want Jin Hyun to be too pressured. So Jin Hyun understood and didn't try to refuse anymore. He just comfortably enjoyed the love his father gave him and then politely replied, yes, Dad, so his father could feel somewhat at ease. Finally, the moment came the day the SAT results were announced. That day, while on the way to school, Jin Hyun felt a bit unbelievable and thought to himself, that's really fast. Then followed the crowd rushing to class. Jin Hyun just walked into class with a very calm mood, even though the class was extremely crowded at this time. Everywhere was the noise of people whispering to each other. As he passed by his classmates, Jin Hyun suddenly realized that everyone looked quite tense. Then, when he had just thought that, and had not yet entered his seat, the door to the classroom was suddenly pushed open by someone. First was Jin Hyun's voice calling out loudly like a loudspeaker. Then came the image of his friend Mojin appearing behind that door. The boy walked in breathless, looking like he was about to cry, and brought his report card in front of Jin Hyun, emotionally boasting, I did it! I'm in the top 100. Seeing that result, Jin Hyun was shocked and could not believe his eyes. But after calming down, Jin Hyun quickly praised Mojin. I knew you could do it if you tried. Congratulations, Mojin, on escaping the fate of being at the bottom of the class. Mojin was also filled with joy when he heard these words. He couldn't help but exclaim, this feeling is so strange. Then Jin Hyun asked him with concern, which university are you planning to go to? Maybe I'll talk to my dad and decide later. Mojin quickly replied. After saying that, Moin suddenly fell silent. It was as if he remembered that he had just said something he shouldn't have said. So the friend, who was playing quickly, changed the subject, pretending to naturally rub his neck, and asked Jin Hyun, did you forget? Do you have your score yet? No, I'm going to go check it out. Jin Hyun also smiled back, not looking sad or disappointed at all. This made Mojin feel even more guilty. So he immediately suggested, after you check your score, let's go eat something, I'll pay. Hearing that Jin Hyun didn't even bother to refuse, but instead he even more eagerly replied, I'll choose the place with the most expensive food. Who would have thought that just after saying that, the front door of the classroom suddenly slammed open. The homeroom teacher appeared like a god. His voice trembled with urgency, but he still shouted loudly, Kim Jin Hyun, is Jin Hyun here? Jin Hyun on this side still didn't understand why the teacher was so flustered. But he still raised his hand and politely replied, it's me, teacher. What's the matter? Who would have thought that as soon as the teacher saw Jin Hyun raise his hand, he would quickly rush towards him. He even exaggeratedly hugged Jin Hyun and cried, you did a good job. The national first place of the exam belongs to you. Congratulations, the homeroom teacher said in tears without any warning. As expected, as soon as the news was announced, the whole class was shocked. Everyone was confused and asked each other, didn't Jin Hyun not do the test, first place? What's going on? Even his best friend Mojin couldn't believe his ears. He could only stand there with his eyes wide open, then suspiciously called Jin Hyun's name as if to confirm that this wasn't a dream. Even Jin Hyun couldn't believe it. He panicked and asked the homeroom teacher again, did you make any mistake? But once again, the homeroom teacher firmly affirmed, no, the board of directors has confirmed it. Congratulations. Until he was surprised and followed the homeroom teacher to the teacher's office, Jin Hyun didn't even know where he was going. His whole body was floating like on clouds. He still couldn't believe that he was first place. Until Jin Hyun entered the teacher's room, heard the teacher's laughter, and clapping their hands excitedly, and kept saying, congratulations, I'm so proud of you. You are the pride of our school. Jin Hyun still couldn't stop being shocked by his own results. Until the principal gently walked over, held Jin Hyun's hand, and praised, Kim Jin Hyun is very good. Jin Hyun also did not forget to politely reply, yes, principal. Unexpectedly, he continued to say, I've noticed you since you entered this school. And then without realizing it, he continued talking for an hour. Thanks to that, Jin Hyun successfully digested the shocking news in that hour. As soon as he was released from the teacher's room, Jin Hyun's thoughts were no longer about the exam results, but rather a sigh of relief, because he was finally free from the principal's ear torture. Just then, Chung-wook and Mojin arrived. Chung-wook saw Jin Hyun and immediately exclaimed, "You're so sick but still got the highest score. It's unbelievable. You're really a monster." Hearing those words, Jin Hyun could only smile wryly. After laughing, Jin Hyun suddenly remembered to ask, "What about Lee San-min?" Chung-woo honestly replied, "He was just here a few seconds ago. He got high scores, but of course not as good as you." After saying that, Chung-wook comfortably put his arm around his two friends' shoulders and happily exclaimed, "What are you doing here? Let's go drink. No, let's go to the internet cafe." But this time, unlike the previous times, Jin Hyun not only did not respond, but also pushed his friend's hand away. "Sorry, we will drink next time." Hearing that Chung-woo was a bit disappointed, but still asked his friend with concern, "Are you still not feeling well?" "Yeah." "Probably," Jin Hyun also answered casually, but actually it was because he wanted to be with his parents today. So he packed his school bag and hurried home. When Jin Hyun just opened the door and entered, before he could say anything, his mother rushed over and cried loudly, "Jin Hyun, are you dreaming? Did I book first class?" Seeing that Jin Hyun could only smile bitterly and comfort her, "Don't cry anymore, Mom." Hearing these words, Jin Hyun still very politely bowed his head and replied, "It's been a long time, sir." Seeing him like that, the chairman was so happy that his whole body was floating, saying, "It's good to see you. Before we eat, I want to introduce you to someone." As soon as he finished speaking, Ami beside him introduced herself to Jin Hyun. "I am the vice president of Haynes Ami." After listening, Jin Hyun politely smiled and replied, "Nice to meet you. I'm Kim Jin Hyun." "Nice to meet you," Ami said in a cold voice. And at that moment she was just like the old president looking down on Jin Hyun thinking, "He's too young. What is he going to do with him? What a waste of time." Then, as soon as the three of them sat down at the table, the chairman quickly started speaking. "Good. Now let's get straight to the point. To be frank, the reason I called you here is because of the TC-80 project, a collaborative project to develop a new drug. Recently we have been experiencing side effects." After saying that, he quickly handed Jin Hyun a bunch of papers and said, "Here is the molecular formula of TC-80, and the operating platform, the results of the first test, and the plan for the second and third tests." Jin Hyun politely took it with both hands and said to him, "Okay, please give me some time to look over these summaries." So while starting to flip through that messy pile of data, Jin Hyun was also filled with determination. "I need to bring MindBio back to its proper form. If I fail, all 4 billion of my money will be gone." Then after a few short minutes passed, Ami seemed to have lost patience, urging Jin Hyun, "Okay, do you understand the situation?" After finishing the congratulatory glasses, the friends couldn't contain their curiosity and asked Jin Hyun's father, "Great, congratulations. What's your son's secret? Don't hide it anymore. Tell us. If my son was only half as good as Jin Hyun, I wouldn't have to worry about him anymore." Hearing his friends wanting to learn the secret from his son, Jin Hyun's father could only shyly reply, "There's no special secret. It's just, what is it?" "He inherited his intelligence from me," he said with such confidence that his two friends gritted their teeth in anger. Immediately, they slammed the table and scolded, "Are you kidding us? How could a great guy like Jin Hyun benefit from your intelligence?" "I'm telling the truth." Jin Hyun's father tried to defend himself. However, the drunken old men talked back and forth for a while and finally concluded with one sentence, "Damn it, keep drinking." Jin Hyun's side is much busier. Today, a TV station even came to school to interview, "You rose from the bottom of your class to the top of the nation, while suffering from pain from a stomach ulcer. What's your secret to studying top student Kim Jin Hyun, and you have never hired a tutor to teach or gone to any cram school? Can I share that secret? Let me hear the question again." But Jin Hyun was still stuttering, because in his head he was only thinking, "I never thought that one day I would get an interview. If you study just to take the exam for 8 years, then you definitely don't need to study more." At that time, Jin Hyun really wanted to answer because he already remembered the question and answer in his head. It helped him a lot when doing the test. But he also knew that he couldn't tell the truth, so he could only try his best to come up with another excuse. Jin Hyun thought for a long time before gently answering the interview. "I mainly study knowledge outside of textbooks," Jin Hyun said with a very nonchalant expression. Just like the kids in school who often said they didn't study anything, they just got first place naturally. Just like that, he arrived at Korea University Hospital. Immediately after the knowledge aptitude interview, they started the personal interview. So there are quite a few professors here from university hospitals. A professor asked Jin Hyun in a serious voice, "Why are you participating in the experiment in our school? What kind of doctor do you want to become?" Jin Hyun's expression was also very serious. He was silent and thought for a few seconds. A successful doctor can earn a lot of money and live without worries. Opened a dermatology business in Gangnam, owned foreign supercars, invested heavily in large buildings. That's what I wanted to say, but it seems I shouldn't say it. He quickly answered them. I want to become a doctor who not only heals the patient's body, but also heals their mind. That is my purpose, to share the physical and mental pain with the patient. Professor Choi Daewon, who treated his father, was also present at the interview. He looked at his information with satisfaction. I see. A doctor heals both the body and spirit of the patient. Very good. He was silent for a few seconds, looked at Jin Hyun, and continued asking, so what do you think about doctors who lack skills and experience? For this question, Jin Hyun didn't think too much, and very quickly got the answer. He answered firmly, I believe that a doctor must have the necessary qualifications and skills to heal patients. Professor Choi seemed satisfied and smiled, asking again, yes, knowledge and skills are invaluable tools for a doctor. Do you know why? Jin Hyun said seriously. Unlike other professions, they are not allowed to have negative effects on patients. Hearing that, the smile on Professor Choi's lips grew brighter and brighter. Exactly, he said with satisfaction. Doctors have a lot of work to do, but one of the most important is not to cause any harm to their patients. Are you confident that you can become a good doctor with great skills and save patients? Jin Hyun said with a serious face. I will do my best. Professor Choi nodded with satisfaction. Good, I believe you can do it. The other professors also chimed in. We welcome you to take the path of becoming a doctor to help others. Jin Hyun solemnly nodded. Yes. Jin Hyun silently observed. He realized that Professor Choi Daewon was quite tense. Is he targeting me? But now it's different. I don't want to have anything to do with surgery anymore. A few days later, the announcement of those who passed the interview was sent. Anyway, I'm here, of course, with a full scholarship. Lee San-min was also accepted into this school. Mojin was admitted to medical school in Seon County. Kim Chung-wook was studying for his next exam. The solemn graduation ceremony quickly took place. At this time, many people were gathered in the schoolyard. Jin Hyun and his mother were also in the crowd taking some pictures. Jin Hyun is feeling a bit elated today. Finally graduated. How many years has it been? At this moment, Mojin appeared behind him and waved to him, Jin Hyun. We won't be able to see each other much from now on. What are you going to do before school starts? Jin Hyun was a bit stunned. Me. He quickly said his dream, make a lot of money, as much as possible. Hearing those words, Mojin immediately looked at him with contempt. He turned around and left, saying, they're waiting at the internet cafe, let's play some games. Seeing his attitude, Jin Hyun tried to explain, no one can resist the power of money. It's been a year since I started medical school. Medical schools are famous for their large student populations. However, not everyone completes all 6 years of day-to-day study. The first 2 years, students take elective courses, but the basics. Most of the students here just hang out and have fun. They begin real medical education starting in the 3rd year, when students begin formal classes. During the 2 years, I tutored others. Jin Hyun kindly taught the little girl, you can use the formula I just taught you in this part. Be careful, this sentence is a trap. The girl couldn't load it in time and said loudly, wait a minute, you're talking too fast. Jin Hyun sighed and thought to himself, I've started to adapt to the skills of a tutor. Depending on the student, I became a famous tutor in the Gangnam area. Since I started from the bottom, it was easy to guide them. There are some things that people cannot know because they do not start from the bottom like me. With a lot of experience, I earn a lot of money killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Jin Hyun thought for a moment, startled, looked up at the clock and quickly realized, it's late, I should go home. He quickly packed his things and backpack and stood up to tell the schoolgirl, I'll come next time. You have to finish your homework. The girl also stood up urgently and said, Appa, I have a question. Jin Hyun frowned and reminded her, call me teacher, not Appa. The little girl immediately argued back, you're not much older than me. Jin Hyun immediately replied, if you get into university, I'll let you call me Appa. What do you want to ask? The little girl's face turned a little red as she asked, do you have time on the weekend? Jin Hyun asked back, why do you want to change your Friday class to the weekend? The little girl shyly shook her head. No, can you? I have 2 movie tickets. Do you want to go with me? That movie is very popular. Jin Hyun refused without thinking. I don't like movies. The girl was startled. Then how about going out? Jin Hyun sighed coldly and instructed, it seems like you want to go out, but don't you have a test coming up? After that, you can do whatever you want. By the way, do your homework too. The little girl was speechless after hearing Jin Hyun say that. After he left the house, she felt a little resentful. Actually, I didn't just want to go out. Stupid teacher. Stupid Jin Hyun at this moment didn't think much, but walked on the street waving his flute, thinking about the money he earned during this time. He opened his phone and thought to himself, I'll probably be home a little late. Suddenly, the phone rang loudly, making him jump and throw away the new phone. Jin Hyun quickly picked up the phone. Hello. The other end of the line quickly asked, Kim Jin Hyun, where are you? The party is almost over. Hurry up. Jin Hyun replied, a little surprised, Lee Haimi, it's rare for a class representative to call me, but I'm waiting for the bus. An annoyed voice came from the other end of the line. Why, I bet you're tutoring right today is the end of school year party. Aren't you sad to say goodbye to this Nuna? Come here for a bit. Jin Hyun replied straight away, no, I'm not free. I'm hanging up now. The other girl wanted to say something, "Hey Kim," but unexpectedly he hung up. The surrounding space became quiet again. Jin Hyun thought to himself, I really want to rest too, but I can't go out. Isn't there a lot of gold scattered on the ground? Jin Hyun smiled as he thought about those buildings. This residential area will increase its real estate prices tenfold after being rebuilt in 10 years. I couldn't do it when I was a student. But now that I'm an adult, I can make money. If I invest in real estate, I'll make a ton of money in 10 years. Although tutoring is not the best way to make money. After having enough money, invest in an apartment whose price will increase after a few years. Just wait. Jin Hyun clenched his fists and raised them to the sky to show his determination. Until a while later, when Jin Hyun had just gotten off the car at the bustling entertainment street, the phone rang again. Jin Hyun had just picked up the phone and put it to his ear. The other end of the line shouted loudly and urgently asking, Are you almost there? The oppas are waiting too. I'm almost there, don't call anymore, Jin Hyun replied a little impatiently. However, the girl on the other end kept talking non-stop. We're almost at the third place, hurry up. Hearing that, Jin Hyun knew that he could only reply, okay, perfunctorily to finish, otherwise the girl would just keep talking. After successfully hanging up that noisy phone call, Jin Hyun held the phone in his hand and couldn't help but have a headache, wondering, she has a lot of friends. Why does she have to call me? But even though he thought so, he still tried to drag himself to that girl's place. According to the address she sent, Jin Hyun had already arrived in front of a bar. This place looked extremely crowded. Everyone who went in and out of the bar was drunk. For example, the guy who was constantly vomiting in front of Jin Hyun. Seeing him vomit until his bile comes out makes Jin Hyun cautiously remind himself, have fun, but don't have too much fun. While Jin Hyun was looking around at the people here, he suddenly heard someone's voice as if saying to him, I found you. It turned out to be Lee Haemi who came to greet him. As soon as she saw him, she happily smiled and hurriedly asked him, Kim Jin Hyun, why are you so slow? Jin Hyun just lightly called out Lee Haemi and quickly walked towards him. Then the girl looked very impatient. She ran straight to Jin Hyun's side and then gasped and complained to him. How dare you make me wait so long, little brother? Hearing her tone of voice made Jin Hyun's ears ring a little, so he said directly, Wait, you're only a few months older than me. Stop calling me little brother, you're drunk. But Lee Haemi seemed very stubborn and replied, No, I'm not drunk, I'm waiting for you. His tone sounded like a domineering CEO waiting for his little wife to pick him up. Jin Hyun heard those easily misunderstood words and could only shyly ask her back, Haven't you had enough to drink? No way. Who would have thought that after hearing the question, that girl Lee Haemi would excitedly shout, I'm not kidding, 4 soju boys or nothing. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and go inside. As she spoke, she hastily pushed Jin Hyun inside, making Jin Hyun helpless and only able to shout and complain, You're really drunk. But no matter what, he didn't shake her hand away. He cooperated very well and let Haemi take his hand and lead him inside the shop. As soon as they entered the pub, the atmosphere was much warmer than outside. Lee Haemi became even more enthusiastic in introducing places to Jin Hyun. But Jin Hyun looked in the direction her hand pointed. Everywhere were strangers to him. Those people were happily clinking glasses. He didn't know anyone. Or maybe they knew him, but he was too busy to remember anyone's face. Until a friend of Lee Haemi seemed to be shocked and teased, Hello, class president, are you with your boyfriend? Then Haemi immediately turned on her fierce mode. Her voice was small but full of power. Her face was filled with a frank warning as she replied to the other guy, What are you talking about? I don't want to hear anything from your rotten mouth anymore, okay? So he was a coward and had to quickly apologize to her. Then he really shut his mouth and didn't say anything anymore. Jin Hyun, on the other hand, was not interested in the people here. In his mind, there was only one thought, I'm so tired. I want to go home. I want to sleep. But he also knew that he had to join the party with his classmates. Because a doctor doesn't work alone. Jin Hyun thought and laughed happily. Seeing that Haemi next to him curiously asked, Are you thinking about something inappropriate? No, shut up, Jin Hyun replied a little annoyed. Then he immediately asked the girl without hesitation, Anyway, I don't understand why you keep following me. Aren't you going to find a boyfriend? This question made Haemi stunned. The girl who was usually talkative could only stare at Jin Hyun with her mouth wide open. Right after that, not knowing what she was thinking, she didn't answer Jin Hyun's question. She just conveniently took a glass, leaned over, looked sad, drank it all, and then absent-mindedly said, I don't keep pets. Seeing her like this made Jin Hyun even more confused. He recalled that she was very famous but also very strange. He had heard that many people had confessed to her. But every time she was confessed to, she would reply with the same sentence, Sorry, I already have someone I like. Then she would continue her single life. Thinking about it again, Jin Hyun became more certain. He didn't think anyone would reject her. Her education, status, personal assets, and family. There's probably nothing in this world that she doesn't have, Jin Hyun thought, as he gulped down a mouthful of wine. Sometimes he envied people who were born at the finish line like this. Suddenly, he heard Lee Hamey beside him seeming to be frantically waving to someone. "Here, Oppa." Who would have thought that the person she was calling was Lee San-min? He walked over and seemed very close to Lee Hamey, replying, "You're here." Then he looked at Jin Hyun next to him, making him a bit surprised, and exclaimed, "Jin Hyun is here too. Are you happy?" At that moment, Jin Hyun seemed to be stunned for a few seconds. He threw up the alcohol in his mouth because he was so surprised. He couldn't believe the image before his eyes. Then after a few seconds of calmness, Jin Hyun tried to control his shock and asked Lee San-min, "Are you two siblings?" Unexpectedly, Lee San-min just calmly sat down and replied softly, "That's right, I'm a few months older." Lee Hamey saw Jin Hyun find out, making her a bit surprised and asking, "I never told you." Hearing this question, Jin Hyun didn't even think, and directly replied, "You two look very similar." After saying that, he still couldn't digest that information. His facial expression looked like he was constipated. But the two brothers still calmly showed innocent expressions and asked Jin Hyun, "Like what?" "It's the same," Jin Hyun replied, finding it a bit difficult to say. Then he couldn't help but ask the two brothers. Then Jin Hyun seriously looked back. There was a truth that he hadn't realized before, which was Lee Sang-min, this bastard, changed 180 degrees after he started college. When he was in high school, he was very aggressive and fierce, but at that time, Jin Hyun could at least think he looked cute. But now, when looking at Lee San-min, who always has a smiling face like a flower, Jin Hyun can't guess. What exactly is he thinking? Just as Jin Hyun was thinking about Lee San-min's change, he suddenly suggested, "Jin Hyun, let's have a few drinks. It's been a while since you started tutoring." Jin Hyun still hadn't said whether he agreed or not when his younger sister Hamey beside him hurriedly joined in with her brother. "Right, let's drink together. You'll drink it all every time I pour it for you, right?" She took the opportunity to say while taking out a beer glass and pouring wine and wanting to toast Jin Hyun, making him look at her with a dark face, and scared he had to quickly remind her, "Wait, you have to pour soju into small glasses." But even though Jin Hyun refused, he still obediently served the two brothers wine. Even though it sometimes looked a bit reluctant, Jin Hyun occasionally felt a little happy. Little did he know that while he was reluctantly serving the two Lee brothers wine, there was always someone beside him who was grinding his teeth in anger. Maybe it was because he was jealous of Jin Hyun. There was a table of very ugly-looking guys. The leader was a fat guy with a beer belly. He had been secretly peeping at Jin Hyun since he saw him enter. Only then could he not hold back his anger and cursed, "Kim Jin Hyun is such a pain in the ass." But when he heard those words, the guy drinking at the same table with the beer belly immediately advised, "Kang Min, just leave him alone. Let's drink up." Even though his friends tried to find another topic, beer belly, Kang Min still couldn't stop angrily asking his friend, "Why does Hamey like him? Just because he's a little cool?" Then Kang Min couldn't help but look down on him and said, "Jin Hyun always tutors to earn money because he's very poor. Hamey is very nice, that's why she always follows him around." Thinking about it, Kang Min's beer belly got even more upset. He could only curse, "Fuck," and then down his glass of wine to ease his anger. But after drinking this glass, it didn't seem to make him calm down. On the contrary, he became even more annoyed and slammed the glass on the table in anger. Looking at the picture of Hamey constantly laughing and joking with Jin Hyun, making Kang Min even more ugly and black-faced, scolding Jin Hyun to his friends, "That son of a bitch so poor. What a dog that fell in love with a fly. He said he got first place thanks to luck. Even though Hamey is very good, why does she always hang around him?" Then he started to remember the day he met Hamey. At that time, he did not hesitate to confess to her, "I liked you since the first time we met in college." But as usual, Hamey did not change her answer. Every time someone confessed to her, she would smile and reply, "Sorry, I already have someone I like." At that moment, Kang Min was also shocked. He was stunned and could only hug the bouquet of flowers tightly in his hand and exclaim, "What?" Thinking back now, he still feels angry and annoyed. As he looked at Kang Min's face trembling with anger, his friend seemed very comfortable and smiled, saying, "Leave him alone. He was only number one at first. Now he's nothing." Hearing that, another boy at the table also joined in to comfort him. "That's right, Kang Min. He's far behind you and Lee San-min. You have high scores and are in the top of the class. Don't worry too much about him." Yes, what's there to worry about?" The friend chimed in to criticize fat Kang Min with his bossy face. Then the other guy didn't hesitate to comment, "Kim Jin Hyun will drop in rank after tutoring too much. We're almost in the main classes." Hearing this, fat Kang Min finally smiled happily. Then he raised his beer glass and replied to his two friends, "You guys are right. I don't need to worry about a son of a bitch like Jin Hyun." Having said that, the three of them were very in tune and happily cheered as they drained their glasses as if they had just gotten rid of the thorn in their eyes, Jin Hyun. As for Jin Hyun, when he woke up again, it was already the next morning. With the experience from the previous times of getting drunk and being taken care of this time, Jin Hyun was no longer too surprised to find himself waking up in San-min's bed. At this time, Jin Hyun had already woken up somewhat, so he rubbed his eyes a bit tiredly and asked himself, Why do I always wake up at Lee San-min's house after drinking? I can't stand it if I continue drinking with these two brothers. Jin Hyun woke up just then, only to hear the delicious smell of noodles coming from San-min's kitchen. As soon as he saw Jin Hyun walking out of the room, San-min turned around and asked, "Are you awake? I was going to wake you up." So Jin Hyun also asked with concern, "What about Haemi?" Then when he heard San-min calmly reply, "Driver Kim took her home," Jin Hyun was surprised and exclaimed, "Ah, so she lives with Dad," after saying that San-min brought out 2 bowls of delicious noodles and placed them on the table. Then he was very kind and called out to Jin Hyun, "The ramen is done, let's eat." Jin Hyun had been waiting for this sentence for a long time. As soon as he brought out the bowl of noodles, he hurriedly devoured it, while continuously praising it as delicious. Even more exaggerated, Jin Hyun tried his best to advise San-min that you should quit medical school and open a family restaurant or something. "Stop talking nonsense," San-min replied happily with a smile. Then while eating, San-min also took the opportunity to ask Jin Hyun, "Can you do your homework?" "I don't know, maybe I can't do it," Jin Hyun replied very casually. Hearing that, San-min immediately reminded Jin Hyun with some worry, "Really? We're almost in our 3rd year and we'll start our regular classes. I think you should start studying now." Jin Hyun also nodded in agreement with his friend. "Yeah, I also think I should start studying." But even though he pretended to agree to reassure San-min, he was thinking to himself, the elective classes don't mean anything. I just need to focus on making money. It went on like that until Jin Hyun finished his full meal. When he left, he still didn't forget to praise San-min. "Anyway, the noodles are delicious. See you later." San-min immediately asked again, "Is there going to be a next time, but what are you going to do next?" "I have some work at school," Jin Hyun replied, then asked San-min back, "What are you planning to do today?" But San-min just smiled mysteriously and said, "Stay tuned," and didn't say anything more. Jin Hyun couldn't help but think to himself, he'll definitely be flirting with girls everywhere. After that, Jin Hyun didn't linger any longer. He sighed and turned around to open the door, saying, "I'll be right back." But when he touched the doorknob, Jin Hyun suddenly stopped. Seeing Jin Hyun talking about leaving but turning back, San-min still crossed his arms and asked teasingly, "Want to stay?" But Jin Hyun suddenly asked, "You adopted a dog, right? Where is it?" "It's dead," San-min answered immediately, without hiding anything. Hearing that, Jin Hyun couldn't hide his curiosity and exclaimed, "Wait! I thought your old dog died and then you adopted a new one." Having said that without waiting for San-min to reply, Jin Hyun turned his head to the door again. Before leaving, he didn't forget to say a few words to San-min. "What a bad luck for him. Don't be too sad. I'll come visit you next time." "Okay, see you later," San-min also comfortably replied. Then he stood at the door and watched until Jin Hyun disappeared behind the door. As for Jin Hyun, after leaving San-min's house, he hurriedly ran to the train station to catch the nearest bus to go to work. Jin Hyun had just jumped into the car when he was so tired that his whole body was limp. He could only lean his whole body against the car and nod off. In his head, there was only one thought: "I think I'm going to die." After that, Jin Hyun also took a nap for a few minutes before regaining his energy and getting off the bus at the stop. He ran straight to the city hospital. He seemed very familiar with this place. As soon as he arrived, he walked around to the room he needed to go to. Jin Hyun gently knocked on the door a few times. Then before the inside could react, Jin Hyun loudly announced again, "Professor Choi, I have come to visit." As soon as he saw that the person who came was Jin Hyun, Professor Choi was not surprised at all. He continued with his unfinished work and gently replied, "Oh, Jin Hyun, I've been waiting for a while. Come in." "Yes, Professor," Jin Hyun politely replied before slowly walking into his office. At this time, Professor Choi did not forget to ask Jin Hyun, "Is your father okay?" "Yes, he is healthier than ever." Jin Hyun bowed his head and greeted the professor solemnly while replying. While still bowing to the professor, Jin Hyun couldn't help but think to himself, "I don't know if it's a coincidence or not, but he became my major advisor. It's too much of a coincidence. I don't want to save people. I just want to be a dermatologist in Gangnam," Jin Hyun thought to himself a little helplessly. At that moment, Professor Choi suddenly asked him, "Did you do well on the test?" Jin Hyun excitedly replied, "I'm not sure." After saying that, he excitedly prayed, "Please be disappointed in me." But there was no disappointment in the professor's face. On the contrary, he was a bit amused and asked Jin Hyun, "Is that so? But I bet you'll get an A+ in molecular cell biology, organic chemistry, and biological physics, like always." Hearing him speak so frankly about himself, Jin Hyun could only smile wryly and reply, "Is that so?" Then in his heart, he felt even more frustrated and wondered, when did he know? Then Professor Choi said to Jin Hyun without any hesitation, "The first 2 years were crap. You'll be studying to death next year. Of course, like you, everyone else is studying important subjects." Hearing the professor say that, Jin Hyun knew that he couldn't argue back. So he immediately asked the main question, "Why did you call me here, Professor?" Hearing Jin Hyun's question, the professor just smiled and said, "I have a few things to ask. What are you planning to do during summer vacation?" "Me?" Jin Hyun exclaimed in bewilderment. He started thinking about himself in the following days. All the things he planned to do. It's all tutoring and nothing more. In Jin Hyun's mind right now there was only tutoring. But he didn't dare tell the truth to the professor. So he could only vaguely reply, I think I'll join as a volunteer. Hearing that the professor was also satisfied and exclaimed, Is that so? Then he seriously asked Jin Hyun, if there's nothing interesting to do, are you interested in working part-time? This question made Jin Hyun momentarily stunned. He couldn't believe it and asked the professor again, working part-time. So the professor also calmly nodded and continued to say, That's right. An acquaintance of mine used to work at a tobacco company, but now he opened a bio-venture company, but they are very short of staff. He asked me if anyone was interested in working. What do you think? If you put the money aside, you will gain a lot of valuable experience, the professor wholeheartedly offered to Jin Hyun. Hearing this, Jin Hyun also started to reconsider. The bio-venture is indeed a good opportunity to study, but I'm too bored with medical work because I'm too familiar with it in my previous life, and the bio-venture will never be able to give me a good salary. Right now, I just want money. Jin Hyun was in the process of finding an excuse to refuse when he suddenly heard the professor mumble, What's the name of that company? It seems to be Mind Bio. Hearing this, Jin Hyun's whole body shook. It seemed like all the reasons he had just given himself had disappeared. Jin Hyun's voice also became a bit shaky because of the urgency. He asked Professor Choi again, The professor just said the company name is Mind Bio, right? Yes. The professor calmly replied, folding his arms. So Jin Hyun didn't even bother to think anymore. He immediately bowed his head to the professor and firmly affirmed in a playful tone, I will take this job. Seeing Jin Hyun agree so quickly, the professor was also very satisfied and smiled. I understand. Fine. This will be a great experience for you. But he didn't know that Jin Hyun didn't actually accept this job because he would gain experience. But because he heard the name Mind Bio, he didn't hesitate and thought, of course I'll do it. Because he has lived 2 lives, Jin Hyun knows that it will become the leading bio-industrial company in the future. But before the day he went to the company, Jin Hyun couldn't help but worry a bit, because he himself didn't know how this decision of his would change his future. Today, when following the address that Professor Choi gave to find the company building, Jin Hyun suddenly felt a sentence while standing under the building. So Mind Bio started in Gyeongju City. After that, they successfully developed a diagnostic kit and improved medicine. Then they moved their headquarters to Incheon. At this point, Jin Hyun suddenly remembered, I think I once contributed to a few projects of this company. Thinking about the company, he also felt a bit nostalgic, wondering, is the president still the same as usual? While he was thinking about this, Jin Hyun had already arrived at the building's security. As soon as he saw the stranger, Jin Hyun, the guard immediately asked him, What do you need here? So Jin Hyun shyly replied, Professor Choi told me to come here. Hearing Jin Hyun's answer, the security guard nodded and said, It's true that I received a call from him. Was that you? Yes, it was me. Jin Hyun politely answered every question. Looking at the slightly embarrassed expression of the security guard, Jin Hyun could only put on a gentle smile. Because he knew clearly that he was definitely thinking that even if we were short of staff, why would he introduce such a boy? And indeed, Jin Hyun's guess was correct. The security guard was indeed scolding in his heart. Even if we were short of staff, why would he send such a boy here? Even though he was a bit dissatisfied, the guard was still very kind and led Jin Hyun to the chairman. As soon as they entered the room, the two went straight inside. The guard didn't bother to knock on the chairman's door, but only politely called out, Sir. The chairman also very comfortably asked, What's the matter? Then the security guard introduced Jin Hyun to the chairman. This is the person that Professor Choi introduced from Korea University Hospital. After the chairman heard this, he looked at Jin Hyun again several times. However, he still couldn't believe it, to the point that he had to exclaim and ask again, Is he really that bad? Yes, he said so. The security guard firmly affirmed that he was not mistaken. Hearing this, the chairman was also stunned. Then he put on a face that seemed to be troubled and asked Jin Hyun directly, Are you the one recommended by Professor Choi? I'm very sorry, student. But what year are you in? Sophomore year. Jin Hyun was very polite and answered every question. Hearing this, the chairman breathed a sigh of relief and said, You're a sophomore in a selective class, right? You look younger than your age. However, Jin Hyun once again disappointed him with just one honest sentence. No, I'm in a sophomore or a regular class. Sure enough, upon hearing Jin Hyun say that, the chairman was even more shocked this time. He showed an expression of disbelief and exclaimed, A regular class, not a selective class. So Jin Hyun could only honestly answer, yes. If he could, he really wanted to remind him right now. Sir, you need to hide the expression on your face. Then right after that, the chairman seemed to be extremely disappointed, to the point that he didn't hold back at all and directly said while Jin Hyun was still standing in front of him, Oh my God, I asked Professor Choi to introduce someone useful. But Professor Choi, he said very frankly, even though Jin Hyun could only stand next to him and scream in his heart, "Hey, I heard that!" After that, the chairman became even more helpless. If he could meet Professor Choi right now, he would really want to ask him directly, "What do you want me to do with him?" Looking at Jin Hyun's unreliable appearance made the chairman have another headache. He had to calm down so he could have time to think. Then he got even more frustrated and secretly blamed Professor Choi. "Come on, if you couldn't introduce me, you could have refused. You called a kid here. Is he kidding me?" The chairman thought and ran out of options. He couldn't send Jin Hyun away, so he awkwardly stood up and asked him, "Have you ever done a chemistry lab test?" "Yes, I have," Jin Hyun answered honestly. Hearing that the chairman could only say to himself, "But anyway, Professor Choi sent him here, so it's fine to let him do some random things." Perhaps he didn't know that Jin Hyun had already guessed a part of it through his expression. He immediately affirmed to himself, "It looks like he wants me to do some random things." So, while following the chairman to receive the job, Jin Hyun couldn't contain his curiosity and quickly asked, "Can you tell me what I'll be doing?" Your job is the anemia diagnostic kit," the chairman answered very frankly and quickly. Hearing this, Jin Hyun's expression immediately became a bit dazed. He kept muttering the 4 words, "Anemia Diagnostic Department," over and over again as if he couldn't believe he would be assigned to this department. But that expression of his was misunderstood by the chairman. He asked Jin Hyun with a bit of disgust, "Don't you understand? It's a diagnostic kit. It can tell you the reason for many anemia diseases." He explained briefly with a few sentences. But Jin Hyun wasn't stupid. He already knew all of this. The reason he had that expression was because he was worried about something else. And then after a few seconds of being frozen in thought, Jin Hyun immediately called the chairman back without hesitation. "Sir, wait a moment." Jin Hyun's mysterious gesture made him worried and hurriedly asked him, "What is it?" At this time, Jin Hyun was straightforward and somewhat questioning, asking him back, "Why did you develop an anemia diagnostic kit?" Then to the chairman's horror, Jin Hyun bluntly told him that this won't go anywhere. Hearing Jin Hyun's arrogant assertion, the chairman immediately got annoyed and tried to coax him. "You may not know. Anemia is a disease that many patients suffer from because there is not enough blood supply to the body. There are many reasons for this disease, but currently, there is no diagnostic kit that can diagnose it. The specific reason is that we Mind Bio Company are trying to develop this unique technology." Jin Hyun then confidently continued to tell him that if there are many reasons for anemia, there is only one group of this disease that the patient really has problems with, and that group of types can be diagnosed by a mass blood test that measures the amount of phyton, so we don't need to use that so-called anemia diagnostic kit. Who would have thought that as soon as he finished speaking, it seemed like Jin Hyun would be scared by those words. But on the contrary, he confidently replied to him, "We can diagnose the disease by a comprehensive blood test and measuring the amount of phenolphthalein that represents the level of damage in the body. If that's the case, then why do we need to develop a diagnostic kit?" Indeed, Jin Hyun's words made the chairman have a different view of him. He didn't even have time to understand what he said, so he had to ask again, "What phellatin?" Jin Hyun's words really shocked the chairman. He kept widening his eyes and angrily asked Jin Hyun, "What are you talking about?" Jin Hyun, on the other hand, was angrily scolding them in his mind. "Develop a diagnostic kit for anemia. I wonder if they can do it." If they could, they would have won the Nobel Prize. As for the chairman, he was still shocked and kept muttering the word, "No way." Then he took out his cell phone and made a phone call saying to the other end of the line, "Yes, it's me. Come here quickly and call Dr. Kim here too." Sure enough, after that call, someone quickly came to Jin Hyun's place. It seemed like that person hadn't even had time to take off his surgical clothes yet. Rushed to Jin Hyun to ask for clarification. "What's going on? Developing an anemia diagnostic kit is meaningless. What did you just say?" The person called Dr. Kim went directly to Jin Hyun to ask for clarification. Jin Hyun, after being bold for a while now when facing the doctor, was a bit speechless. Meanwhile, Dr. Kim just looked at Jin Hyun fiercely. It was as if his eyes could shoot out 2 bullets at any moment. Just like that, Jin Hyun had to make eye contact with him for a few seconds. His tall, fierce figure combined with his fierce eyes made Jin Hyun somewhat scared. It took him a long mental struggle before he could calmly raise his voice again to tell Dr. Kim, "It's not useless, but even if it's developed, very few people will use it." But Jin Hyun had just said this when Dr. Kim's tone became a bit annoyed as he shouted, "What?" It seemed like he couldn't believe that a mere brat dared to say such words in front of him. So Dr. Kim didn't show any respect and directly taught Jin Hyun a lesson. "Hey student, you can believe that you are a student of the most prestigious medical school in Korea, but as a medical student, you haven't taken any specialized classes. Do you know exactly what anemia is?" Speaking up to here, it seemed like he still felt it wasn't enough, so he directly told Jin Hyun, "I'm the one who wrote my own doctoral thesis on the reaction of anemia on the human body. Just because you're young doesn't mean you can say whatever you want, so watch your mouth next time." Dr. Kim seemed very annoyed as he warned Jin Hyun, However, this time Jin Hyun wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he became even more confident and replied, I believe that diagnosing the classifications of anemia with today's technology is impossible. Hearing this, Dr. Kim became even more angry and asserted to Jin Hyun that our tool will play an important role in properly analyzing the classification of anemia patients and creating the right treatment. Who would have thought that even though he had said this, Jin Hyun still calmly replied with a boastful sentence, I don't see any value in this tool. Why? Both the chairman and Dr. Kim couldn't understand where the motivation for a kid like Jin Hyun to be able to repeatedly refute the research they had worked so hard to build came from. Who would have thought that the next second both of them would be strongly questioned by Jin Hyun? Doctor, why do you think that a diagnostic tool for anemia has never been discovered by anyone? This question from Jin Hyun also made the chairman suddenly feel a bit suspicious and asked Dr. Kim, because maybe no one has thought of it yet, right? However, before Dr. Kim could say anything, Jin Hyun spoke up directly as if criticizing and asked, do you really think so? Wouldn't pharmacists and industrial chemical companies that can smell money better than anyone think of such ideas? It's simply because it's not necessary, Jin Hyun said, frankly leaving the other two so surprised that their faces turned pale. Neither of them could have imagined that one day they would be directly criticized like that by a university student. Then, as if to confirm his opinion, Jin Hyun once again continued to ask Dr. Kim, Doctor, you must know how to diagnose anemia. All it takes is a few blood tests. With a regular blood test and measuring the level of phytoin, which is considered a characteristic of the body's blood level, you can diagnose the main cause behind the disease. Jin Hyun had said everything up to here, but the chairman still tried not to understand, or maybe he really didn't understand. So he kept arguing back to Jin Hyun saying, but anemia can be caused by many reasons. However, Jin Hyun did not hesitate to directly and quickly reply that those types of anemia are rare. There are common types that can be easily diagnosed through the blood test I just mentioned. Anemia and iron deficiency through the size of hemoglobin. Chronic anemia through the concentration of phytin. To diagnose the necessary treatment for megaloblastic anemia through peripheral blood tests. It's actually more logical to request special diagnoses when looking for abnormalities from common blood tests, Jin Hyun said very loudly. He spoke a series of reasons and convincing evidence that left both Dr. Kim and the chairman speechless. After thinking for half a day, Dr. Kim finally managed to come up with a sentence to reply to Jin Hyun. Even so, will that tool be widely used? When it is successfully developed? He doubtfully stated his speculation. It seemed he did not want to admit that his research was useless. In response to Dr. Kim's stubbornness, Jin Hyun gently asked, how much does it cost to use that tool? How much time does it take to make a diagnosis? 70,000 won for about 3 days, the chairman replied hesitantly. So based on this answer, Jin Hyun also gently pointed out to the two of them that a normal blood test only costs about a few thousand won. Additional tests only cost about 20 to 30,000 more. And the results will be out in a moment. No one will use another more expensive tool, Jin Hyun said very calmly. He had rationally pointed out the contradiction in their research. Sure enough, his words successfully broke the chairman's confidence. He couldn't even keep his balance. His legs also started to tremble on the ground. Finally, unable to stand any longer, he completely collapsed to the ground, much to Jin Hyun's concern. The chairman at this moment was like a child. His whole body was trembling non-stop. His voice became hoarse as he exclaimed, what should I do? We have invested 150 million. Hearing that, Jin Hyun could only gently ask him, how is the progress of this tool? It's just in the beginning stage, the chairman honestly replied. Hearing that, Jin Hyun could only calmly advise him, it's not too late to stop. That's the best way to minimize damage. At this point, even Dr. Kim had to lower his ego and said to the chairman, I'm sorry, sir. I should have thought more carefully about this matter. However, the chairman also knew that he couldn't blame anyone. He could only embrace his own confusion and exclaim, no, it's my fault for thinking about such ideas. Having said that, he then looked at Jin Hyun again. The chairman suddenly remembered what Professor Choi had once said to him, he is an impressive student, so treat him well. Thinking of this, the chairman finally understood why his old friend said he was a genius. This was now also recognized by him. So the chairman gradually regained his composure. He slowly got up from the ground and at the same time did not forget to say to Jin Hyun, thank you anyway. We almost wasted our money. I understand why Professor Choi thinks so highly of you, the chairman said, as he sincerely extended his hand in front of Jin Hyun. Jin Hyun also very calmly took his hand and comfortably said, it's nothing. I'm also sorry for making everyone like that. I understand that things are a bit sudden. Having said that, looking at the other two people's gloomy faces made Jin Hyun blame himself even more. I really feel guilty for their moods. It seemed that Jin Hyun could not have expected that his words would have such great destructive power. So to ease the atmosphere, he quickly asked the chairman, do you have any other projects besides that anemia diagnostic tool? So the president did not hide anything and replied, we still have a project called RI-84, but what about it? As expected upon hearing this, Jin Hyun was so happy that he forgot all his thoughts and quickly exclaimed, "Ah, it's research on diagnosis related to inflammation, right?" Immediately, he received a suspicious look from the chairman, followed by a wary question. "Wait, how do you know that?" Only then did Jin Hyun realize he had misspoken, so he could only make excuses saying, "I heard a little from the professor." Then Jin Hyun didn't hesitate to directly ask the chairman, "Can I take a look at it?" At first the chairman was a bit hesitant, stammering, "That project," and then showing an awkward expression. However, after that, it seemed like he had thought it through, so he didn't hesitate anymore, directly handed a stack of documents to Jin Hyun and said, "Here it is." Jin Hyun took it and politely said, "I'll look through it quickly." So both the chairman and Dr. Kim dropped their unfinished work and sat together waiting for Jin Hyun to look through the pile of documents. After his excellent performance just now, the two of them seemed to be expecting him to also contribute some ideas about this project. Sure enough, after a few minutes of studying the project, Jin Hyun seriously commented that there was a problem in the time of introduction during the purification of the antigen protein. Hearing this, the chairman once again could not hide his surprise and exclaimed, "Wait, almost no one can see this problem the first time. But how could you?" After asking, he did not wait for Jin Hyun's answer anymore. He said to himself and continued to admit that, "Yes, you are right. It has been at a standstill for a long time, but we do not know how to solve it." Speaking of this, the chairman suddenly became a bit frustrated and sighed. "That's why we're trying to make up for the loss with the anemia diagnostic tool." While he was saying those words, Jin Hyun was still concentrating very hard. His eyes were like a detector, not missing a single word on those reports. After a while of careful research, Jin Hyun then slowly came to the conclusion there is no problem up to the enzyme chain reaction, but it seems to be stuck when trying to apply the ELISA method. Hearing these words said by Jin Hyun so calmly, even Dr. Kim couldn't help but exclaim, "Student, you are a monster. You can point out the problems with the ELISA method just by looking at the report." But Jin Hyun directly ignored that question. He seemed very impatient and immediately suggested to the two people, "I have some ideas about this matter. Maybe you guys will be interested." While the two thought that Jin Hyun would continue to point out the problem to them, Jin Hyun stopped rationally. He smiled slyly and negotiated with the president. "But before I say it, I have a condition. If my idea helps the project progress, I want to be rewarded for my respective contributions. Of course, if I can't do anything, I won't take anything," Jin Hyun said with a voice full of confidence. No one would have thought that a second-year student would dare to say such words in front of his elders. Fortunately, the chairman was also an honest person. Not only did he not blame Jin Hyun, he also shyly said, "I understand. But how much do you want? As you know, based on our current financial situation, we can't give you too much money." Then perhaps he himself did not expect that Jin Hyun would calmly reply, "I don't need money. Please give me stocks instead." Hearing this, the chairman was immediately confused. He froze, his eyes widened, and he could only look at Jin Hyun again asking him about the word stocks. So Jin Hyun immediately put on an angelic smile and bragged to the president, "I don't expect to start with a large sum of money. I just think about being able to devote myself to the company as if it were mine." Hearing this, the president was speechless. He didn't know if Jin Hyun was telling the truth or pretending, so he could only smile wryly and reply, "Really, thank you very much." Then, as promised, a few days later, Jin Hyun returned to the president's office to meet him. He seemed to have prepared everything. As soon as Jin Hyun arrived, he brought a stack of papers in front of him and said, "This is a contract." Jin Hyun took the document, started reading the terms, and calculated for himself approximately 4% of the shares. "In case the project is successful, I will be able to attract 15 million with the corresponding number of shares." Of course, it was a large sum of money for a sophomore like Jin Hyun. But if this project is successful, it will be nothing compared to this company. While stamping his approval on the contract, Jin Hyun couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, they would never have imagined that their shares would increase by 600% in 10 years. That's 2.6 times the initial compensation. Jin Hyun thought happily and hurriedly stamped, "Prepare to become a millionaire." In his mind, he had already calculated that, in reality, this contract is not only worth 15 million, but 400 million. Yet the old chairman did not know and kept praising Jin Hyun in his heart. He is not greedy at all. He is truly a perfect student. So the last semester for elective classes was almost over. Before starting serious student work, the medical students, along with Jin Hyun, also took advantage of the last opportunities to have as much fun as possible. Drinking, gathering with friends, dating, traveling. They tried to experience everything so that they wouldn't have any regrets later. But when he was happy enough, Jin Hyun continued to focus on his project. He almost always devoted all his energy to this research. So before Shidong finished, he could finally see the completion date of the RI-84 project. At this last moment, the chairman was still polite and kept saying, "Thank you, Jin Hyun." Jin Hyun knew that he also benefited from this matter, so he always smiled politely and replied to him, "It's not a big deal. But the chairman kept saying, "No, if it weren't for you, my company would probably go bankrupt. Thank you very much." But Jin Hyun himself didn't feel like he had contributed anything, because deep down he knew that even without him, this project would still develop within a year or two. The more he thought about it, the more guilty he felt, as if he had taken all the credit for himself. "Well, I did it for the money anyway." Jin Hyun had no choice but to reassure himself. The chairman was completely unaware of Jin Hyun's thoughts. He even felt happy for him. He has the right to be arrogant, but fortunately his personality is amazing, just like his intelligence. Then after a few short seconds of mutual flattery, Jin Hyun returned to the main topic and reported the progress of the work to the chairman. "The immunochromatographic analysis of antibodies is quite effective, so I believe we only need to make a few small adjustments." Hearing this, the chairman nodded in agreement. Then he looked a little worried and asked Jin Hyun, "You're right, but you're about to attend specialized classes. Can you still help us with this project?" The moment he heard that question, Jin Hyun himself knew that staying up all night might not be enough to study. So he didn't hide it and told the chairman directly, "Actually, when my specialized classes start, I probably won't be able to help everyone anymore." Hearing this, the president in front of Jin Hyun almost wilted, but still tried to force himself to reply, "Oh, I understand, even though the real manager of the RI-84 project is you now." Seeing his expression suddenly made Jin Hyun feel a little guilty. He felt a little guilty towards him. But even though he felt guilty, Jin Hyun couldn't do anything else, because he wasn't sure about his future either. "Even if I had studied medicine before, I couldn't guarantee my academic performance." Then after some careful consideration, Jin Hyun declared to the chairman with determination, "I will try to complete all the remaining important parts of the project during winter break, so everyone won't have any problems even without me." The chairman was happy to hear that, but still had some doubts and asked, "Can you do it?" Before this question from Chairman Jin Hyun, there was also a slight hesitation. He began to think to himself a bit, "I still have about a month before the winter break ends." Thinking about it, Jin Hyun became even more confident and gave a thumbs up, affirming firmly, "Although we only have enough time, I think we can do it." Hearing that, the chairman laughed out loud with pleasure, as if he completely believed what Jin Hyun said. Then when he saw Jin Hyun start to focus on his work again, he admired him even more in his heart. What a hard-working student. Time passed slowly. Not long after winter break ended, it was mid-February. Jin Hyun and his friends started taking lessons on human bones to prepare for the week before school started. These classes are considered the real beginning of medical studies for medical students. At this time, the whole class had gathered to go to the place where the class was held. Hami's ears continuously rang with the chatter of her friends. "It's cold, isn't it? Learning about bones will be difficult, right? If you can't remember everything, the teachers won't let you eat well and sleep well." Some students even complained loudly without any restraint. "How can I remember all that in 2 days? That's definitely why we have to do this before the official classes start." Amidst the noisy chatter, Hami seemed to be a little impatient. She turned her head towards the crowd and asked loudly, "We're about to leave. Is everyone here yet?" Hearing that her friend's brother San-min was the first to speak up and said, "Everyone except Jin Hyun. Is he too busy with personal matters?" Who would have thought that as soon as San-min finished speaking, his younger sister Hami would angrily shout, "How the hell can he live if he skips the bone science class? It's the foundation of medical research." Hearing Hami's exaggerated shout, the other classmates also agreed and said, "That's right. If he doesn't know it, he won't be able to do anatomy. We won't just learn about bones, we'll also learn about the study of fundamentals. Along with that are the methods, so we can't miss it." At this point, Hami couldn't keep calm anymore. She quickly took out her phone and called Jin Hyun while scolding him. What the hell is he doing skipping this class? On this side, after a few rings of the phone ringing like a debt collector, Jin Hyun had no choice but to pick up the phone and say, "Hello." Before he could ask anything, he heard the other side shout like a machine, "Jin Hyun, you really aren't coming." At this time, even though Jin Hyun was busy, he still had to patiently explain to his friend, "My project isn't done yet, so I can't come. Besides, the class isn't mandatory." Who would have thought that even though Jin Hyun said that his friend would still stubbornly yell over the phone, even if it's not mandatory, who would miss a bone class? So Jin Hyun knew that no matter what he said, it would be useless. He could only quickly tell her one last sentence. "Thank you for your concern, but I'm sorry, my project is almost finished, so I'll have to try a little harder." After saying that, Jin Hyun didn't even bother to say goodbye and directly hung up on her. Leaving Hami here, she could only stare at the phone and breathe heavily. Finally, she seemed to lose her mind and hung up the phone. Then she yelled in front of the crowd, "What the hell is he doing?" Then suddenly the fat guy in the class, who was jealous of Jin Hyun, took the opportunity to run up and say to her, "It seems like everyone has arrived, so let's go, Hami. Jin Hyun is a top student in the country. He will be able to take care of himself." On this side, San-min saw that her sister was feeling down, so she had no choice but to follow the fat guy's advice and say, "That's right, we can't wait any longer. Let's go, I'll call him back later." But no matter how much they advised, Hami still kept silent. Her expression was also cold and unpleasant. She couldn't help but secretly scold Jin Hyun. What an idiot. What if he waits and has to repeat the class? Everyone is working hard in this class, so he could easily be left behind. The fat guy on the other side kept urging her, "Let's go, Haimi." Seeing Haimi angry at Jin Hyun like that, he became even more smug and thought to himself, this arrogant guy, even if he is at the top of the national rankings, medical research is on another level. But then, until the end of the 3-day bone course. But Jin Hyun still didn't show up for a single day. Now, after getting off the bus back from class, Haimi once again heard her friends whispering, "That's too much knowledge. Feels like I'm being abused in that flood of knowledge. We've learned a lot in the past 3 days. But if he doesn't join this class, do you think Jin Hyun can catch up?" Someone in the crowd suddenly asked her friend. The other friend didn't hesitate to answer. "Kim Jin Hyun, right? What is he planning to do? He really only does what he wants, huh?" These gossips behind Jin Hyun's back made Haimi even more worried. She became even more determined and thought to herself, "Kim Jin Hyun, I will find you. I will be your tutor," Haimi decided with great enthusiasm. The fat mean guy got even more smug and said to his friend, "Kim Jin Hyun, that guy isn't coming, right?" "That's right, he's crazy," his friend replied. The fat guy was so happy. He even said to his friends, "He probably thinks college is like the SAT or something. It'll be fun to see him ace the test." Then after saying that, the fat guy suddenly saw San Min leaning against the bus smoking. So this fat guy immediately acted friendly, quickly walked over and asked, "Lee Sang-min, are you doing well?" "Just like before," San Min replied perfunctorily. Then he only focused on the cigarette in his mouth. But facing San Min's coldness, the fat man still didn't feel embarrassed at all. On the contrary, he became even more smug, thinking to himself, "People like this guy are worthy of being my opponent. Unlike the others, he's quite special. And he is also Lee Haimi's brother." The fat guy became even more excited when he thought about this. And then he didn't hesitate to directly express his excitement to San Min. "I won't lose to you in the specialized classes. Let's work hard together." Although San Min didn't understand why the fat guy suddenly said that, she still very politely said okay, and didn't forget to say good luck to the fat guy. At the same time, Jin Hyun's side had finished the project. Even though he was currently in extreme pain and dizziness, even he himself couldn't believe that he hadn't given up halfway. Then the chairman suddenly felt a little guilty and asked Jin Hyun, "Are you going to be okay? You skipped the bone class." But Jin Hyun could only smile and reply, "Yes, I'll be fine." Hearing Jin Hyun's forced laughter, the chairman felt even more guilty and said, "I'm very sorry for that." Hearing that, Jin Hyun immediately reassured him by replying, "Completing the project according to the contract to make money. I don't think research is more important than anything. I'm very happy to do this. You don't need to feel guilty. Actually, I know it's an important foundation class, but I've already taken it. It's not necessary anymore," Jin Hyun said, as he continued to study with his hands. He looked very calm. After saying these flowery words to the president, Jin Hyun became even more excited, thinking about the money he was about to receive. Everything made him so greedy that he was about to drool, secretly feeling smug. "Everything will be completed in a few days, and my money will come quickly." Then suddenly the chairman seriously asked Jin Hyun, "Jin Hyun, can we talk privately for a moment? Come to my room for a few minutes." Jin Hyun didn't understand anything but still answered. Then he quickly packed up the things on the table to follow him. After reaching the president's private room, seeing the seriousness on his face, Jin Hyun immediately spoke first and asked him, "What can I do for you?" And now the chairman seemed to have figured it out. He let out a sigh, and then quickly said to Jin Hyun, "I want to ask you for a few things. I wonder if you're interested in working with Mind Bio after you graduate from university." As expected, as soon as this proposal was made, Jin Hyun was completely shocked. He never expected that one day the chairman would directly make this proposal to him. As for the chairman, it was as if he was afraid that Jin Hyun would refuse, so he hurriedly used all his words to persuade Jin Hyun. "Although our Mind Bio is not yet strong, its potential is huge. In the future, there is no doubt that our company will become the best biotechnology company in the country. So I wonder if you would like to join us." After he finished speaking, he waited for a long time, but still did not see Jin Hyun respond. So he had to speak up again and urge him, "I hope you will take some time to think about this. I will give you the best I can." But even though the president had used all his words, Jin Hyun still couldn't respond. That was because he was shocked by this offer. He knew that it wasn't unusual to join a company after graduating from university. But the name Mind Bio made him think for a bit longer. Because although it is still a bit risky with the current situation of the company, but within a few years, this company will be the leader in national biotechnology. After a while of considering the pros and cons, Jin Hyun himself had to sweat profusely because he knew that, if I can get a position at Mind Bio in the future, this is definitely not a bad offer. But after thinking about the pros and cons, Jin Hyun did not hesitate to affirm to himself that this was not the path he wanted. So he did not hesitate to directly tell the president, "Thank you very much for the offer. However, I do not think a biotechnology company is very suitable for me, so I apologize." Is that so? The chairman exclaimed in a very dejected voice. Then he just sat there sadly rubbing his head. Seeing the chairman like that, Jin Hyun could only smile wryly, because he himself realized that he looked super disappointed. Then while Jin Hyun was still wondering what to do, he heard the chairman trying to convince him one last time. I understand what you're thinking, but there's still a lot of time until you graduate, so my offer will still stand. We will always welcome you to the company. Yes, thank you, Jin Hyun quickly replied. Before Jin Hyun bowed to the president to leave, he still didn't forget to tell him, keep in touch even after this project is completed, okay? Yes, Jin Hyun replied and bowed his head very politely. Time passed very quickly after that. In a few days, Jin Hyun finished the final parts of the project and received the shares as the chairman promised. Although Jin Hyun couldn't convert it into money right away, but it was really a golden egg, and he was sure that it would grow to 40 million won at some point in the future. At this moment, Jin Hyun is standing in front of an ATM to check his account. After printing out the account statement, Jin Hyun felt a little nostalgic and thought, 115 million won, this is the amount of money I've earned from tutoring continuously for the past 2 years without any extravagance. With the money he had saved, Jin Hyun drew up a perfect plan for himself. He would invest all of it by buying stocks of Daiju Group, which would develop into a top company in the future. In 10 years, it would increase 10 times. Thinking of this, Jin Hyun excitedly wondered, so how much money will I have in 10 years? Thinking of this, Jin Hyun's quick mind started to jump to numbers. 115 million won, multiplied by 10, plus the shares according to Mind Bio's contract. Thinking about that amount of money makes me feel so good. Jin Hyun became even more excited. He could already imagine the Golden Mountain and Silver Mountain before his eyes. Jin Hyun felt so happy when he imagined those things. He couldn't stop himself from smiling smugly. 1.5 billion won is the total amount of money you will have in your hands in a few years. Just thinking about that amount of money makes he feel happy. Then, after calculating everything, Jin Hyun suddenly felt a little tired. He stretched a bit and then said to himself, of course I also want to rest and enjoy myself like everyone else. But all this was just the beginning. Who would have thought that just as he was thinking about this, the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Jin Hyun quickly picked it up and politely answered, hello, Dad. Then, that same night with the money he had saved for the past 2 years, Jin Hyun took his parents out to eat at a fancy restaurant. Although his parents initially refused, they felt uncomfortable with the expense of the meal, but they seemed very happy anyway. Jin Hyun was happy to see his parents happy. He really looked forward to the day when his family could go to places like this without having to worry about anything. And then, after a night full of happiness passed, school also started, followed by specialized classes at school, so Jin Hyun also had to start packing. Seeing her son carrying things like that, his mother became more worried and asked, my son is moving out to live alone to save time commuting, is it too difficult? But Jin Hyun always reassured her, don't worry, Mom. His father, although not as smooth as his mother, is always worried and reminds him, remember to stay healthy. Thanks to you, the restaurant is still operating well, so don't worry about money. Hearing his father say that, his mother beside him immediately turned her anger towards him. And you take care of yourself first. You just got drunk a few days ago. So his father was not comfortable talking about health issues anymore, afraid that his mother would blame him. He could only seriously remind his son one last time, no matter what, I just hope you become a good doctor like Professor Choi Dae-won. Hearing that, Jin Hyun shyly smiled and replied, I will definitely become a good doctor. Then he couldn't help but think to himself, a good doctor doesn't necessarily have to save people, right? After his father finished speaking, Jin Hyun's mother brought out another pile of food and gave it to him, saying, remember to eat well, don't skip meals. Yes, it looks like you'll never be hungry again. Jin Hyun looked at the pile of food and panicked. Then the first day of school came. Today, Jin Hyun thought he had arrived at school very early. However, as soon as he pushed open the classroom door, Jin Hyun panicked and exclaimed in his heart, it's only 6:30 in the morning, but it seems like there are a lot of people here. Looking at these people who came to class early in the morning, Jin Hyun became even more confused and wondered, did they come early to get good seats? That must be right. It seems like the classroom won't be changed. Thinking that, Jin Hyun absent-mindedly yawned exaggeratedly. However, he didn't know that the fat classmate was gritting his teeth and looking at him silently, cursing, this mediocre guy, let's see how long you can last. Sitting right now from outside the room door, Lee Hae-mi also leisurely walked into the classroom. As soon as she saw Jin Hyun sitting inside, she was so surprised that she was speechless. Then the other girl didn't even think and rushed to him loudly, scolding, Kim Jin Hyun, how dare you hang up on me? I just wanted to give you the notebook with the theory notes for the lesson the other day. Oh, sorry. I'm a bit busy, Jin Hyun replied, bewildered. But Jin Hyun's expression made Hae-mi even more annoyed and shouted, then how can you catch up with your classmates if you're left behind? Ah, well, thanks. Jin Hyun could only shyly reply with a few polite words. So Hamey got angry and directly hit Jin Hyun and said, "Whatever, go handle it yourself." "I know." Jin Hyun painfully tried to reply, just hoping the other girl would stop. After being beaten by her until his whole body was bruised, Jin Hyun could only tremble and try to distance himself from her. The more he looked at her, the more he trembled. This girl after the bone class, is she hitting me more accurately? Then while Jin Hyun was absent-minded, Lee San-min also entered the classroom from the back door. However, he seemed very lonely and quickly walked towards the row of desks at the back. Looking at his lonely look, Jin Hyun suddenly felt a little nostalgic, thinking, he always appears right before class starts. Well, that's good. It's a significant improvement from high school. Then the teacher on the podium also started to signal, "Let's start today's class." As soon as he said these words, he didn't give the students any time to prepare, but quickly started projecting a picture on the board and then lectured, "The rotator cuff here allows the shoulder to move, including the muscle bundles, tendons, and ligaments." Sure enough, his words scared the hell out of the crowd below. Everyone could only stare at him with wide eyes. But the teacher didn't even bother to see if the students understood and calmly continued to lecture, "Nerve cells and arteries are located in this particular location." Even though the entire class had prepared carefully in advance, when they heard him lecture, their eyes and mouths were wide open. The only questions left in their minds were probably, what the hell, he didn't mention anything about bones. And just like that, the whole class passed by in a daze. The teacher finished his lecture and then leisurely closed his book. Before leaving the class, he did not forget to remind the students, "Remember everything I just said." Remember what the eyes below could only stare at him with dark faces. Their hearts kept screaming, because after sitting for dozens of minutes now, they still didn't understand a single word. Until the teacher was gone, a few friends came back to their senses and asked their friends, "Wait, what did he just talk about? We need to listen to it again." That's right. The friend next to them also nodded in agreement, bewildered. Only Jin Hyun seemed to be at ease and didn't show any difficulty at all. He even sympathized with his classmates and thought, "It's useless because every lesson will be like this, so let's get used to this way of studying." Thinking then, Jin Hyun suddenly looked at Lee Hemi, who was sitting next to him. Looking at her leisurely appearance, Jin Hyun felt a bit of admiration, thinking, "It seems like she can understand without any difficulty." But then Jin Hyun suddenly remembered, thinking back, she will also become a famous pharmacist. So he was even more surprised by the arrangement of fate, because he himself could not have guessed that he would be so close to her now. Just as Jin Hyun was in a daze, Hemi beside him suddenly turned to ask him, "Is the lesson too difficult? Do you need me to show you my notes?" Jin Hyun was startled, a little unnaturally, scratched his head and smiled in response. "It's okay." And that same day, after the physics and ecology classes, they had a lunch break. But this break passed as quickly as it came, but it seemed like the students were dreading the next class. As soon as the laboratory door opened, everyone was scared and thought to themselves, "Is it time already?" Everyone's face was tense like a criminal. Even though they wore white blouses, they still did not have the demeanor of a doctor. In the crowd, someone's voice rang out giving instructions to the whole class, then closed the door and announced, "Everyone is inside." When the door closed, in front of everyone was a lot of dead bodies covered with white sheets. As soon as the white cloth covering the body was lifted once again, the students all shook their heads in dismay. Some even vomited. In this room, only the lecturer calmly spoke. "You guys have learned everything from the last class, right? You need to dissect the shoulder part this time. You guys will have to dissect a human body for your future anatomy test, so do it carefully." After saying that, he quickly assigned everyone to their assigned groups. But after the teacher finished speaking, Jin Hyun on this side felt a bit helpless and secretly frustrated. 3 people in a group. My group has me, Kim Kang-min, and Lee Hemi. It was randomly generated by a computer, but what kind of group is this? Jin Hyun could only cry out. But while Jin Hyun was worried about his group members, the fat guy Kim Kang-min seemed to be very worried about the corpse in front of him. Then Jin Hyun looked at Hemi. She was also trembling like Kang-min. So Jin Hyun also somewhat realized, it seems like they are a bit scared. Thinking then, he volunteered himself, "I will do it first." Then, when Jin Hyun touched the prepared tools himself, he suddenly felt a little choked up. It's been a while. Holding this knife in his hand made Jin Hyun's heart flutter as he remembered, "I have dissected countless human bodies before." Then Jin Hyun's eyes suddenly became sharp again. It had been a long time since he had this feeling again. Then when Jin Hyun started to put the knife down to make an incision, he suddenly trembled a little and said to himself, "Honestly, I don't want to hold this thing any longer." After all, he had more and more confidence that he had no interest in doing surgery anymore. However, even though his mind was in turmoil at the moment, Jin Hyun was still very calm. His movements were also leisurely, as if this was just a trivial matter. Seeing Jin Hyun operate so smoothly, the fat Kang-min was so scared that he trembled. He could not believe his eyes. Even Hemi was equally surprised, because she had always been worried about Jin Hyun's performance. So there was no way she could hide her surprise when she saw him doing everything so smoothly. Then in Haimi's surprise, she suddenly couldn't help but utter two words, Jin Hyun. Hearing Haimi calling him Jin Hyun turned around and gently said to her, "It seems like this is the main rhombus, and this is the secondary rhombus." "Ah, right," Haimi exclaimed excitedly and kept staring at Jin Hyun's hand movements. The fat guy Kang Min saw her constantly admiring Jin Hyun and became jealous. So he said aggressively, "It looks so easy, anyone can do it." Hearing him speak so boldly, Jin Hyun asked directly, "So you want to try?" "That's right," Kang Min patted Jin Hyun's shoulder and affirmed firmly. So Jin Hyun was also secretly happy. If he wants to do it, the more free you are, the better, right? Jin Hyun himself had done this so many times in his previous life that he honestly told himself, if someone is capable of doing it for me, then it's fine. But when Jin Hyun suddenly had a thought, no, forget it. After holding and using a scalpel, I was a bit confused. It really wasn't a bad feeling, but in this life, I'll definitely live like... And right when he thought of this, the corner of Jin Hyun's eyes suddenly noticed that Fat Kang Min was doing something wrong. So Jin Hyun immediately rushed to Fatty Kang Min, patted his shoulder angrily, and asked him, "Wait, what the hell are you doing?" Fatty Kang Min even got annoyed and replied, "No eyes, I'm doing surgery." Hearing his tearful answer, Jin Hyun was so helpless that he could only curse silently. "Oh my god, you cut all the nerves and blood vessels. Even the nerves are extremely difficult to cut. But how?" Jin Hyun wondered, sweating profusely. Then, in a fit of anger, Jin Hyun directly glared and asked, "How did he cut everything? Get out of the way and let me do it." Unexpectedly, Fat Kang Min not only didn't listen, but also angrily asked Jin Hyun in a challenging manner, "What are you talking about?" Jin Hyun's head was buzzing. He tried to explain to Fat Kang Min that, if you destroy the body like this. But Jin Hyun had just said this when it seemed like he heard the arguing. The teacher immediately stepped forward and asked with concern, "Is everything okay?" Sure enough, as soon as the teacher arrived, Kang Min obediently bowed his head and pretended to be, "We're doing our best, sir." But the teacher was not easily fooled by his sweet words. He continued to observe himself again until he saw the body was cut into pieces and his eyes immediately widened. Sure enough, after seeing clearly what was in front of him, the teacher was so angry that blood rushed to his head. He directly shouted at the whole group and asked, "What did you guys do? Why did you cut everything like this?" A few seconds ago, Kang Min was about to ask his teacher if he did well so he could take credit in front of Haimi. However, after being scolded by his teacher, he could only stand there and endure the humiliation. But the teacher seemed very annoyed. He was so agitated that he stomped his feet and scolded the whole group. "We need to reuse the body later for testing purposes and you guys ruined it like this. Are you kidding me? Do you want to fail the exam?" So facing the teacher's blazing anger, Jin Hyun had no choice but to stand up and sincerely say, "Sorry, teacher, we will try again. Do it correctly." The teacher was so angry that he shouted in response. So under this pressure from the teacher, Jin Hyun once again had to let out a breath to regain his composure. Then he picked up the scalpel and gently made an incision on the corpse. After seeing Jin Hyun's graceful movements, even the teacher was surprised to the point of exclaiming, "Wait, how?" he asked and became more suspicious, constantly asking Jin Hyun, "Have you had surgery before?" "I haven't," Jin Hyun replied calmly. Jin Hyun's answer once again made the teacher so surprised that he exclaimed, "Really, but how this is so interesting," he said. But he couldn't help but think, "I've been teaching anatomy for several years, but I've never seen anyone so proficient in just the first time. Is it just that he's good? No, it seems like it's not just that." The teacher was full of doubt. The commotion at Jin Hyun's place was so loud that his classmates also noticed it. Everyone looked over curiously and said to each other, "Hey, look at Jin Hyun. We haven't even reached the muscle bundle yet." So after a moment of admiration for Jin Hyun, the classmates immediately changed their tone and asked him, "Jin Hyun, when you're done, can you come help us?" Before Jin Hyun could respond, 2 or 3 other groups also called out to him, "Here too. Right now we can't go any further. Can you help us?" "Ah, why don't you guys do it yourself?" Jin Hyun complained, but his feet still quickly walked towards his classmates who were waiting to help. Seeing Jin Hyun being courted by his friends like that made the fat Kang Min even angrier. He clenched his hands on his hips so much that he cursed silently. Fuck, just because that mediocre guy is a little good at anatomy doesn't mean anything. Then looking at Jin Hyun, who was glowing, Kang Min reassured himself that scores are what's important, just wait until the exam. Thinking, the fat guy's eyes became even more filled with hatred. He looked at Jin Hyun, and in his heart, he angrily made up his mind that, "I will show you the difference between us." And then, as that day passed. After a while, the first test came, even though it had only been a few weeks since they started studying. At this moment in the classroom, 2 friends were frustratedly asking each other, "It's only March, what test is this? It's a test every semester." The other girls in the class couldn't help but sigh and ask, "Do we really need to learn all this stuff?" Hearing that, a boy immediately got bored of school and replied, "No, even if we have to learn a lot, how the hell can we manage? If they cram 4 semesters of knowledge into one, it's like taking 4 final exams in just one semester." Hearing these helpless words from his classmates, Kang Min became even more smug and disdainful, thinking, how pitiful, it's just a 1-credit ecology class. The reason Kang Min is so confident is because he learned all this knowledge thanks to a senior at school who taught him extra lessons. Thinking that, Kang Min glanced back. When he saw Jin Hyun diligently writing something down, he became even more arrogant, thinking to himself, being number 1 in class is pretty awesome. Try your best. A person like you can't do anything. While at Jin Hyun's side, Haemi appeared from nowhere and asked him, "Jin Hyun, what are you going to do after the test?" So Jin Hyun, the model student, without thinking, immediately replied, "Study. I have to study. There are always other tests after a test." "Why not try taking a day off?" Haemi asked suggestively. Who would have thought that Jin Hyun would bluntly reply, "Maybe so," and then not say anything else? Hearing that, Haemi immediately asked directly, "Do you want to go somewhere together?" That's fine," Jin Hyun replied comfortably. Hearing Jin Hyun agree to go with her, Haemi was so happy that she was overjoyed. Then the next second, she heard Jin Hyun honestly ask, "But what are you going to do?" So Haemi was confused and answered, "Let's just drink coffee and watch a movie." "And drank to the point of being drunk?" Jin Hyun asked teasingly with a smile. Hearing that, Haemi also agreed and joked back, "Just a little bit." "A little bit of your head," Jin Hyun couldn't help but secretly scold. But he still followed Haemi and said, "Okay, do whatever you want." Then when Jin Hyun suggested, "Call your brother too," Haemi seemed very urgent and shouted, "Don't call him," she said. Then she immediately put on a seductive expression, looked straight into Jin Hyun's eyes and gently said, "This beauty just wants to spend some fun time with Jin Hyun." Who would have thought that Jin Hyun would bluntly criticize his friend, "You're so horrible, keep studying." Little did he know that Kang Min below was so angry that he gritted his teeth in jealousy and secretly cursed, "Damn this bastard." So the class passed like that, and a few days later the test started. The teacher had already distributed the papers to the whole class. When she finished, she didn't forget to tell the whole class, "Everyone sit far away from each other. Cheating will get you an F." However, as soon as he picked up the test, a student immediately cursed, "What the hell is this? What is this? Is it the SAT or something?" Everyone exclaimed in surprise after receiving the test. The fat guy Kang Min seemed very pleased. He was extremely arrogant and thought, "Things like this are just small matters to me." Then when he looked at the stupid eyes around him, Kang Min became even more excited in his heart. "You idiots, do your best." Then Kang Min suddenly glanced at Jin Hyun, whom he hated so much. Seeing Jin Hyun's attentive expression, Kang Min became even more contemptuous and sneered in his heart. "Try to answer as many as possible with your poor brain. People like you can't progress." Then very quickly, after the test of several subjects, the results were sent to everyone. At this moment, fatty Kang Min was also sitting in front of the computer to check his exam scores. His facial expression looked like he was going to a funeral, and his tone was like he was not accepting it as he exclaimed, "What, second place?" Kang Min couldn't accept this ranking, so he angrily thought, "My results are pretty good, but who's ranked first? Is it Lee San-min or someone else?" Fat Kang Min finished his guess and quickly ran to where San-min was smoking and called his name Lee San-min. Then, without waiting for San-min to reply, Fat Kang Min continued to speak himself. "Congratulations on first place. I lost again." Hearing that, San-min immediately saw that KK didn't understand and asked, "Why do you always appear when I'm thinking to smoke and I'm not in first place either?" Sure enough, just this one sentence from Sang-min made the fat guy panic and exclaim, "Isn't it you? So how many points did you get?" 78 points, San-min answered very honestly. Hearing San-min's score, the fat guy unconsciously clenched his fists. 78 points, the same as me, means he's also in second place. The more he thought about it, the more confused the fat guy became, not knowing who was in first place. So he suddenly had a thought. Without hesitation, the fat guy immediately ran to the teacher's office. Even though he asked 3 times, he still couldn't get it. So he had to flatter her, "Please tell me." But the teacher still firmly replied, "I can't reveal other people's scores." Fat Kang Min was rejected by her again and again, so he bragged, "I'm just curious. I'll say good things about you to my dad, so don't worry. Do you know my dad? He's the vice dean of the medical school of Korea University." Hearing his threats, the teacher could only grit her teeth and curse, "He's really annoying." Then she had to turn on the phone for Fat Kang Min to see. Meanwhile, she still didn't forget to say, "Okay, don't tell anyone." Unexpectedly, after hearing this, Fat Kang Min couldn't even speak. His eyes were also frozen in place, just staring at the scoreboard in front of him. Fat guy Kang Min looked at the name in front of him and couldn't believe it, so he shouted, "I think there's a mistake somewhere." Then he was so angry that he rudely asked the teacher, "Are you kidding me? This is definitely a mistake." But the teacher didn't understand anything and just looked at him blankly and asked, "What's wrong? Everything is correct." Right now, Kang Min couldn't believe what he was seeing with his own eyes. No way, that bastard! Kim Jin-hyun is in first place, and the score gap is this big compared to the second place. I'm going to lose to this mediocre guy. I won't accept this. Kang Min was so angry that his whole body was shaking. But life is so ironic. When he was at his most angry, he saw Jin Hyun and Haemi laughing and talking to each other. So the anger in Kang Min's heart burned even more. Even my Haemi. In his heart, he didn't know how many times he had cursed that name, Kim Jin-hyun. But the anger only increased and never subsided. Then Kang Min had to suppress his anger by clenching his fists and telling himself, let's see if you can smile like that after the next test. Then that day, Kang Min went to see his university senior. Not knowing what Kang Min said, the senior was surprised and exclaimed, Kang Min, did you really do this? But Kang Min still reassured him, it's okay, trust me, you know who my father is. I know your dad, but this... The senior looked at the paper in his hand and hesitated a bit. Kang Min heard this tone and quickly affirmed that he was joking with him. It's okay. To be more precise, this doesn't violate any rules, and your students will have some useful study tips. So the senior could only sigh and reply, okay, but don't tell anyone. Who would have thought that shameless Kang Min would listen and not be embarrassed to ask his senior, of course, and you still haven't told me exactly what the questions are. It's just a suggestion, right? What an ironic suggestion. That's almost a full answer sheet, the senior replied, a little annoyed. But Kang Min still assured him, don't say that, Hyung, I won't forget this debt. So the senior had no choice but to listen and said, okay, I will send this to you via email. Delete it as soon as possible. You will receive it without any mistakes. After receiving help from his seniors, the arrogant Kang Min became even more smug, secretly hoping, if I get first place in anatomy, everyone will pay attention to me. But before officially leaving, the senior still did not forget to remind Kang Min. I will say it again, these are not test questions, they are just suggestions. You need to study other parts as well. Hearing that, Kang Min immediately replied, of course, thank you. Speaking of this, Kang Min mysteriously bowed his head and asked his senior, and can I add one more request? Hearing that, the senior reluctantly replied, I almost told you all the scores on the anatomy test. Isn't that enough? At this point, Kang Min immediately changed his tone and stopped calling him senior. Instead, he directly called the person in front of him teacher and asked, no, but do you know who Kim Jin-hyun is? Hearing this name, the teacher quickly remembered Kim Jin-hyun, that super good student, of course. Who would have thought that the next second he heard Kang Min maliciously asking, do you think his actions were a bit shady during surgery? But as soon as he heard this part, the teacher directly slammed the table and stood up shouting, wait, are you trying to lower the score of a student who didn't do anything wrong? But Kang Min didn't even bother to provide evidence and said, because Hyung was responsible for the score in the anatomy practice test. Hearing that, the teacher became even more angry and replied, of course I can lower anyone's score, but I have entered all the students' scores, and you tell me to lower the score of one of my best students, I won't do it. I can't do that. Who would have thought that Kang Min seemed to have grasped the teacher's weakness? So when the teacher had just finished speaking with a trembling face, he casually asked, are you about to have a doctoral thesis evaluation? As expected, Kang Min's question was very effective. The teacher froze in place as soon as he heard it. Until Kang Min on the other side opened his mouth again to entice, a job evaluation, right? I'll do my best to recommend you to my dad. After he finished speaking, he acted like he was a superior and told the teacher, I'm looking forward to it. And after the conversation with teacher Kim Kang Min, it didn't stop there. He even went to the study committee. The person in charge was also very enthusiastic when he saw Kang Min coming. What do you need here? He asked the strange guest with concern. But Kang Min just shook his head and walked around the room a few times. He immediately showed sympathy and asked the person in charge, isn't this place a bit small? It's the most important committee in the medical school. Yeah, it's quite small. The person in charge agreed, then said, the printer here is also very old. Kang Min himself came here because he knew that the medical school's research area was very large, but the most important part hadn't changed much. The most important treatment for patients has not changed even after many years. So the learning materials provided here are still very important for students. So Kang Min took advantage of the situation and directly patted the shoulder of the person in charge of the academic affairs office and said, you seem to be having a lot of trouble. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have been able to do well on the tests. But this place seems a bit shabby. Do you think we should move to another room? Hearing this, the person in charge also exclaimed helplessly, if possible, that would be great. So Kang Min used his trick and said to him, I can tell my dad about it. Why, what did he want? The person in charge asked suspiciously. He couldn't believe that suddenly someone would treat him so well. Sure enough, the next second Kang Min smiled sinisterly and said, it's simply because it's terrible to see you working in such a shabby place. That's what I wanted to tell you, but I have a few things to ask of you, Kang Min said, and the person in charge also smiled and asked directly, of course, what do you want? So Kang Min didn't hesitate to answer, it's nothing much, but don't give the reins to Kim Jin-hyun anymore. Hearing that, the guy in charge immediately exclaimed suspiciously, What? What nonsense are you talking about? But Kang Min acted like it was no big deal. He even asked the person in charge, why, it's not that hard to do. He'll go home right after class ends, so if you give him the materials late at night, he won't know anything. Hearing this, the person in charge couldn't stand it anymore and exclaimed, the more I hear this, the crazier it seems. Then the friend said frankly to Kang Min, I don't know what grudge you have against that young man, but what you're trying to do is really stupid. But Kang Min seemed to just naturally ask the question, don't you want to work somewhere else, and made his friend freeze. Then he patted the guy in charge on the shoulder and firmly affirmed, I can speak well of you. What do you think? Really? The guy half-believingly exclaimed. Then the person in charge asked Kang Min suspiciously, but can you really help me with just words? Kang Min was not embarrassed for a second, immediately showing his prestige and asked, what's wrong? I can say everything good and bad. Hearing this, the person in charge didn't doubt it anymore. He turned around and said to Kang Min, okay, remember to tell your dad about it. Kang Min's heart was even more smug at this moment. Kim Jin-hyun, smile while you still can, because this is the last time. Research without documents is almost impossible, struggling as miserably as you want. That night, Jin-hyun suddenly had a dream. It was a dream about his past life. In his dream, he heard himself asking his wife miserably, is this the only way? So his wife could only cry pitifully and say, I tried my best. Jin-hyun recalls that the reason for his divorce was not because of financial problems, but because he couldn't give his wife love and be there for her when she needed him. So the last time they met, he could only silently tell her one last time, I love you. Then when Jin-hyun tried to reach out to wipe away his wife's tears, everything returned to reality. Jin-hyun himself was stunned when he woke up with a start and found that he had experienced a vivid dream. So Jin-hyun didn't know what else to do. He leaned on the floor looking exhausted. After resting for a long time, Jin-hyun sat up. However, the thought still lingered in his mind. What an unpleasant dream. It's hardly a couple's life. I'm almost always buried in work. Then suddenly, he felt a bit tormented and wondered, if only I had spent more time with my family. I've always been busy with my work as a surgeon. It's not all just excuses. Jin-hyun also understood in his heart that work is just an excuse. Not all doctors fail in marriage. Understanding these things made Jin-hyun blame himself even more. If I had spent just a little more time, things wouldn't have gone as far as divorce. Then as soon as Jin-hyun thought of this, his nose suddenly started running, making Jin-hyun panic. Jin-hyun wiped his bloody nose and sighed dejectedly. I'm so tired. He became even more depressed and wondered, is it because of lack of sleep? There hasn't been a day when I've slept more than 3 hours since I started attending professional classes. But unfortunately, his brain is not as good as Lee San-min's, so he has to try twice as hard. For the first time in years, Jin-hyun collapsed onto the table and sighed dejectedly. Gosh, I want to quit this and take a year off. But just a few seconds later, Jin-hyun once again decided, after I successfully become a dermatologist, I will take my money and live a simple life with my wife by traveling to many places, even though I don't know who I will marry. So these thoughts made Jin-hyun feel more motivated. He stretched and sat up, saying to himself excitedly, keep working, never give up. Then suddenly Jin-hyun remembered, but isn't it time to receive the documents? This test is quite broad in scope, so studying without that would be quite troublesome. It's been so long and the materials still haven't been distributed. While waiting to receive the documents, Jin-hyun suddenly thought, I have the documents too. But that's an old set. A new set of documents would be much better because it's closer to the real exam. Thinking of this, Jin-hyun felt even more frustrated. The exam is next week. I thought it should have been sent to everyone, right? Maybe it was sent out, but I'm the only one who doesn't know. It's unacceptable. Thinking of this, Jin-hyun immediately took out his phone and dialed a number. As soon as the other side greeted Jin-hyun, he quickly shouted, Hyun-min, this is Jin-hyun. Jin-hyun. The other end of the line seemed very hesitant, so Jin-hyun immediately asked, what's the matter? Your voice sounds strange. Is there any new documents? But Jin-hyun's response was only silence, causing Jin-hyun to call several times, thinking the other side had hung up. Then just when Jin-hyun thought there was a problem with the signal, the other end of the line said, not yet, and there won't be any more documents. Really? Jin-hyun asked again, confused. Even though he was confused, Jin-hyun still didn't forget to ask his friend, but Hyun-min, what happened? Your voice sounds strange. It's nothing. I'm fine, Hyun-min replied awkwardly. Jin-hyun still kindly asked, are you not feeling well? You're about to have a checkup. Take care of yourself. Of course, I'm busy. I'll talk to you later. Hyun-min quickly replied and hung up. Then Jin-hyun was a bit confused when his friend Hyun-min suddenly hung up like that. This made Jin-hyun even more confused. He's so strange. Is he sick? If there's no new documents, I'll just have to use the old ones. Hyun-min on the other end of the line was speechless. He just stared blankly at the name Jin-hyun still running on his phone. And after that day, a lot of subjects arose not long after, and the pile of tests also increased from there. After every test, there are always nosy friends who run up to Jin-hyun and ask, did Jin-hyun do well? Every time Jin-hyun honestly answers, I don't know either. But when he heard it, his friend scolded him. You're lying again. You'll be number one again, just you wait and see. So Jin Hyun could only smile and reply, it's very difficult. Actually, he himself was not sure about the result because the exam was really difficult. Some questions were so difficult that they wanted to kill people. Do they want me to answer or gamble? The more Jin Hyun thought about it, the more annoyed he became at that extremely difficult exam. But being a good student, Jin Hyun immediately corrected himself. Maybe it's better to just guess instead of trying to solve it correctly. There are some subjects where the class average is relatively low, so it's probably okay to leave the paper blank, he said to himself. The fat Kang Min behind saw Jin Hyun sigh and walk out of the classroom, making him even more smug and arrogant, thinking, the test was hard, right? First place is mine. I don't know if his evil electricity is spreading or not, but Jin Hyun suddenly feels a chill down his spine. As for Kang Min, he felt even more delighted. You stupid, mediocre guy. I won't trample on your fake reputation. Then a few days later, when the test scores came out, Kang Min was sitting in front of the computer checking his scores, but it seems like the score didn't satisfy him. Looking at the score, he was shaking so much that he felt like he was lost in another universe. Until Kang Min came back to his senses, his head was full of question marks, and he could only open his mouth and cry out, wait, I'm not number 1, I'm number 67, and I'm not above average at all. No way, this is impossible. Kang Min angrily slammed the table and shouted. So he immediately ran to open the door of the faculty room and shouted, the score is wrong, please check it again. The teacher in charge of entering the scores at this time could only angrily reply, but everything is correct. However, Kang Min stubbornly insisted, it can't be, there must be a mistake somewhere. Then he rudely tried to push the teacher away, to see for himself, causing the teacher to grit her teeth and shout, wait, what's wrong? Then he heard Kang Min unwillingly affirm, that's right, you mistook my score for someone else's. So frustrated with this guy, the teacher had to turn on the screen and tell him, look here, everything is normal. But Kang Min was still stubborn. No way, please look at it again. Here's the name. The teacher could only helplessly plead with him, but I checked it twice. There's nothing wrong, so get out. Kang Min still refused to understand and said, you definitely did well on the test, but your score is like that. There must be a mistake. Hearing that the teacher could only soften her voice and advise him, maybe you're the one who's wrong. The feeling when you do it will be very different from your actual score. That can happen. Hearing her say this, Kang Min became even more frustrated. He gritted his teeth as if he was trying to hold back. Then the next second, he got so excited that he aggressively pointed his finger straight at the teacher's face and ordered, hey, do you know who my father is? Check it out right now. At this point, the teacher could not stand it any longer. She was so angry that she yelled at him, this stupid! I know your dad is terrible. I've had enough of you coming into this room. The teacher was so angry that she banged on the table and stood up to scold. After that, she was no longer afraid and directly threatened the fat Kang Min. So what? Do you think your dad will enjoy what you do? I'm busy, so get out! The teacher yelled, and without any hesitation directly picked up Kang Min and threw him out. Then she closed the door in an exaggerated manner as if to express her anger. Kang Min now started to sullenly lower his head and wondered, how could an excellent student like me have such a score? Impossible. This can't be happening. His current emotions were extremely indignant. Then suddenly Kang Min heard someone say, thank you for helping, causing him to raise his head to look towards where the sound came from. All he saw in front of him at this moment was Haimi, intimately patting Jin Hyun's shoulder and flattering him. I survived thanks to you. What do you want to eat? This beauty will treat you. Jin Hyun immediately replied with a smile. No need, thank you. You can eat whatever you want. While the two were laughing and talking to each other, Kang Min finally couldn't hold it in anymore. He raised his voice and called out to Jin Hyun, hey Kim Jin Hyun. Without waiting for Jin Hyun to reply, he rudely asked, you cheated, right? Stop lying. Jin Hyun listened in confusion and could only reply, what the hell are you talking about? Who would have thought that suddenly, the Kang Min in front of him would get angry and directly yell and blame Jin Hyun? I know you cheated. If not, how could someone as lowly as you be ranked first in class instead of me? After convicting Jin Hyun, he was extremely angry and pointed his finger at Jin Hyun's face, forcing him to tell the truth. You lied, right, you piece of trash. And even though he was accused without reason from beginning to end, Jin Hyun only calmly asked one question. Why do you think I cheated? Indeed, this one question made Kang Min speechless. He immediately became flustered and kept answering because, and couldn't come up with the next sentence. So Jin Hyun didn't wait for him to finish speaking. He immediately took out a document and asked bluntly, are you talking about this? Sure enough, after seeing the document in Jin Hyun's hand, Kang Min immediately opened his mouth as if he couldn't believe his eyes. He was so helpless that he had to blurt out to Jin Hyun, you, how? So Jin Hyun just asked blandly, how did I get this? This is something everyone gets. Why do you think I'm the only one who doesn't have it? Because... Kang Min was now cornered. He was so stupid that he couldn't come up with an excuse. He could only stand there stuttering, unable to say anything. Jin Hyun on this side suddenly became frighteningly silent. He called his name in a low voice, Kim Kang-min Yu. Do you want to die? Jin Hyun showed an aggressive attitude towards someone for the first time at school. Maybe at this moment he couldn't hold it in anymore. Then standing in front of Kang-min, Jin Hyun didn't hesitate to ask directly, don't you have anything else to do besides these things? Not only that, you also tried to sabotage my anatomy practice score. Hearing Jin Hyun say his crime, Kang-min suddenly became startled and exclaimed, wait, how did you know? Looking at his stupid and evil-doing face, Jin Hyun felt a bit helpless, wondering, what should I do with this guy? Then Jin Hyun said directly, I was going to talk to you privately later, but you're here, and you brought your own face here. Luckily, Lee Hyun-min called me and told me everything. As soon as Jin Hyun finished saying everything, Hemi beside him also understood. She seemed to not dare to believe it and exclaimed, what Kim Kang-min prevented you from receiving the documents? He even tried to sabotage your number. So Jin Hyun had no need to keep up appearances for him. He nodded and said to her frankly, yes, that's the problem. Sure enough, without waiting for Jin Hyun to get any angrier, Hemi furiously declared, this is not a problem that we can laugh off and ignore. Not only about the documents, he also tried to sabotage my grades. I will report it to my superiors. Hearing the girl he liked showing her hatred towards him, Kang-min could only tremble and stand there like a pillar looking at her. Then waited until he had the courage to say, Lee Hemi I. But Hemi didn't even bother to listen and interrupted Jin Hyun. There's no need to talk to people like him. I'll tell the department head. This is a serious matter. As soon as he heard Hemi's words, Kang-min's heart suddenly realized, wait, Lee Hemi's family is extremely powerful. My father is the head of the department. There's nothing to her. If Hemi says everything, it will all end. Kang-min was extremely scared. He was almost out of his mind now. So before Hemi and Jin Hyun left, he hurriedly chased after them and shouted, stop! Lee Hemi, stop! He shouted and reached out to grab her, until his hand grabbed Hemi's hair, causing her to scream in pain as her hair was pulled back. But he who just a few minutes ago still loved her now, aggressively grabbed Hemi's hair and dragged her back. Then he seemed to have lost all his composure and shouted, let's go now! Until he saw Jin Hyun's expression when he turned his head, he suddenly felt his whole body tremble with fear. But it was too late, because Jin Hyun turned around and angrily punched Kang-min in the face. This punch was so strong that Hemi, who was standing next to him, was stunned for a moment. But Jin Hyun seemed to be getting more and more excited as he fought, his expression now extremely ferocious. Kang-min could only endure humiliation because he couldn't withstand even one blow from Jin Hyun. Then after being beaten by Jin Hyun for a while, Kang-min was also angrily thrown painfully onto the floor by him. He had no way to fight back even with honor, so he could only lie there in pain screaming Kim Jin Hyun as if he wanted to eat his name alive. Then until he lost all reason, he shouted, you bastard! And without knowing where he got the strength, he stood up and rushed towards Jin Hyun. But then Jin Hyun angrily threw another punch at him. He punched him until his teeth and lips were mixed up and he couldn't tell what was going on. And just like that, Jin Hyun's punches were continuously thrown out. Fat Kang-min was beaten until his eyes were dizzy and he couldn't dodge even a single punch. As for Jin Hyun, he learned boxing, so dealing with this fat guy was as easy as dealing with a shrimp. He beat him until he passed out. After dealing with that arrogant fat guy, Jin Hyun finally calmed down and turned around to ask, Hemi, are you okay? Yes, I'm fine, Hemi replied very gently. After confirming that she was okay, Jin Hyun was startled and confused, blaming himself. Anyway, I punched a guy in the face at school. Because he hurt you. Who would have thought that before he could finish speaking, Hemi was about to call his name. Jin Hyun. Hemi's face also became very determined. She confidently assured Jin Hyun, don't worry, I will handle this. Even the heaviest punishment won't be enough for him, Hemi said in the coldest tone ever. And then after that day, Kang-min's crimes were brought to light, hiding other people's study materials. Cheat preview to test. Besides the severe punishments, Kim Kang-min, who was not very popular in class, was also completely ostracized. Everywhere he went, he had to hear his classmates criticizing him. That fat guy always acts superior. He looks down on everyone. Honestly, I hate him too. That's right, being around him is so annoying. And along with the criticism for Kang-min, the classmates admired Jin Hyun even more. Everyone was excitedly talking to each other, but Jin Hyun is still number one even under such circumstances. Yes, that's interesting, isn't it? Everyone looked at Jin Hyun with admiration and said to each other, I wish I could live a life like him. Maybe it's just hard at times like this. Jin Hyun couldn't understand what they were saying. He could only frown and wonder, I don't know what they're talking about. Then suddenly at this moment, Jin Hyun's phone rang. Jin Hyun took out his phone and looked at the strange number, wondering who it was. As soon as Jin Hyun picked up the phone, the other side quickly asked, Are you Kim Jin Hyun? Yes, this is Kim Jin Hyun, he replied politely. Just as the other side solemnly said, Please come to the deputy director's office, he has something to tell you. Jin Hyun was startled and replied, "Yes, I'll be there right away." After this phone call, Jin Hyun somehow realized that the deputy head of the department is Kim Kang-min's father. On the way from the classroom to the vice principal's office, Jin Hyun became even more uneasy. That Kang-min guy must have told him about this. I wonder how he will react. When he arrived in front of the vice dean's office, Jin Hyun, even though he knocked on the door, still couldn't help but feel uneasy, thinking, I have a bad feeling about this, but this is his fault, not mine. At this moment, the inside quickly responded to the knock. Hearing the 3 words, "Please come in," Jin Hyun naturally pushed the door open and stepped inside. What caught his eyes right now was the fat Kang-min, who was covered up tightly, probably to cover up his wound, and a man wearing a white blouse who seemed to be his father. The man saw Jin Hyun and asked coldly, "Are you Kim Jin Hyun?" So Jin Hyun quickly bowed his head and politely replied, "I'm Kim Jin Hyun. It's nice to meet you, Associate Dean." So after Jin Hyun's greeting, the vice dean casually said, "Yes, I've heard many compliments about you from Professor Choi Daewon. You're doing a good job, aren't you?" Hearing these words from him, a thought suddenly flashed through Jin Hyun's mind. He doesn't look much like Kang-min, does he? He's actually completely different. He looks more like a politician than a doctor. Then, while Jin Hyun was still thinking, the deputy head of the department bowed deeply and said very sincerely, "I'll get straight to the point. I'm sorry. My son has troubled you quite a lot due to his lack of proper education." He kept his head down as he said these words, scaring Jin Hyun to the point of jumping. He quickly waved his hand and said to him, "Professor, it's nothing." But even though Jin Hyun said that the deputy head of the department still felt guilty, he angrily turned around and scolded his son, "What are you doing? The mistake was yours. Come here and apologize." So under the threat of his father, Fat Kang-min reluctantly said, "I'm sorry." But it seemed that the apology did not satisfy the deputy head of the department. His jaw moved slightly, as if he was holding back. But then perhaps his anger had reached its peak. He no longer cared that Jin Hyun was there and directly slapped Kang-min. Then the deputy head of the department, his face red, yelled at his son, "Can't you apologize properly, you pathetic kid?" So the fat guy Kang-min, who had been beaten by Jin Hyun before until his face was bruised, was now in even more pain because of his father's slap. The pain made him struggle to force out a few words. I'm really sorry, I'm really sorry." Kang-min used all his strength to say it in one breath, then had to bow his head to Jin Hyun. Seeing that his son had apologized properly, the deputy head of the department finally let him go. Then he changed his tone to an embarrassed one and said to Jin Hyun, "I'm really sorry about this. I'll make him receive a suitable punishment for this." So Jin Hyun could only smile awkwardly, pretending to be noble and replying, "It's nothing, this is probably his first time, so I don't expect such a harsh punishment." But when saying these words, Jin Hyun suddenly felt a little guilty and thought to himself, in fact, he has already received the harshest punishment possible. If he is ostracized like that in medical school, things will be very difficult. He might have the ability to manage if he tries, but with his personality, I wonder if that is possible. Then, while Jin Hyun was deep in thought, the vice dean spoke again and said, "I'm glad you think so. Do what you want. As a vice dean, I have high expectations for you." "Yes, thank you, sir," Jin Hyun replied politely. And then until Jin Hyun closed the door and left the room. At this time, Kang-min still couldn't open his mouth. He stood silently behind his father, stuttering, unable to say anything. Dad." Who would have thought that the sound Kang-min made would successfully drive the deputy head of the department crazy? He once again turned his head and shouted at his son, "And you pathetic child, you dare to defame your father like that?" "I'm sorry, Dad." Kang-min could only lower his head and mumble in response. But his father kept scolding him. "What an idiot. Of all people, you would dare to touch Lee Haemo. Do you know which family she comes from?" Having said that, he didn't give Kang-min another chance to open his mouth and angrily ordered him to complete your leave application immediately. Hearing this, Kang-min's whole body shook. Medical schools can only be entered annually, so if I drop out now, I'll have to wait another year. Why are you treating me like this? Kang-min thought to himself in fear. Then, in that anxiety, he could only helplessly shout, "Dad." But his father didn't seem to want to hear anymore. He looked extremely annoyed and lectured him. "Don't you understand the seriousness of this? You should be grateful that you're not expelled from school completely." After saying everything he wanted to say, Kang-min's father coldly chased him away. "Now get out of my sight." After that, Kang-min naturally had no way to say anything more. He could only turn around and leave his father's office. Seeing that he had already left, the deputy head of the department turned his head and frowned in annoyance. Then in his sadness, he took out a cigarette and lit it himself. So he stood alone. The lonely figure finished a whole cigarette, but still couldn't say a word. Until the cigarette in his hand had died down, he suddenly called Kim Jin Hyun's name unconsciously. And back to Jin Hyun's side, after the first quarter, he had a short vacation. Although it was only a Saturday and a Sunday. Although it was short, there were no exams ahead, so the students could rest assured. At this moment, Jin Hyun was allowing himself to be absent-minded for a few days. He lay on the soft bed and smiled to himself. Although the second quarter will be right after this weekend, how long have I been sleeping like this? But after what seemed like a good night's sleep, Jin Hyun woke up with a frown on his face as if he had a nightmare. At this moment when Jin Hyun tried to sit up, he still couldn't escape from the thoughts, "It's that dream again, am I too tired?" Then, after looking at the clock on the wall, Jin suddenly let out a long breath and thought to himself, "It's only 12:30, it's not too late." Then he thought about the date with Haimi and wondered, we could have met in front of the school, but why did she want to go to Gwanghwamun? Then, when he remembered what Haimi told him, "Don't call my brother and it will be just the two of us." Although at that time Jin Hyun didn't understand, he just laughed and replied, "What nonsense are you talking about?" But now he suddenly realized that something was wrong. Jin Hyun. After carefully examining those words, now realizing something was wrong and wondering, wait, is this a date? But when that thought just flashed, he quickly reassured himself, it's impossible, it can only be a date, if both sides like each other. And even though he tried to calm himself down, Jin Hyun couldn't help but sigh. Even though I've never really dated before, I didn't have much time to hang out with my wife before. I should have treated her better. He felt a little self-reproachful. I don't know why I keep dreaming about her like this, Jin Hyun thought as he walked to the wardrobe. Now he was even more confused. What should I wear? She wants to go to a show. It's not like her at all. It would be easier to just go to a coffee shop like usual. After thinking for a while, Jin Hyun took out his newest set of clothes. Is the outfit I bought when I first entered school? Okay, I think it would be better if I looked a bit more mature, Jin Hyun thought while happily looking at his handsome face in the mirror. And also because of looking in the mirror for too long. Just a few minutes later, Jin Hyun had to run out the door. It's late, have to go quickly. Who would have thought that when Jin Hyun just stuck his head out of the dormitory, he suddenly heard someone calling his name, Jin Hyun ah. After that call, Harmi led him to sit in a luxury car. Her face was full of excitement and she shouted, "Let's go, I'm so hungry." Okay, but whose car is this? Jin Hyun asked her, confused. This car was my brother's car, before Haimi answered frankly. Hearing that, Jin Hyun unconsciously exclaimed, "Oh, you, is it San Min?" "No, it's Bumzu," Haimi said without hiding anything. Hearing this name, Jin Hyun just gave a casual uh-huh sound. Then he suddenly remembered, I saw him when I went to the hospital with my dad. He beat Lee San-min up before right. Then, after a few seconds of being absent-minded, Jin Hyun returned to the main issue and asked his friend Haimi, "So do you know how to drive?" "Yes," Haimi replied with a very arrogant expression. Seeing her untrustworthy expression, Jin Hyun suddenly felt very doubtful and asked again, "Really?" However, Haimi still firmly assured that, "I've driven it before." "When, what time? What minute? I don't remember you ever taking any car," Jin Hyun exclaimed immediately with a look of disbelief. Moreover, he made his whole body look like he was about to die, making Haimi furious and sulking. "If you talk too much and have opinions, then get off and walk." Then, when Haimi started to excitedly step on the gears and shouted, "Let's go!" Excitedly, Jin Hyun beside her could only silently pray, "This is a Benz, so I hope other cars will be careful." But after waiting for a long time, the car still didn't move. So Haimi had to make excuses and shout, "What's going on? My brother said this car was completely fine." So Jin Hyun beside her had to remind her to handle the handbrake. "Oh, it's just a technical error," Haimi replied, and then started driving again. Jin Hyun beside him had completely turned dark. His hands were tightly gripping the seatbelt, thinking to himself, "What the hell, Haimi? The only thing I can trust now is the seatbelt." Then suddenly, when Jin Hyun thought of this, he couldn't help but curse. "Damn, I've never had a driver's license because I'm always busy with school. This won't be the last time I drive a car in my life, right?" Just as he thought of this, Haimi beside him finally happily exclaimed, "I found the handbrake." After that little incident, they went on a typical date, eating expensive spaghetti at a restaurant, watch movies at the cinema, drinking coffee at a cafe in Samcheongdong. After going through all that, Haimi couldn't help but happily exclaim, "Jin Hyun, do we look like a couple now?" "Probably so," Jin Hyun replied with a wry smile. Then he smiled to himself and thought, not so bad. Coffee and pasta are both great. But the joy didn't last long when Jin Hyun realized that it would be better if Haimi didn't drive. When the other girl even wanted to race her on the road, no matter how Jin Hyun advised her, it was useless. While sitting on that fierce car ride with Haimi, Jin Hyun even thought, "I survived terminal cancer. And this is how I die. If I knew it would be like this, I would rather hide somewhere and enjoy life than study in medical school." After today's event, Jin Hyun deeply learned a lesson in driving recklessly. It's so scary that when his brain started to say nonsense, hallucinations among countless hallucinations, hallucinations among countless hallucinations, all are hallucinations. He had to constantly mumble these famous quotes from the Bible to increase his endurance while Haimi drove. And somehow, miraculously, they finally reached Namsan Mountain. Right after getting out of the car, unlike Jin Hyun, who was feeling dizzy, Haimi seemed to be full of energy and shouted, "Ah, nice!" Great, Jin Hyun asked with a dark face. But the girl still smiled and replied with an "uh-huh." So it seemed that he was also affected by her energy. He no longer felt resentful. Jin Hyun looked in the direction Haimi was looking, and then unconsciously thought to himself, "It's great." And then this pure feeling made Jin Hyun smile. Although he couldn't say it, Jin Hyun still told himself that it's an indescribable feeling. It's good to walk in the forest like this often. It really helps me relax despite the worries about studying. Then before them was the towering tower. Haimi immediately rushed to the cable car to go up there. Seeing that Jin Hyun worriedly asked, "Do you want to go up?" So without thinking, Haimi excitedly replied, "Isn't that obvious?" Then when standing in line with Haimi to wait for the cable car, Jin Hyun suddenly wondered, is it Haimi's first time she looks really excited? And just like that, both Jin Hyun and Haimi climbed onto the cable car to take them to the top of the tower. As soon as she got off the cable car, Haimi couldn't hide her excitement. She quickly ran outside, leaving Jin Hyun behind a bit confused. Until they both stood on the observatory above, under the sunset, looking at the city view below. But at that moment, Jin Hyun didn't look at the beautiful city below, but turned his head to look at Haimi. He only saw Haimi beautiful and gentle with her hair flying in the wind, and her noble beauty under the sunset made Jin Hyun freeze for a few seconds. While Jin Hyun was absent-mindedly looking at her, Haimi beside him suddenly spoke up and said, "Thank you, Jin Hyun." "Huh, Lee, Haimi, what?" Jin Hyun exclaimed in surprise when she suddenly said thank you. So Haimi smiled calmly and said to Jin Hyun, "I've always wanted to come here since I was little." Hearing that, Jin Hyun felt confused and asked her, "What's wrong? You can come here with your family." But Haimi gently replied, "I don't have a family." Jin Hyun was stunned and didn't know how to respond. Until Haimi, feeling a little lonely, continued, "I don't have anything called family. You know, the three of us siblings are all from different mothers." While she said these words with such a calm expression, Jin Hyun felt a little sad. He suddenly looked at her again, very carefully. Then Haimi herself continued to ask Jin Hyun, "Isn't it funny right now? I don't really care. I don't have a mother and it's hard to call him father. It's a normal problem in every family, but I don't have to worry about financial problems. That's a good point," Haimi said, as if everything was just a matter of course. Then after she finished saying all her thoughts, she suddenly smiled mysteriously. It was as if everything she had said just now was someone else's business, so she wasn't hurt at all. After finishing her thoughts, Haimi immediately returned to her usual cheerful demeanor. She laughed loudly and said to Jin Hyun, "Did I ruin the atmosphere again? Thank you anyway. I just don't have anyone to go with me." But even though she tried to act calm, Jin Hyun seemed to become sad. He gently called her name Lee Haimi. "Cheer up," Jin Hyun said to her very gently. Then Jin Hyun made a hand gesture as if encouraging Haimi. He told Haimi again to cheer up. Haimi then tearfully replied, "Thank you." Then after a few short emotional minutes passed, they continued their date that wasn't really a date. Even though Jin Hyun was reincarnated, he still doesn't believe in things like fate. But maybe the recent dreams are about his future woman. Jin Hyun thought to himself as he walked to the cafe with Haimi. As soon as he entered the cafe, the female employee enthusiastically greeted him, "Welcome." At first, Jin Hyun just coldly looked at the menu on the wall and slowly said, "Yes, please give me an iced Americano," and then, when he said this, Jin Hyun suddenly fell silent. His eyes widened as if he had seen something shocking. Right now in front of him was his wife from his previous life. She was in the role of a coffee seller, so seeing Jin Hyun keep coming out without ordering made her confused. She could only try to call him, "Sir, what do you need?" But at this moment, Jin Hyun was unable to say a word. Since he saw her face, the world around him seemed to have stopped. Jin Hyun couldn't believe what he was seeing and couldn't utter a word. Until Haimi walked in after seeing him in a daze and called him Jin Hyun, Kim Jin Hyun. Jin Hyun then came back to his senses and awkwardly said to the seller, "Ah yes, 1 iced and 1 hot Americano for me." "Yes, yours is 8,001. Everything was back to normal now. As for Haimi, after ordering while sitting at the table with Jin Hyun waiting for coffee, she still couldn't stop worrying and asking him, "What's wrong, Jin Hyun? Your complexion doesn't look good. Are you tired?" "No, I'm fine," Jin Hyun tried to reply. But his heart was in turmoil at the moment. He tried to reassure himself that this is impossible. But no matter how hard he tried to deny it, Jin Hyun still knew that it was her. "She looks just like my wife." Then Jin Hyun just sat there blankly and started to panic. "No, not sure. Maybe they just look alike. I never heard her mention that she used to work part-time at a place like this." Just when Jin Hyun was extremely confused, the waitress brought out 2 cups of coffee and politely said, "This is the coffee you ordered." So Jin Hyun just stared at her and tried to tell himself, yes, they are not the same. They are not the same. On this side, Haimi saw that he kept looking at people like that, so she quickly spoke up to remind him, "Jin Hyun, what are you doing? Staring at girls is very polite." "Oh, right," Jin Hyun exclaimed. Then he realized embarrassed. But he was still lost in a jumble of thoughts, wondering, should I ask her name? How should I ask what? If I ask, what will I do after asking? She just looks a little like her, doesn't mean it's her. Jin Hyun kept having conflicting thoughts. Meanwhile, Haemi on the other side became even more uneasy and shouted, Jin Hyun, are you really okay? Your face is getting weirder and weirder. So without waiting for Jin Hyun to speak, Haemi stood up and decided on her own. No, let's go home. I'll take you home. When he heard her say this, Jin Hyun was also startled and exclaimed, okay, sorry, then followed Haemi. After getting out of Haemi's car and hearing her aggressively say, get in, it'll be quick. Jin Hyun was startled and scared. He was still mentally traumatized after sitting in her car this morning. So Jin Hyun let out a breath and said to Haemi, I'm fine, but I think I need to think for a while. Hearing that Haemi was so worried that she sadly exclaimed, really? After that, she didn't force Jin Hyun to come back with her anymore. She just sadly told him, you're really making me worry. Call me when you get home, okay? Okay, Jin Hyun replied softly, then said goodbye to her from then on. And that same evening at Haemi's house, San Min for some reason came here dressed very elegantly tonight. Just entering the house, the bodyguard saw San Min and was a bit surprised, exclaiming, it's been a while, hasn't it, young master? Yes, it's been a long time, San Min coldly replied. Then he went straight to the point and asked the bodyguard, is that person here? Hearing San Min call his father that person, the bodyguard was stunned for a moment. Then he hurriedly called out, young master, twice, as if to remind San Min to pay attention to the way he spoke. Seeing the bodyguard's panicked expression, Sang Min just shrugged and smiled sarcastically. Yes, he is my father. I just forgot because I don't see him often, but you should know that from the beginning calling him father was meaningless, right? San Min suddenly became very cold when he said this last part. The bodyguard also knew that he couldn't say anything more to advise him. He could only let out a soft sigh of helplessness as he opened the door for San Min and said, the boss is waiting for you inside. Hearing that, San Min just smiled and replied, it's fine, it's like I'm talking to a doorknob. And after just entering the main gate, San Min was so overwhelmed that he exclaimed, I know this place, but I really didn't think it was this big. We haven't reached the main building yet, but it's already as big as a football field. So the bodyguard next to him went ahead and showed San Min the way. This way, sir. After a while, they arrived in front of a building, and another servant respectfully bowed to San Min. Welcome, young master. San Min calmly put his hands in his pockets and leisurely replied, yes, it's been a while. Has he been in? Then looking at these bodyguards, they were just stunned. San Min could only smile and said, I'm going inside, so relax. Then following the instructions of the people here, San Min arrived in front of a room. He didn't even bother to knock on the door, he directly reached out and turned the doorknob and pushed it open. The man inside heard the noise and turned his head. His face was full of coldness and grimace as he looked over. As soon as he saw that it was San Min, he retracted his expression. He shook the glass of wine in his hand and coldly greeted, you're here, right? He was Lee Jong-gwen, the chairman of Dai Il Hospital and the father of Lee Bumsu Lee San Min and Lee Haemi. Saying that, and seeing San Min seemed distant, he immediately pretended to smile and asked his son, why are you just standing there? Come in and sit down. But from beginning to end, San Min only coldly replied, no, I'll just stand. Then he used a very sarcastic tone to ask his father, you really don't want me to sit down, do you, because I'll just dirty your chair? Indeed, San Min's single question hit Lee Jong-gwen's heart. He smiled with satisfaction. Then, without further ado, San Min asked him directly, why did you call me here? Hearing that, Lee Jong-gwen coldly replied, some things related to someone who shares your bloodline. Hearing him say these cruel words, San Min just bowed his head and wondered, a person with the same bloodline, could he be talking about my mother? So he thought about it and asked him directly, my bloodline. She committed suicide a few years ago. Anyway, you're not interested in her anymore. But his cold-blooded father said, I know you often visit her grave. So what? San Min asked angrily. Who would have thought that this one question of his would make him go crazy and shout, so what are you crazy? That's not suitable for people of our class. Don't ever go to that dirty place again. Hearing these harsh words, San Min was also slightly stunned. Then he had to try very hard to be patient and swallow everything. Tried to hold back this anger and clenched his fists. On the outside, he had to act calm and said to him, of course, if that's really what you want. You've run out of things to say, right? Yes, Lee Jong-gwen replied without even turning his head. It was as if San Min was nothing to him. Just as San Min was about to step out the door, he suddenly heard Lee Jong-gwen's voice faintly say, I looked at your results. Then he showed disdain and disparagement towards San Min. Just like in high school, how long do you plan to stay in second place? I don't intend to ask you to inherit this hospital, but at least fulfill your duties. San Min just smiled sarcastically at these insults. He turned his head and said sincerely to his father, I'm sorry. It seems like the dirty blood in my body is holding me back. After saying that, without even saying goodbye, San Min coldly walked straight out the door and left this gloomy place, leaving Liang alone in his cold room. But the fatigue did not stop there. When Sanmin just went out, he ran into his brother Lee Boomsoo. He must have come here to see his father. Sanmin was about to walk past him because they weren't close, but as soon as he passed Lee Boomsoo, he heard him scolding him with each word, "You dirty, despicable bastard." Sanmin felt his blood boil as he heard this. However, other than gritting his teeth and enduring the pain, he couldn't do anything else. Until he got to his car, Sanmin still couldn't stop thinking angrily, "That Lee Boomsoo guy I heard, he got the title of professor of surgery at a Korean university. After gaining a few years of experience, he will come back here and take over the hospital." Sanmin thought and got so angry that he slammed his hand on the steering wheel. He hurt himself, but he could only endure it and think to himself, "It's not special, since he was born. He was really someone different from me, someone more valuable than me. And I'm just a dirty, despicable piece of shit." Sanmin thought so angry that he could only smile helplessly. Then after a while of struggling with his own thoughts, Sanmin finally drove home. But home couldn't make his mood any better. Because every time he came back here, Sanmin felt even more sad remembering this apartment I lived in with my mother, even though she was always in the hospital. Just as Sanmin was thinking that the dog outside the balcony suddenly started barking continuously as if it was trying to attract Sanmin's attention. Sanmin also opened the balcony door to let it in. Then, when he saw it constantly clinging to him, he suddenly felt a bit tired and asked it, "You must be bored, right? It's hard to live days like this, isn't it?" Sanmin sat up straight and talked to the dog very seriously. But then suddenly Sanmin went crazy and muttered, "But there are also things that are so simple." Then he seemed to be very calm and reached out to strangle the poor little dog's neck. Sanmin seemed to have lost his way in deviant thoughts. He kept torturing the dog and saying, "Even the things you destroyed in the past, you can just buy them back, as long as you have a lot of money. Don't you think so?" Sanmin wondered as he strangled the dog's neck tightly, as if that was his way to get rid of his anger. As for Jin Hyun, even though he got home and lay in bed, he still couldn't sleep. He couldn't stop thinking about the girl at the cafe near Namsan Mountain. Even though Jin Hyun told himself, "This feeling will go away soon," he still went to school like an absent-minded person for the next few days. To the point that even Hamey noticed his absent-mindedness and asked, "Jin Hyun, are you okay? Your face is terrible." But Jin Hyun always replied poetically, "I'm fine, so focus on your lessons." And then throughout the whole class that day disappeared was the only thing Jin Hyun could think of. Even though the teacher on the board was enthusiastically teaching B cells react to. But besides Jin Hyun, who was absent-minded, more than half of the class was nodding off. The atmosphere in the classroom right now was no different from a chaotic one. Until the teacher couldn't hold it in any longer and angrily shouted to the students below, "Oh my God, you guys wake up right now!" Then suddenly, from the back row of the class, Jin Hyun stood up loudly, making the whole class startled and look at him. Even the teacher was startled and shouted, "Jin Hyun, do you have any questions?" But Jin Hyun ignored the teacher's question. He quickly packed his things and rushed towards the door, leaving only one sentence. "I'm sorry, teacher. I have some urgent matters. Say goodbye to everyone, I'll go now." "Wait, Jin Hyun." The teacher behind tried to call out to him, but Jin Hyun pretended not to hear and ran away. As soon as he ran outside the school, Jin Hyun hurriedly caught a taxi and told the driver, "Namsan Tower, hurry up." "Okay, let's go," the driver replied, but he didn't understand why his friend was in such a hurry. Until he reached the cafe at Namsan Tower. Jin Hyun was now a little panicked by his sudden action. "I finally came here, but why? What will happen if I step in there? With what courage did I dare to come here?" But thinking about it, Jin Hyun still didn't stop. He pushed the door of the coffee shop open and entered, where he was warmly welcomed by the staff there. As soon as he saw that the employee today was not that girl, Jin Hyun suddenly felt a bit awkward, but could only say hello to the employee. Then Jin Hyun also directly asked that guy, "Excuse me, but do you know a part-timer here, a girl who worked here about a week ago?" Unexpectedly, when Jin Hyun asked this question, the other guy seemed confused and asked back, "What kind of person? Besides the store owner, I'm the only one working here." Then as if remembering something, the guy suddenly added, "Oh, she doesn't work here, she only helps us for one day." Hearing that, Jin Hyun asked the waiter even more urgently, "Do you have her name or any way to contact her?" Hearing Jin Hyun's question, the waiter seemed a little embarrassed and replied, "I'm not sure either." Then he kindly turned to ask the owner for Jin Hyun, "Do you know her, ma'am?" The owner sighed and replied, "Her last name is Lee or something, but what's the matter? Even if I knew, I couldn't tell anyone else's personal information." Hearing her say this, Jin Hyun couldn't force her, so he had to disappointedly say, "I understand," and quickly leave the cafe. But Jin Hyun didn't return to school. He just stopped at a nearby park, bored, looking for a place to sit down. After a while of pondering and being frustrated because he couldn't find that girl, Jin Hyun at this time could only comfort himself. Maybe this is better. In the past this was fine, but what am I trying to do now? I'm so stupid. Jin Hyun's reason gradually returned, making him blame himself. After that, Jin Hyun also died to give up on finding that girl, because he himself knew that meeting her would only make him have this bitter and sweet emptiness. Time passed slowly. Another year or two passed. During that time, the medical students and Jin Hyun just buried their heads in studying and trying to find a way to survive the pile of tests. If there's one thing that hasn't changed in the past 2 years, it's that Kim Jin Hyun is number 1 and Lee San-min is number 2. The reality of the champion and runner-up has not changed. These things also make San-min gradually distance himself from Jin Hyun. On a 3rd year, specialized class students start their clinical residency. As their friends next to them are chatting comfortably with each other, do I look okay? No, absolutely not. Jin Hyun, who was standing next to him, felt a little lonely and thought to himself, everyone seems excited. But then he silently told himself, there's nothing to be excited about. Because really the suffering is just starting now. Practical training, then getting a medical degree, and then finding an internship in internal medicine. Just thinking about it is already troublesome. The more Jin Hyun thought about it, the more determined he became. I will become a dermatologist at all costs. My shares are still there, so I just need to try a little harder, Kim Jin Hyun. Then while Jin Hyun was burning with his own thoughts, he suddenly heard his friend Himo calling from behind, Jin Hyun, what do you think of me? Then while Jin Hyun was burning with his own thoughts, he suddenly heard his friend Himo calling from behind, Jin Hyun, what do you think of me? The girl in the doctor's uniform fit well. With a radiant and fresh beauty, she seemed very interested, and asked Jin Hyun, does it suit me? And then when she heard Jin Hyun bluntly reply, no, the other girl immediately turned back to her lioness form and roared, what are you talking about? Stop teasing me. Jin Hyun was scared by Haimi. He could only hastily change the subject and say, stop talking. Let's go, we'll be late. Even though he didn't know if they were in the same group or where he and Haimi were going. However, to avoid being beaten, Jin Hyun could only pretend to be crazy while Haimi excitedly invited him, there's an orientation for new students downstairs. Come down and see. But when Jin Hyun followed Haimi downstairs, the podium was empty, making him unable to help but ask, the professor hasn't arrived yet. Who would have thought that right after Jin Hyun said that he heard someone hurriedly say, sorry for being late. The professor just walked in with a radiant face and a bright aura and said, I have something to do with a patient, so it's taking a little longer than expected. Welcome everyone to my first internal meditation course. After saying that, the professor smiled and introduced himself. I am Professor Lee Bum-soo from Internal Medicine. Speaking up to here, he suddenly looked towards Haimi and smiled teasingly. It seems like I see some familiar faces. Yes, Professor. Haimi also smiled brightly in response. Jin Hyun also realized that he is Haimi's brother, Professor Lee Bum-soo. Even though they have different mothers, they still have many similarities. Even though Jin Hyun knew that he had beaten San-min before, Jin Hyun now felt that he was actually making others feel comfortable. From afar, Jin Hyun observed Haimi's proud appearance. He also somewhat realized that Lee Bum-soo is the only person Haimi considers as a family member. After a few minutes of brief introductions, Lee Bum-soo immediately became serious and said to the class, let's begin. I don't like to talk about useless things, so I'll summarize the important parts. Now, does everyone know their position in this hospital? As Lee Bum-soo asked, the whole class answered in unison, PK interns. Hearing that, Lee Bum-soo smiled with satisfaction and continued, that's right. In this industry, there are many positions related to doctors and nurses, but you guys are called PK interns. At this point, Lee Bum-soo once again asked the class, does anyone know what PK means? So a friend quickly replied, I know. It's an abbreviation for General Clinic. Due to the influence of German, we call it PK instead of PC. Because we have discovered many clinical diagnoses for many diseases, it's called General Clinic. After hearing her answer, Lee Bum-soo nodded and said, you're right, but only partially. Does anyone else know? This time, the whole class fell silent, and no one volunteered to answer. So Lee Bum-soo suddenly pointed out Jin Hyun's name and said, I have a feeling you know. At this point, Jin Hyun had to explain, that's an abbreviation for patient killer. Indeed, Lee Bum-soo seemed very satisfied with Jin Hyun's answer. He kept clapping and praising, exactly. All of you here have studied very hard. But without experience, you guys are like you don't know anything. Knowledge without the necessary experience can cause special dangers to patients. Of course, you guys won't be able to directly carry out the patient's diagnosis or treatment plan, but you guys still need to be careful. Lee Bum-soo very kindly instructed the whole class. He then seriously said, as a trainee, I hope you guys will keep a humble attitude so you can learn everything while you're here. We can end with a few questions from someone here, said Lee Bum-soo, then turned to his sister and asked, Haimi, do you have any questions? So Haimi had to quickly exclaim, no, bro. No, sorry, Professor, I don't have any questions. As soon as Haimi finished saying that, Lee Bum-soo smiled gently and said, if there's nothing else, let's go. To celebrate your first time here, I'll bring you some coffee. As expected, upon hearing this, the whole class excitedly shouted in unison, thank you, Professor. After receiving the cup and the coffee that Lee Bum-soo gave him, Jin Hyun was even more curious and wondered, He seems like a nice guy, but why is his relationship with San Min so bad? Then he could only say to himself, that's none of my business. I don't know what he was thinking in the first place anyway. Jin Hyun then turned to chat and asked Hamey, we're about to meet the patients, right? After Jin Hyun's question, the group quickly went to the internal medicine room. As soon as he opened the door and entered, a senior inside looked surprised and exclaimed, there are so many people. Are they all interns this time? Then, after a few seconds of shock, the senior introduced himself. I'm the manager of this place, Lee Jun-song. That guy over there is the first-year doctor on duty, Min Jung-ho, he said as he pointed to the friend who was sleeping behind him. Then, as the manager, Jun-song took charge of guiding the new interns, welcoming everyone with the study of internal medicine, and when the patient is allowed by the supervisor and the professor, the treatment and care plan will be carried out with the oncolographer. The professor handles the general decisions. Meanwhile, the oncolographer handles the experimental work. Lee Jun-song then pointed to the sleeping guy, Min Jung-ho, and said, so you guys should follow this guy and observe how he takes care of the patients. Min Jung-ho immediately stood up when he heard that. Wait, I'm busy enough. So Lee Jun-song immediately warned, you better do it. If you don't do it, what will happen to these new people? But Min Jung-ho still insisted, I'm busy, and where did these kids suddenly appear? The students just stood there silently watching the two seniors argue like cats and dogs. So after a while of arguing, Lee Jun-song quickly ran out the door and still didn't forget to tell his friend Min Jung-ho. Anyway, good luck and remember to treat them well. I have something to do. Goodbye. Min Jung-ho was so angry that he could only helplessly shout, wait, the professor will be back soon. Then after seeing his friend had disappeared, Min Jung-ho could only helplessly exclaim, are you kidding me? I have to become the caretaker of these things? Then after that sentence, Jin Hyun and his group had to stand and look at Min Jung-ho for the next 20 minutes. But he still didn't move. It was only then that he looked annoyed, sighed in disgust, and stood up yelling at Jin Hyun and the others, hey, why are you guys just standing there like you're retarded? Then while these people still didn't know why they were being scolded, he suddenly got interested and asked Hamey, you look pretty good. Do you have a boyfriend yet? Huh, I don't have one yet. Hamey, although confused, still politely replied. Who would have thought that he would hear the rude Min Jung-ho laughing and saying, really, you look like you have a few guys. Anyway, you'll probably get good marks in this internal magic lesson. The professor really likes pretty girls like you at karaoke bars. Hearing this, Hamey became even more confused and exclaimed, what? Having said that, Hamey tried her best to endure everything. But the rude Min Jung-ho kept laughing and insulting her. Do you know what the most important thing about practical training is? There's no need to be so diligent with girls like you. If you know how to pour wine in places like that. But without waiting for Hamey to speak, Jin Hyun angrily interrupted him. Hey, the more I listen, the more uncomfortable I feel. What you just said could be considered sexual harassment. As soon as he heard him defend himself, Hamey became even more emotional, muttering his name, Jin Hyun. As for Jung-ho, when he saw Jin Hyun standing up, he immediately acted arrogant and scolded him. What? How dare you act superior and noble? What's this? Even though you're just a trainee, who do you think you are? I'm Kim Jin Hyun. Jin Hyun answered every question without fear. Jung-ho was even more disgusted and sarcastically asked, no one asked your name. Do you think you're the main character in the comic? Then, just as he was about to say something more, the phone on the table suddenly rang, causing Jung-ho to angrily pick up the phone and ask, what's the matter? Then, I don't know what the other end of the line said, that made Jung-ho immediately turn 180 degrees and flatteringly replied, what, wait, Professor Choi will come along to visit this patient, I'll be there right away. After receiving the phone call, he seemed to be in a hurry to leave, but he still didn't forget to leave Jin Hyun a warning. You're lucky today. We'll see each other again after this. Then after he left in anger, Hamey turned to Jin Hyun and said, sorry, because of me this jerk caused trouble for you. But Jin Hyun just gently replied, it's fine, you don't need to worry about me. But even though Jin Hyun said it was okay, Hamey still seemed very angry. She transformed back into a lioness and said, I wish killing was legal. That guy would die if we were in India. Hearing her tone made Jin Hyun suddenly feel a little nervous, wondering, why did you bring India into this? I don't think killing is legal there. Even though they were annoyed, they couldn't help but follow that Jung-ho guy to learn. As for Jung-ho, after arriving at the professor's place, he immediately turned into a docile cat and said, sorry we're late, Professor. At this moment, Professor Choi turned around and asked him in surprise, why are you alone? Where's your manager? Jung-ho pretended to feel sorry and said, I told him to come, but he said he had something else to do. After hearing this, the professor was a bit annoyed and replied, same as usual, huh, Lee Jun-song, that guy hasn't changed at all even though he's been promoted to department head. Let's do this ourselves. He said, then looked at the people behind Jung-ho and said, is it time for the interns? So Jung-ho smiled and said, yes, we will start now. They are still quite inexperienced, right? Who would have thought that the professor would not pay any attention to Jung-ho anymore, but happily looked at Jin Hyun and exclaimed, Hey, Jin Hyun is here too, are you okay? Then the boss called Jin Hyun aside to talk privately and asked him, is your father's health good? Yes, thank you, Professor. My father is very healthy. Seeing this scene, Jung-ho could only tremble and secretly exclaim, oh my god, what I've never seen the professor have such an expression before. As for Professor Choi, he always showed an enthusiastic attitude while talking to Jin Hyun. It's like it was just yesterday when you were still young, right? But now you're already an intern. Time flies so fast. I remember Mr. Jang's mind bio contacted me again about you. Speaking of this, the professor suddenly asked Jin Hyun's opinion. There are a few things related to the new project. Are you interested in biotechnology? However, as soon as Jin Hyun heard this, he firmly affirmed, I never thought about it. But after a few seconds of firmly refusing, Jin Hyun was a bit curious and asked the professor, but what is the new project? So the professor did not hide it and said, developing some drugs, but I don't know the details. Hearing this, Jin Hyun became even more curious and recalled from his previous life, developing new drugs. The TC-80 project is not like RI-84, it is a large-scale project worth at least hundreds of millions of won. But the chairman didn't contact me about it, Jin Hyun thought, and just smiled at the professor without saying anything more. Meanwhile, Jung-ho next to him was so angry that his eyes turned red. He couldn't believe the scene. Before his eyes, wait, that scary Professor Choi has a good relationship with this guy? At this point, the professor also stopped talking to Jin Hyun. Fine, but let's stop talking for now. Let's start, he said, then led the group of interns slowly into the hospital room. Before entering the patient's room, Jin Hyun and his group were also told by the professor that usually before meeting a patient, doctors will discuss the patient's condition. Then they will specify the treatment plan when meeting in person. At this moment, when he arrived at a patient's bed, Jung-ho immediately took out the medical record and reported to the professor, she is being treated for gastric ulcers. Because her condition is serious, she is being treated with vancomycin. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, the professor suddenly asked in a serious voice, vancomycin, what about injections and medication? Who would have thought that stupid Jung-ho would still say, frankly, the injection is still effective, so we're still doing it. Sure enough, upon hearing this, the professor got really angry and yelled at him, injection, are you serious? How did you pass those tests? But even though he was scolded by the professor, Jung-ho still stupidly continued to ask, sorry, but what do you mean? At this point, the helpless professor could only turn to the interns to find a ray of hope and ask, does anyone know where you guys are going wrong? But the only people who responded to him were the bewildered and absent-minded guards. None of them could confidently answer a single question. At this point, the professor became even more devastated and exclaimed, my God, how can you guys not know such basic knowledge? Do you guys study seriously in school? It was not until he heard Jin Hyun softly say, pill, that the professor looked expectantly and called out, okay, Mr. Kim Jin Hyun, meaning he wanted him to continue. Even though Jin Hyun had told himself that he didn't want to be noticed by Professor Choi, he couldn't help but say, this knowledge about gastric ulcers is not like other diseases. It is a basic condition when treating it with medicine. Through countless studies, treatment with injections has been proven to be useless. Hearing this, the professor was indeed very satisfied and nodded in approval. Good, that's right. Then he asked again, in the case of drug treatment, how much should the patient take? Jin Hyun saw Jung-ho silently hiding behind him. He could only sigh and wonder, the supervisors of the new soldiers should know about this. Then, because no one could answer the professor's question, Jin Hyun had to answer 125 milli 4 times a day. For how long? The professor continued to pursue the matter to the end. But Jin Hyun calmly replied, it depends on the patient's condition, usually 10 to 14 days. At this point, the professor finally smiled and praised, good exactly. Then he immediately withdrew his gentle expression and changed it to a fierce one, turning to ask Jung-ho, did you hear that? Why don't you take notes so you don't forget it next time? Yes, sir. Jung-ho was scolded to the point that he didn't dare say anything. But the story doesn't end here. Because a second later, the professor's voice was heard shouting, wait, what the hell? Why are you using antibiotics? So the stupid Jung-ho had to continue saying, because there is a pus in the patient's lower abdomen. The professor was annoyed when he heard him say that. He turned to the interns and asked angrily, do you guys know what went wrong? Of course not. After scolding the people he thought were useless, he finally had to turn his eyes to Jin Hyun and ask him, Jin Hyun, do you know? However, seeing Jin Hyun just stay silent, the professor seemed very disappointed and asked, no? He seemed to only have hope in Jin Hyun, so he kept throwing him hopeful looks and kept pressing him with questions like, really, not really, really, really? Seeing that he had gone this far, Jin Hyun, even though he didn't want to, had to soften his heart and reply, this is just my personal opinion, but I think the third-generation Ceph would be more suitable. The type of bacteria causing the disease has been identified, and in this case, the probability of another type of bacteria appearing is quite low. Sure enough, as soon as Jin Hyun finished speaking, the The professor comfortably smiled and said, "Good, that's right." Seeing him keep looking at Jin Hyun, the interns beside him also lamented, "We're getting left out." On this side, after seeing Professor Jin Hyun's sparkling eyes, he was also very embarrassed. All the questions they asked were answered by him. For someone like Jin Hyun who only wanted to become a dermatologist, Professor Choi kept making things difficult for him. However, it was also very difficult for Jin Hyun to ignore the expressions of others, let alone Professor Choi's expectant gaze. On this side, after witnessing Jin Hyun's skills, Young-ho still couldn't believe it. What he understands clinical knowledge in an extraordinary way. Unbelievable. And his classmates now had the same thought that Kim Jin Hyun is a scary guy. Then Young-ho led the group to another hospital bed and said, "This is the last patient." As usual, Young-ho reported the situation to the professor. He was confirmed to be in the early stages of stomach cancer. Since he is still in the early stages, it will be easier to solve the problem. But the difficulty in this case is that there is a lymph node in the lower abdomen. At this moment, the professor himself was also a bit puzzled, rubbing his chin and muttering, "A noteworthy problem, swollen lymph nodes in the lower abdomen." But after a few minutes of hesitation, the professor confidently turned to Jin Hyun and asked, "Jin Hyun, what do you think about this?" At this moment, Jin Hyun completely realized, this is no longer a test for me. He really wants to know my opinion. While Jin Hyun was still pondering, the professor beside him kept urging, "Speak, hurry up." So Jin Hyun had no choice but to honestly answer, "If it keeps growing, we have to consider the possibility of cancer." "What kind of cancer?" the professor asked again, calmly. So Jin Hyun had to say all his thoughts. Since this is a stomach cancer patient, there is a possibility of a variant of lymphadenopathy. But he is only in the early stages, so the possibility is quite low. There are many types of cancer, but in other words, we have to consider the possibility of lymphoma. Jin Hyun's opinion was reconsidered by the professor. Then he couldn't help but ask Jin Hyun, "Lymphoma. If that's true, it might have been there all along. But what if it's just a normal swollen lymph node instead of cancer?" Hearing that, Jin Hyun also agreed and replied, "That's absolutely right, Professor." But he once again told the professor, "However, we can't confirm unless we determine them accurately on the operating table." Before Jin Hyun's opinion, the professor still patiently asked him, "So what should we do?" Jin Hyun also fearlessly said directly, "We can't confirm, but I believe we can confirm it through surgery. If it's really cancer, we miss the chance to treat it. There's a risk that we'll lose a life." But then, after Jin Hyun finished saying these words, the professor asked him seriously, "But if we conduct an experiment and confirm that it's not cancer, how will we compensate the patient for the pain? And what if it's dangerous for the patient?" Jin Hyun still did not show any embarrassment. He even became more determined and replied, "That could happen, but the risk of ignoring the timing of cancer treatment is too great. So I think it's right to perform surgery. There's no need to use a scalpel when you can just look at it. I think it's only necessary to use endoscopic techniques to understand the condition of the disease correctly." From the beginning to the end, when Jin Hyun said these words with his carefulness, Professor Choi on the opposite side remained silent, listening carefully to every word he said. It wasn't until Jin Hyun finished saying everything that he gently smiled a smile like a teacher proud of his student. Behind Jin Hyun, the crowd couldn't believe their eyes. Everyone had to rub their eyes 2 or 3 times and wondered, did Professor Choi just smile? What is this guy? Until the whole room heard Professor Choi directly ask Jin Hyun a question, "Will you become an internist and become my student?" As soon as the Windmaster finished speaking, Jin Hyun felt like he had heard the scariest question in the world. But Jin Hyun didn't know how to answer. He just stood there staring at the professor. Then after that meeting, Jin Hyun still couldn't answer the professor. He was confused and thought to himself, "What a headache. Professor Choi pinning me down like this is not good at all." Meanwhile, his friend Hamey excitedly kept asking, "Jin Hyun, what are you worried about?" Then, without waiting for Jin Hyun to answer, she asked herself, "Is it for your future? What about internal medicine? I'll be working in the pharmacy department, so let's help each other." Who would have thought that when he heard Hamey say this, Jin Hyun immediately looked up and bluntly declared, "I will never do that." Hamey was shocked when she heard this and asked back, "Really, the internist is good. So what are you going to do?" Seeing her worried attitude, Jin Hyun now considered a bit, maybe it will be okay if I tell her. So he thought, and then told Hamey frankly, "I want to become a dermatologist." Who would have thought that, as soon as Hamey heard it, she opened her mouth wide and shouted, "What are you doing?" Seeing her expression, Jin Hyun asked in confusion, "Are you surprised? Do you look down on dermatology?" Unexpectedly, Hamey was so angry that she pointed at Jin Hyun and asked, "Wait, there are many more meaningful jobs." Seeing her like this, Jin Hyun immediately said, "You completely ignored it. Dermatology also has its own meanings." At first, Hamey smiled and said, "Yes, I will support you." But just a second later, she returned to her fierce demeanor and scolded Jin Hyun, "Your head, don't joke with me." Then Hamey was like a mother who kept explaining to Jin Hyun, How should I describe it? It feels like a math genius drawing pictures, or a physics genius like Newton selling shoes. It's not worthy of your talent. But no matter what she said, Jin Hyun still insisted, forget it, I'm going to become a dermatologist anyway. He said then suddenly felt a little funny thinking, unlike you, someone who will become a pharmacist in the Department of Internal Medicine at Dai Il Hospital. I, a doctor who failed in my previous life, will never think like you, you know. Jin Hyun suddenly had a flash of caution, thinking to himself, but anyway, I need to be careful with Professor Choi. Thinking of him, Jin Hyun became even more cautious, and wondered, if such a prestigious professor is so kind to me, there's no other choice but to accept that offer. Because there's no benefit in refusing. According to his previous life, Professor Choi will be under the supervision of Dai Il Hospital soon. I'll do my best until then. While Jin Hyun was still absent-minded, he heard Haemi beside him exclaim, Jin Hyun, thank you. Huh, about what? Jin Hyun asked, startled. So Haemi once again acted annoyed and said, you argued with that stupid doctor on duty. I should have punched him. Seeing her like this, Jin Hyun could only laugh and ask, are you kidding? Then Haemi still insisted and said, but thank you. I really thought I could handle things well in situations like that, but it seems things aren't as I expected, you know. Seeing her keep talking about this bad thing, Jin Hyun just unconsciously reached out to stroke her head and gently reassured her, don't worry about it anymore. But after doing this intimate action with Haemi, Jin Hyun was stunned for a few seconds. He himself didn't understand what he was doing. Not only the eldest brother, Haemi's heart also started pounding. Her whole face looked like a tomato as she looked towards Jin Hyun. Then after that extremely awkward moment, Haemi awkwardly stood up and slammed the table, saying to Jin Hyun, anyway, thanks. Then she just awkwardly and angrily left the break room. Before leaving, she didn't forget to leave a sentence, have a nice day. Meanwhile, Jin Hyun sat inside not understanding anything, just trying to call out, what wait? It was only when she was far away from his sight that Jin Hyun suddenly realized, did she just get angry? Then, after knowing that Haemi was angry the next day, Jin Hyun came to her himself and sincerely said, Haemi, I'm sorry about yesterday. Haemi heard him suddenly apologize to her and suddenly felt confused. She asked him back, why? So Jin Hyun just shyly and honestly replied, about the incident where I was afraid I might accidentally pat your head. You must be pretty angry about that doctor on duty. Maybe I just made you feel worse. Who would have thought that hearing Jin Hyun say these crazy apologetic words would make Haemi even more embarrassed? At this moment, her face was redder than a tomato. But then she could only helplessly return to her lioness form and scold Jin Hyun. Ice, really, Kim Jin Hyun, you're so stupid. Then, after a little fun and laughter at the beginning of the day, the group quickly went to Young Ho. They only saw him wearing slippers, and his face was covered in a messy beard. He gave the interns a file and said, here is your assignment. We have assigned each of you a separate patient. Summarize the patient's condition and come up with a suitable treatment plan. Along with a treatment plan for next time on the report, Young Ho briefly assigned the tasks to the interns in front of him. Then when he gave Jin Hyun a private medical record, it shocked Jin Hyun. Jin Hyun had just skimmed through the patient's medical record, radiation therapy due to metastatic complications. After treatment for stomach cancer, the lungs weakened for unknown reasons. Confirmed to be in critical condition. Vascular occlusion, difficulty breathing, pneumonia. After reading this bunch of lame illnesses, even his friend Haemi beside him had to widen her eyes and exclaim, what is this? What is this condition? Young Ho looked at Jin Hyun's bewildered expression and became even more pleased. He didn't hesitate at all, sarcastically asking Jin Hyun, you can handle it because you're the top of the class, right? So Jin Hyun didn't bother to answer, just coldly asked him back, how do you guys grade it? And then after asking, I heard Young Ho even more arrogantly reply, it depends on the effectiveness of your treatment plan. After hearing this bullshit answer, along with the terminal medical records in his hand, Jin Hyun vaguely realized, I know what he's planning to do. He wants to make things difficult for me to lower my score. At this rate, I'll easily get a C. As soon as he thought about the possibility of getting a low score, Jin Hyun's whole body trembled with anger. He was unwilling to accept it because he was afraid that, if that happened, all his efforts up until now would be in vain. Young Ho was even more arrogant. He even challenged Jin Hyun, I don't know if you can do well, but try your best. With a genius like you can do anything. Hearing this, Jin Hyun suddenly turned around and asked him, what? Then Young Ho took the opportunity to smile and ask, what can't you do it? But then when he saw Young Ho's hateful expression, Jin Hyun could only tell himself to leave. Then Haemi worriedly asked him, Jin Hyun, can you do it? This case is very difficult. But no matter what, Jin Hyun remained calm and replied, no, I'll be fine. No matter how difficult it is, Jin Hyun still has to tell himself 14 credits, 3 credits per semester, so it's almost half. If I get a C, it's all over. Even becoming a dermatologist is difficult. So after thinking for a while, Jin Hyun smiled calmly and waved goodbye to Haemi. Don't worry too much. You should focus on your work. Haemi saw that he was about to leave, so she immediately asked with concern, where are you going? Go to my patient, Jin Hyun answered honestly and quickly left. Then he took the medical record he had just received and went to the patient who was being intubated. Seeing him lying motionless, Jin Hyun greeted him, "Sir," several times. But the man didn't even bother to open his eyes, let alone answer Jin Hyun. Seeing Jin Hyun standing there, struggling to call out, a nearby nurse was confused and walked over to ask, "Who are you?" So Jin Hyun honestly replied, "I'm an internal medicine student. I came to see my patient." So after hearing that Jin Hyun was an intern, the nurse coldly turned away, only leaving Jin Hyun frustrated, thinking, "No help if I'm just a student." So after receiving no help, Jin Hyun had no choice but to do it himself. At first he pulled open the patient's shirt, thinking, "Let's diagnose the skin first." But after a quick examination, Jin Hyun felt frustrated and realized that his lungs looked pretty bad. Wait, if it's pneumonia, he should have a lot of prescriptions. Or is it not pneumonia? Then Jin Hyun started to look at the medical record again. The patient's symptoms everywhere made Jin Hyun wonder, why is there swelling in the body instead of the lungs? I think the problem is somewhere else. Then, while Jin Hyun was still thinking, the hateful Jung Ho suddenly appeared from somewhere. He seemed very happy and asked, "Are you still doing well?" Then he sarcastically smirked and asked Jin Hyun, "It's like you'll know everything just by looking at it, right?" Having said that, he immediately walked directly to the patient and used the tone of a good doctor to tell him, "Sir, you will get better when you stop taking antibiotics, so try to hold on a little longer." "Okay." The man on the bed struggled to reply to the doctor. And that Jung Ho guy kept on saying things that provoked Jin Hyun. "You definitely did your best. This is an extremely important part of your academic results." As soon as he finished speaking, Jin Hyun asked directly, "For example, besides the medicine to help remove fluid from the lungs or antibiotics for pneumonia, does he take any other medicine?" Who would have thought that even though Jin Hyun had said this, Jung Ho still stubbornly asked, "Why do we have to give him other medicine? In this case, most of the symptoms are similar to pneumonia, we should use antibiotics." But before Jung Ho's affirmation, Jin Hyun became even more silent. Because after examining this patient, he vaguely saw that his illness was not like pneumonia. There was no sign of inflammation, no phlegm, and strangely, the body was swollen. After carefully considering that this patient's illness was not similar to pneumonia, Jin Hyun decided to go and discuss it with Min Jung Ho, even though he felt uncomfortable. Who would have thought that? Just as Jin Hyun turned his head, beeping sounds suddenly rang out from the patient's bed. The continuous beeping of the heart monitor made Jin Hyun and the nurse panic. While Jin Hyun was still confusedly watching the heart monitor and wondering, "Why is there no heartbeat here?" the nurse quickly pressed the internal button to call the doctor immediately. "Please hurry, it's an emergency situation." Just a few seconds after the nurse pressed the bell to call someone, Jung Ho also ran over with a dissatisfied face and asked, "Calling me again, how annoying." But just after cursing, he saw the patient in front of him dying, and he was also panicking. As a doctor, he was screaming, "What is this? What is happening? What should I do?" So after a few minutes of confusion, Jung Ho picked up the phone and wanted to call the head of the department for help because he was useless and didn't know how to give first aid. Who would have thought that at this urgent moment the head of department's phone would keep ringing until a message came from inside, "The person you are calling is currently busy. Please call again later." This unreachable message made Jung Ho even more furious. He shouted, "Damn it! The head of the department is always like that. I see that he only cares about doing useless things and not saving people." The nurse next to him also had to quickly remind him, "Doctor, what should we do? We have to do something." So the nurse's call made Jung Ho regain his composure for a moment. Then he hurriedly ordered the nurse to support the heart rate, give me digoxin. "Yes, doctor," the nurse replied, and quickly ran to get him things. In this tense atmosphere, Jin Hyun was startled when he heard that he wanted to use digoxin and loudly reminded him, "Hey, the waves might have disturbed the heart rhythm. Digoxin is extremely dangerous. Use type 1A medicine." However, Jung Ho, who heard him remind him, not only was not grateful but instead raised his neck and challenged him, asking, "What? Damn it, shut up. How dare you talk back to me when you're just an apprentice?" Despite being criticized by this, Jung Ho, Jin Hyun still worriedly reminded him, "This is too reckless." While the two people were arguing non-stop, the patient's heart monitor kept beeping. So much so that the nurse was scared and cried out, "Doctor, this is it!" The nurse was so scared that she called out, "Doctor, this is it." Following that call, the nurse named Jung Ho also looked at the blood pressure monitor. Then he was shocked. But after a few seconds of fear, not only did he not try to correct the mistake, but he angrily shouted, "Nonsense!" While he was still lost in thought, Jin Hyun quickly and skillfully performed first aid on the patient. Because he was so worried, Jin Hyun directly shouted and ordered, "Hey, bring the defibrillator here." But after Jin Hyun said that Jung Ho was still standing there absent-mindedly, making him unable to hold back his anger and yell, "Hey, focus!" But that Jung Ho guy was still standing there like the sky was falling. He kept asking Jin Hyun what, and his whole face looked stupid. At this point, Jin Hyun couldn't hold it in anymore and fiercely swore, "Fuck!" After that, he immediately ignored everyone in this room. He directly shouted, "Bring it out here!" After receiving the defibrillator, Jin Hyun immediately placed it on the patient's chest and ordered the nurse to charge it. Just like that, after a while of Jin Hyun giving first aid to the patient, his heart rate finally returned to normal. The heart monitor also stopped making loud beeping sounds. After saving the patient, Jin Hyun asked Jung Ho, who was still gaping, "Why don't we try to diagnose with a blood test? There's a chance we'll find the problem." But Jin Hyun talked for a while, but Jung Ho was still absent-minded and didn't respond. So he had to call out loudly. Then Jung Ho was startled and exclaimed, "Ah, yeah, that's right." Then, after everything was settled, Jung Ho returned to his room and was immediately scolded by his manager. "You are such an idiot. Who would use digoxin on a patient with delta waves? Are you crazy?" Jin Hyun's side was no better, although he wasn't the one being scolded. However, he was sitting outside listening to all these words. The more he listened, the more tired and bored he felt. In the end, Jin Hyun seemed to have completely collapsed. He could only try to hold on and blame himself. "I really shouldn't have done that." The next day, while Jin Hyun was sitting at home leisurely eating fruit, suddenly a phone call came in and said, "Jin Hyun, this is Professor Choi. Can you come here for a moment?" So Jin Hyun had to quickly swallow the half-eaten apple and replied, "Yes, Professor, I'll be there right away." Then on the way to the professor's room, Jin Hyun was still worried and bewildered. "What's going on? It's only 6:15 a.m. Is it because of the serious patient yesterday?" Then when Jin Hyun arrived at the professor's room, Jung Ho was waiting there. When he heard the professor ask about the patient yesterday, he was so scared that he replied, "There's nothing worth mentioning anymore." However, the professor still asked again with a serious face, "Really, are you sure?" So at this time, Jin Hyun had to speak up to confirm, "Yes, Professor, nothing special happened." Then after hearing Jin Hyun say that the professor asked with a serious face, "But what were the emergency measures you used yesterday? I heard that you guys performed an electric shock treatment when you were just internal medicine interns." So in response to Professor Jin Hyun's question, he frankly said, "Because at that time the supervisor Min Jung Ho was there. I simply listened to his instructions." Jin Hyun's words made Jung Ho surprised. At this moment, he felt extremely humiliated. I always make things difficult for him, and yet he speaks up for me. Then, while Jung Ho was still thinking, the professor across from him asked again, "Mr. Jin Hyun, is that true?" Furthermore, the professor coldly said, "If that is a lie, you will have to face unpredictable consequences. Is that really true?" Hearing the professor's constant threats in his ear, Jin Hyun could only suppress all the thoughts in his head. "Even though I hate him, I sometimes act impulsively like that. It's not just me, everyone is like that." Then, as the professor on the opposite side repeated the sentence again, "I'll ask you again, are you sure?" Jin Hyun immediately answered firmly without any hesitation, "Yes, Professor." Sure enough, after hearing Jin Hyun's determined answer, the professor immediately smiled comfortably. It was as if the questions he asked were just to test Jin Hyun. Then he let out a breath and waited for his pleasant appearance to say, "If you guys are so sure, then I accept." After saying that, he did not forget to turn to Jung Ho and said, "Thank you for your work." Supervisor Min Jung Ho was startled and replied, "Yes." As for Jin Hyun looking at the professor's expression at this moment, he vaguely realized, Professor Choi, he must have known everything. His face now has an expression like I know everything, and I'm just letting it go this time. Of course he must know he's Professor Choi. Jin Hyun lamented and could only scream in his heart. So after being let out by the professor, both Jin Hyun and Jung Ho sighed in fear. After this conversation, Jin Hyun felt that he and Jung Ho were considered acquaintances. So before leaving, he politely told him, "I'll be going now." Unexpectedly, Jung Ho was acting friendly and inviting Jin Hyun to, "Let's go eat sometime." If possible, Jin Hyun really wanted to answer directly, "I don't want to go eat with you." But he just laughed it off. Meanwhile, inside the room, Professor Cho was a little absent-minded. He was remembering Jin Hyun's name and thinking to himself, doctors are required to learn how to deal with patients in pain. That pain is the reason we become doctors. Never forget to be grateful and compassionate towards the patient and always strive to save them. Back to Jin Hyun's side, although he didn't know he was currently taking the elevator with Jung Ho. After a few conversations, when he heard Jin Hyun say, "I quite like passive smoking," Jung Ho immediately smiled and asked, "What is it? Do you want to go smoke for a while?" So Jin Hyun couldn't refuse, so he could only go with that Jung Ho to the restricted area of the hospital to do a drug test. After lighting a cigarette for himself and taking a puff to gain courage, Jung Ho suddenly shouted, "By the way, I sincerely apologize to you," he said, while bowing deeply to express his regret, making Jin Hyun startled. He quickly waved his hand and exclaimed, "What is it? What are you doing?" Then Jin Hyun heard Jung's sincere voice saying, "I'm really sorry and also sincerely thank you." Hearing this, Jin Hyun didn't take it to heart anymore, so he told him, "Don't think too much about it anymore." Who would have thought that Jung Ho at this moment seemed to have been enlightened? He appeared very sincere and kept telling Jin Hyun, "No, I really regret everything. Until now, I don't want to admit it, but I'm just jealous of people who are better than me. Anyway, sorry for everything." Hearing this, Jin Hyun didn't know how to advise him. He could only use his indifferent appearance to reassure him, "It's nothing. You don't need to think so much about it." Then immediately Young-ho returned to his usual mischievous expression and arrogantly declared to Jin Hyun, "Don't worry about the report. Even if you give me a blank piece of paper, I will give you full marks." Who would have thought that? When he said this, Jin Hyun suddenly spoke up and said, "Sounds good then. What you said to Haimi the other day, I want you to apologize to her in person." Jin Hyun made the first offer to him. However, this offer was not for him but for his friend Haimi, who was offended a few days ago. And perhaps Jin Hyun himself didn't expect that he would so easily agree to this request. "Okay, I'll do it." After agreeing, he suddenly had a question to ask Jin Hyun. "But let me ask you a question." After saying that, without even waiting to see if Jin Hyun agreed, Jung-ho quickly asked him, "How can you do it? Aren't you just a student who just started your internship?" So in response to this sudden question, Jin Hyun just gently replied with 2 words, "Let's see," and then immediately acted like he was really thinking. Then after thinking for a while, he acted like a kid again, scratched his head and said honestly, "I learned it in the textbook." Seeing Jin Hyun's expression made Young-ho couldn't help but exclaim, "It looks like you're lying. How can I believe it?" Then Jin Hyun in front of him still didn't answer but seemed to want to use a cute expression to show his prestige. So Young-ho also fell into the trap of half believing and half doubting and asked Jin Hyun again, "Really?" In the end, Young-ho had no way of knowing what the truth was. He could only try to believe Jin Hyun's words. Because seeing Jin Hyun like this made Young-ho just sigh in his heart. What a monster. At the same time, on Lee Bum-soo's side, he was also dejectedly asking himself, "Have I been working too much these past few days? Why do I suddenly feel so tired?" he thought, as he boredly raised his hand to rub his tired forehead. Then suddenly, at this moment, there were several knocks on the door. So Lee Bum-soo didn't even have time to rest for a few minutes before he had to restore his professor appearance and say to the person knocking on the door, "Okay, come in." Right after receiving his consent, San-min walked in with an innocent smile and asked, "What are you doing, big brother?" "Oh no, it's Professor Lee Bum-soo." Sure enough, just this smile from San-min made Lee Bum-soo so angry that he shouted loudly, "You bastard, how dare you come here, get lost." But in the face of that anger, San-min still kept a gentle expression and asked, "What a student is not allowed to meet his professor?" But no matter what reasoning San-min used, Lee Bum-soo still kept scolding, "There's no reason for you to come here. Get lost immediately." Seeing his angry appearance, San-min still smiled and asked, "I haven't done anything wrong, right?" Who would have thought that San-min's later words of not doing anything would make Lee Bum-soo so angry that his eyes would pop out and he would ask harshly, "So what, that dirty blood? Do you know what she did in my house? Just because of that bitch, my family is broken. Seeing you makes me so uncomfortable. So get lost." At this point, San-min immediately pretended to go out and said, "If you really want to, I'll go." But after only 2 steps, he turned back and asked his brother, "I also have a few things to ask." So Lee Bum-soo immediately lost his grip and ordered, "Speak quickly." Who would have thought that the question San-min asked him was, "What will happen if the calcium concentration in the body increases, Professor?" San-min's question made Lee Bum-soo even more annoyed and angry. He replied, "Why are you asking me such a basic question? A stroke will happen. Enough. Now get lost." Having gotten the answer he wanted, San-min immediately smiled and said, "Yes, I'll get lost right away." Then San-min didn't stay to tease his brother anymore. He quickly left Lee Bum-soo's room. However, until he closed the door, a fierce light flashed in San-min's mind, constantly wondering, the 3 words "stroke" that my brother just said a moment ago. That night, Jin Hyun followed the appointment and arrived at a small alley. When he first arrived here, Jin Hyun suddenly felt a little emotional and thought to himself, "It's been a while, hasn't it? Nothing has changed." But after wandering around for a while and still not finding a meeting place, Jin Hyun had no choice but to take out his phone and look at it, while muttering, "Let's see, it's definitely somewhere around here." While Jin Hyun was trying to find his way again, Mojin suddenly recognized him from inside the glass door where he was standing and happily called out to him loudly, "Jin Hyun." Then, seemingly afraid that Jin Hyun hadn't seen Mojin yet, he even stood up and waved his hand, continuing to call out loudly, "Jin Hyun is here. Chung-wook and I got here first, so we ordered food first. We're just waiting for you." As soon as Jin Hyun sat down on the chair, his friend Mojin immediately acted touched and said, "It's been a long time, huh? We should see each other more often." Hearing these words, Jin Hyun's ears itched so much that he had to remind his friend Mojin, "You're the one who left this town." So Mojin stopped talking and just forced a flattering smile and said, "Sorry." After a few seconds of teasing, all 3 of them raised their glasses in unison and shouted, "Let's drink now until we get drunk." After drinking this glass, Mojin pretended to enjoy it and said, "Soju can only be itself when eaten with pork belly." Hearing that, Jin Hyun smiled sarcastically, "You seem to know how to drink alcohol better now." So Mojin honestly replied, "I thought it was nothing. My seniors drink like crazy, so they're used to it." At this point, Mojin suddenly asked Jin Hyun, By the way, do you have a girlfriend? Causing Jin Hyun to choke on his wine. After that moment of indiscretion, Jin Hyun just wiped away the remaining drops of alcohol on his mouth and answered Mojin naturally. Why are you asking so suddenly? I don't have it yet. Then suddenly, Chungwook asked Jin Hyun. But what happened to Sanmin? Jin Hyun also asked back in confusion. It seemed like he didn't think people would ask him about Sanmin. But Jin Hyun still honestly replied, I don't see him much. He seems busy. I don't see him at school much. Hearing this, Chungwook immediately looked disappointed and said, Really? That idiot, we just need to drink together. But looking at Chungwook's expression made Jin Hyun suddenly feel a bit sorry for Chungwook. He must feel a bit abandoned after all he was stuck with Sanmin in high school. Then while Jin Hyun was feeling sympathetic towards Chungwook, Mojin beside him suddenly asked a question. Jin Hyun, what do you plan to become in the future? Dermatologist Jin Hyun replied very calmly. However, when he heard this news, Mojin was not as calm as him. The other classmate opened his mouth wide and shouted, What the hell is that? Seeing Mojin's exaggerated reaction, Jin Hyun asked in confusion, What? Why do you look so surprised? So Mojin immediately said frankly, No, it's clearly not up to your level. How should I say this? It's like a math genius shining shoes. After talking about Jin Hyun, Mojin was full of confidence, pointing at himself and declaring, As for me, my goal is to study to become a surgeon or an internist at Daeil Hospital. Hearing this, Chungwook couldn't help but scold him, You're dreaming too high. After scolding him, he seemed to be drunk. So he started to scold his two friends aggressively. You bastards don't make me a useless person because I'm a bad student. I'm just trying to pay for my daily life, don't make me jealous anymore. Hearing that, Jin Hyun and Mojin immediately put their own matters aside and focused on asking Chungwook. So Chungwook, what are your dreams? Chungwook was already a bit drunk at this point, so he didn't hesitate to say, Me, my dream job is to work for the government. I'm trying to get into the police force. Hearing this, both Mojin and Jin Hyun were so surprised that they choked on the glasses of wine they had just drunk. Even the usually gentle Mojin couldn't help but directly shout and ask, Is this guy really going to study seriously? So this sentence became a sentence that touched Chungwook's ego, making him angry and sarcastically retort, What, the fact that you studied in medical school sounds so fucking funny, doesn't it? The two of them kept fighting. Meanwhile, Jin Hyun, who was next to him, was so scared that his face turned pale. It wasn't until a while later that he exclaimed, Wait, Chungwook, are you going to be a police officer? It really doesn't look like you at all. Not a gangster, but a servant. Hearing Jin Hyun say that about him made Chungwook almost mad with anger and scolded his two friends. You bastards, are you trying to humiliate me? Just wait and see. I will become a pillar police officer for the people to rely on. Just wait. When you do something illegal, your father will come and arrest your whole family. Hearing Chungwook's aggressive tone, Jin Hyun stopped teasing and smiled happily. So after that fleeting moment of disagreement, the three of them happily promised each other, Okay, let's wait until that day. And so a drunken evening passed very quickly. It was time for Jin Hyun to say goodbye to his two friends and go home. On the way back, Jin Hyun drunk couldn't help but think to himself, I really want to drink some more soju. And in that stupid thought, there was even a time when Jin Hyun lost his mind and asked himself, Should I invite Haimi to go drinking? But that was just a fleeting thought for a moment. Then Jin Hyun regained his senses and told himself, Forget it, and go home to sleep. Then after Jin Hyun walked home drunk, his mother was very worried and kept asking Jin Hyun, Oh my gosh, you smell like alcohol. Did you just come home from drinking with friends? Hurry up and take a shower and go to bed, okay? When his mother caught him like this, Jin Hyun could only scratch his head in embarrassment and reply, Yes. Then he was half awake after taking care of his personal hygiene for a few 30 seconds. Jin Hyun climbed into bed intending to enjoy a refreshing night. But when he was lying on the bed, Jin Hyun still couldn't sleep. He looked around the whole house and then said to himself with a bit of sadness, My house is too old. My family should move to another place soon. When this thought suddenly flashed through Jin Hyun's mind, should I sell some stocks to buy a new house, although the Gangnam house seems a bit expensive, but owning a good apartment in a good area is worth it. But after considering those things, Jin Hyun suddenly woke up and told himself, No, if I sell the stock now, I will definitely lose, because it is about to increase by 300 to 400%. I will hold it until the value peaks. Then Jin Hyun bought a better apartment for his parents. Jin Hyun was extremely determined that night. On the other hand, on the side of the company that Jin Hyun put all his trust in, MindBio is a startup company in the biotechnology industry. With huge potential, the company's extraordinary growth recently even made them consider building their own building instead of renting like before. They are on a very stable development path after the RI-84 project that Jin Hyun helped them complete. But even though he has achieved such great progress, Chairman Jang Igi's face has recently been full of unpleasant expressions, because the cooperation with the American pharmaceutical company Haynes is not going very well. For example, at this moment an employee ran in to report to him, Sir, we discovered another side effect. Hearing that, the chairman became depressed and could only reply, Another not good at all. Then, after looking through the documents that the staff brought, the chairman became even more worried and said to Dr. Kim, "The medicine that can suppress depression seems to be perfect. What's wrong?" Hearing that Dr. Kim beside him also became worried and exclaimed, "What could be the side effects? If this continues, the project will be—" But before Dr. Kim could say any unlucky words, the chairman quickly and decisively interrupted. "No, we have put all our heart into this project. Can't fail. Quickly find a solution to this side effect." And just as the president had just made up his mind, another employee ran in and anxiously called him, "Sir, we have a guest named Amy from Haynes." After the staff's report, the blonde-haired, white-skinned Amy was quickly able to meet the president. The president had to lower his voice as soon as he saw her and said enthusiastically, "Hello, do you need anything?" But Amy just coldly said, "I came to give you bad news." The chairman immediately changed his attitude upon hearing this and asked her, "Bad news? What do you mean?" But heard Amy say to herself without hesitation, "Because the side effects keep appearing. The headquarters is considering canceling the TC-80 project." The chairman was shocked when he heard this and could only open his mouth and ask her again, "What?" However, Amy still coldly conveyed that, among the side effects, abdominal pain and diarrhea are really serious. We have confirmed that the drug causes digestive disorders. Since we have seen a lot of negative effects during the trial, we are discussing ending the project, in case other serious effects arise. Hearing her say those words, the chairman hurriedly pleaded, "Please give us a little more time. We will find a solution right away." However, Amy still kept her cold expression and sighed, "At Haynes, we tried our best to minimize the side effects, but it seems useless. What are you going to do to fix something that is beyond repair?" As expected, Amy's question left the chairman speechless. He just looked at her, unable to say another word. His mind was in turmoil, constantly wondering, what should I do? Should I cancel it? But then, in that confusion, a name flashed in the chairman's mind. So he seemed to regain his composure and said to Amy, "We will try an expert's opinion." "And who is that?" Amy asked coldly. So the chairman did not hide it and said, "It's a student from a Korean university." Hearing this, Amy seemed to immediately ask, "What a student?" She then directly sneered at the president. "You're asking for advice from a college student. We, Haynes, have consulted many experts on this matter." But even though Amy looked down on him, the president still insisted, "I'm not joking. That student can bring a breath of fresh air to this project." After hearing these words, Amy immediately laughed as if she was hearing some bragging and sarcastically said, "Maybe there are other geniuses in Korea that even we don't know about." But in the face of those mocking words, the chairman still firmly said, "Yes, he really is a genius." Then, facing Amy's dissatisfaction, the president at this time didn't know what else to do, but bow his head and beg her, "Please give us a little more time." "That student is really a genius," he said, as if he believed that if he just called Jin Hyun, everything would be solved immediately. Then, after talking to Amy, the president didn't waste any time and immediately called Jin Hyun. However, when he saw the name of the caller ID that was displayed, Jin Hyun didn't want to pick up the phone. He was about to ignore the phone, but it kept ringing non-stop, making Jin Hyun annoyed and secretly scolding. Why does he keep calling? Jin Hyun had to try to close his eyes to avoid answering the phone, because whenever Chairman Jang Igi had the chance to meet, he wanted to recruit him. Thinking about this, Hun felt it was really annoying and wanted to avoid this call. But in the face of Jin Hyun's kindness, he finally had to give in and answer the phone call. "Ah, yes, this is Kim Jin Hyun." As soon as Jin Hyun spoke, the president went straight to the point. "Mr. Kim Jin Hyun, I'm sorry it seems like I spoke a bit too loudly. This is Jang Igi. It's been a while, hasn't it?" Hearing that Jin Hyun could only reply, "Ah, yes, it's really been a long time. I've been a bit busy lately." But before he could finish his sentence, the president on the other side quickly interrupted and said, "To be honest, we have developed a new drug project, but we want to hear your opinion." So when Jin Hyun heard this, he immediately found an excuse to refuse. "But I don't think I can help much. If it's about drug development, I don't think a student's opinion is valuable." Even though Jin Hyun said that, the chairman still stubbornly asked, "Why don't you look at it first? I promise to treat you to a full meal." Hearing this, Jin Hyun wanted to end the matter once and for all. "I'm sorry, but—" And before he could finish his sentence, the chairman interrupted him and called his name fiercely, "Jin Hyun." Through the phone, he seemed to be shaking as he told Jin Hyun honestly, "MindBio is really trying very hard. If this project fails, we might go bankrupt. Please help us just this once. No, even if you can't help, please listen to us." Sure enough, as soon as he heard the word bankruptcy, Jin Hyun, who loved money more than himself, immediately agreed. "I understand, but please don't expect too much." The president was overjoyed when he heard that. Thank you. Then he hung up the phone. After this call, Jin Hyun started to think carefully again. From what he remembered, if it was a new drug, it would definitely be TC-80. But in the previous life, this project should have been smooth sailing, right? MindBio's stock is also low these days. And then when Jin Hyun thought about this, he suddenly remembered, wait, my stocks. If they go bankrupt, will my 4 billion become toilet paper? Thinking of this, Jin Hyun, who loves money like his life, became even more determined. I have to keep the money, it's very important. 4 billion won, my 4 billion. Then the next day, as promised, Jin Hyun arrived at the meeting place to a very warm welcome from the president. Welcome, Jin Hyun. It's been a long time, hasn't it? How are you?